Chapter 431 The Demonic Attack on the Guild, and the Stone Ring Incident in the Spiritual World. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Yi-Tailing suddenly laughed wildly. Haining was stunned. He didn't understand why Yi-Tailing was laughing at this time. Just now I was saying that we should seize the time to capture Daoyun. But now he actually dares to throw himself into the trap. Yi-Tailing continued to laugh. Haining looked at Yi-Tailing in disbelief. Strangeness. In the past, Yi-Tailing, even though he was sometimes arrogant, was still very conservative towards the guild Yi-Tailing of the Storm Alliance. This failure will make the entire guild's efforts for so long completely in vain. Something's wrong. The night is too cold. What's wrong with you? Haining didn't know where he got the courage. He looked at Yi-Tailing and asked directly. There's something really wrong with the cold night. The scolding and sarcasm just now made him feel chilled. But it was not like that because it was too cold the night before. When I was too cold the night before, I would discuss many things with him and respect his opinions. From the groundless abuse just now to now, he doesn't care about the question of whether the guild still exists. Is it because of the artifact in Daoyun's hand? No. To be precise, since everyone in the Alliance started to grab the artifact a few days ago, Yi-Tailing has not been calm. Moreover, in the past few days, Yi-Tailing seemed to be in a hurry every night, talking about going to see a beautiful sister. Coward. Of course you have to give it a try if you have the artifact in front of you. Yi-Tailing's face was already a little red. His expression gradually turned crazy. And he even pushed Haining away to tell him not to block his way. Haining didn't expect that Yi-Tailing would suddenly attack him. When he was pushed to the ground, he saw Yi-Tailing's crazy side face. And, on his hand, was a stone ring that was emitting black energy. Everyone, come with me to capture that Daoyun. Yi-Tailing had already picked up his weapon at this time, and said loudly to the players defending the city, those who contribute will be rewarded heavily when the deed is accomplished. As soon as these words came out, morale was immediately boosted. The boss is mighty and domineering. Catch that little thief Daoyun. Come on, brothers. The players were very excited. After all, they are just workers, so they are naturally very happy when they hear about the bonus. Whether the guild is there or not. For them, it's nothing more than a change of unit. Yi-Tailing said the same thing to the players outside. With the incentive of bonuses, everyone no longer wants to deal with the demon wolf at this time. And everyone starts to stare at Daoyun and attack. Seeing the entire guild going out to arrest Daoyun, Haining sat on the ground in disbelief. The guild is afraid that it will break up. Haining couldn't help but shook his head when he saw Yi-Tailing's state. When he first went to capture Daoyun, he did so in an ugly way. Haining thought Yi-Tailing was a bit strategic. But looking at it now, Yi-Tailing fell into madness purely for the artifact. What kind of skills does Daoyun have? After fighting against each other for so long, he probably has an assessment. The Guild Alliance came out in full force tonight. If that Daoyun had any ability, this guild would basically be broken up. And the other side. Yao Dao found it a bit funny when he saw the Gustful Wind Alliance coming out to deal with him. He was originally thinking about how he would attack the city after he came out to destroy the opponent's large army. But now, the city gate is wide open there, and is not closed at all. This is too simple. Faced with the enemy's low-level mistakes, Yao Dao did not tolerate the opponent. He directly used the artifact Phantom Cloak to leave a phantom pretending to be him. Pretending to escape from the pursuit of everyone. But the demon had already entered the city with an invisible flash. I thought it was a big battle. Is this a first-rate mid to upper level guild? According to the map provided by Mr. Su, Demon Dao quickly found the guild Crystal Land of the Storm Alliance. At this time outside, the players of the Storm Alliance were still fighting fiercely with the demon wolves and the phantom. And they never thought that their home had been stolen. This amount should be enough to blow up the crystal. Yao Dao directly took out a few talismans and pasted them on the guild crystal of the Guild Wind Alliance. However, Demon Dao sought stability and posted a few more talismans. All it took was to detonate the guild of Guild Wind, and the guild would be close to being disbanded. Real world. Su Group Base. Su Chen wasn't too worried about the demonic matter. Su Chen was relieved when he was doing things. Su Chen reached the top of the mountain and sat alone looking at the sky. He remembered what the young man said to him again. May you really protect the peace and justice of these two worlds. Who is he? Su Chen frowned and thought. At the same time, he looked at the bottle in his hand, and then at his own Su Group. Is he the savior or the devil? Just when Su Chen was thinking about something, news suddenly came. It was Bingfeng who wanted to see him. Su Chen told Bingfeng the coordinates. And soon Bingfeng arrived at the top of the mountain. What's the matter? Su Chen put away the bottle, looked at Bingfeng and said, Mr. Su, there have been several strange things happening in the spiritual world recently, and I feel it is necessary to report them to you. Bingfeng looked serious and said to Su Chen, Oh! Bingfeng actually let Bingfeng say that it was necessary to report this matter to him. It seems that there is indeed something unusual in the world of cultivation, in his memory of his previous life. Because he had not entered the world of cultivation, he had no idea about the world of cultivation at all. Recently, there have been several incidents of practitioners hurting people, mostly against ordinary people. Their practice was too weak, so they were arrested by the supervisory committee. Bingfeng reported this matter to Su Chen. It's not big news that practitioners hurt others, right? During this period of time, Su Chen had gained a certain understanding of the world of cultivation. There will also be scum in the world of spiritual practice. Most of these scum are looking for weak practitioners, or even ordinary people. So there is a supervisory committee. The strange thing is that what they have in common is that they all have the ability to awaken in the game. And each of them is just starting out, with a very manic temperament. And before arresting them, they will have a stone ring in their hand. Bingfeng continued. Stone ring? What does the stone ring look like? Do you have a sample? Su Chen looked at Bingfeng, and it was obvious that he was telling Bingfeng to take out the samples as soon as he had them. They were all there before the arrest. After the arrest, the stone ring broke automatically. Not even the powder was left. The doubtful point lies here. So I would like to report my thoughts, Bingfeng said quickly. It is not that he is not capable enough to get the stone ring, but that the stone ring is simply impossible to get. This matter is really strange. Is there any investigation result from the supervisory committee? After Su Chen heard this, he also felt that this matter was a bit strange. I don't have enough authority, so I asked Lin Lin to ask through her channels. But the question hasn't come out yet. Bingfeng shook his head. I will report any progress on this matter immediately, Su Chen said calmly. Chapter 432 Current Situation of the Storm Alliance. Within the game world, the Guild Regional Channel Guild Alliance failed in the Monster Siege, and the Guild Station was reduced to the initial level. The Guild Area Channel Guild Alliance's Guild Station Crystal has been destroyed by player Daoyun, and the Guild Station is automatically destroyed. Following these two announcements, the Guild headquarters of the Storm Alliance collapsed as if it had been exploded. The surrounding building walls automatically collapsed into a pile of rubble. The buildings in the Guild's headquarters are also like this. Ouch! Seeing that the mission was completed, the Demon Wolf King no longer struggled with the players of the Gust Alliance. Following the order, the Demon Wolves retreated. The players of the Tornado Alliance did not pursue. They looked at the Guild Station behind them in disbelief. Or to be more precise, it should be called the Ruins. They didn't understand why a very ordinary monster attacked the city, and the Tornado Alliance was left on the front line. What if the guilds that ranked among the middle and upper reaches were directly destroyed? You know, the Guild Station is the foundation of a guild. Various buildings in the Guild Station can bring a lot of convenience and some enhancements to players. Players in large guilds generally have a higher sense of superiority, which comes from this. The attributes attached to the top guild's residents are very luxurious, and they are also very helpful in improving their strength. Some masters would rather work as a small boss in a top guild than hold a high-level position in a small guild. That's why, if two players are equivalent in terms of equipment, skills, and technology, then it depends on the additional attributes of the guild. If one is in a top guild and the other is in a small guild, the difference can be even one equipment slot. These days, if there is really no big guild that wants one, who would want to be a layman? Adding in some small guilds that have no restrictions, they are actually not much different from the individual guilds, because those small guilds themselves were established by the individual people to keep warm. Now that the Guild Station of the Guild Alliance has been directly destroyed, all the bonus entries have been turned into blanks. The game has been going on for more than a year, and now that we are starting over, even if we have sufficient funds, we still cannot catch up with the progress of the first-line guilds. Even the progress to the second-tier guild takes a long time. Besides, facing such a dilapidated guild, will there really be any capital willing to invest in the Guild Alliance? It is better for people to directly find a ready-made second-tier top guild and invest in it to become a first-tier guild. President Yi Tai-ling has some money, but setting up a guild requires more than just a little money. It took a huge amount of financial, material, and manpower to get it to this point. The guild station is broken. What should we do next? Some players were so confused that their weapons fell to the ground. They no longer knew why they were fighting. The guild station is gone. Do you still want to stay in this guild? A guild player asked his friends, who usually play better in the guild. There is no entry bonus for the station building, and it has one less equipment slot than others, so other guilds can add it. Some people just said it bluntly and didn't intend to go behind anyone's back. What are you doing? That Dao Yun is still in the guild's headquarters. Go and surround him. Yi Tailong watched everyone standing still and roared at them. In the past, everyone basically obeyed the words of the president, Yi Tailong. After all, it is not easy to join a big guild of this level. Those who have the ability to get paid are afraid of having their wages deducted. And the gangsters, who are not strong enough to get wages, are also afraid of being kicked out of the guild. After all, as a gangster, a guild of the level of the Guild Alliance is already they can find a very good place to belong. But now, in the face of Yi Tailong's roar, no one paid any attention to him. Those who are paid are eager to get one more month of compensation if you fire them. And those who are not afraid of being kicked out by the guild president are not afraid of quitting the guild anyway. Bastard. That's a magic weapon. You go quickly. Yi Tailong continued to roar, as if he had lost his mind. Perhaps the gap from the response to the call to the current lack of attention is also a key point that makes the night too cold and irrational. You, come to me quickly. Yi Tailong casually grabbed the player's collar and roared. Sorry. I'm canceling my membership. The person he arrested happened to be a bastard, and he seemed a little impatient in the face of Yi Tailong's scolding. Before Yi Tailong could yell, one after another players imitated that player's actions. I also quit the membership. He retreated, and even called him online at night, and kicked anyone who didn't dare to go online. This bastard guild doesn't treat you well, and has so many bad things. It's been a long time since I tolerated you. Yi Tailong's move also aroused public outrage. Originally, Yi Tailong wanted to kill a player and show the chicken to the monkey. But now everyone is outraged. Even the core members of the elite group did not speak for Yi Tailong at this time. To put it bluntly, after the Guild Alliance no longer has a guild station, the situation is basically over. Although it has not been disbanded, it is basically inevitable that it will become a subpar guild from now on. Even with large capital injections, it will be difficult to return to the top. Moreover, big capital will not inject funds into a guild that has no future. Yi Tailong's most trusted confidants usually started to treat him as if they were away from him at this time. At this time, the players planned to disperse, and everyone went their separate ways. You can't do this. You can't do this. Yi Tailong roared and planned to stop those players. Although Yi Tailong is stronger, the number of players is so large. How can he stop them from dispersing? In the crowd and pushing, Yi Tailong was pushed down and fell to the ground. Yi Tailong looked at the rear station. After the guild wall collapsed, the guild flags that were originally on the wall were scattered all over the place. Yi Tailong, who was originally in a state of madness, also calmed down somewhat, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He did not stop the guild members who were leaving. Vice President Han Ing was also standing not far away at this time. He looked at Yi Tailong with very complicated eyes. He had been watching from the moment Yi Tailong brought people out of the city to fight, to the moment Yi Tailong was pushing the players to the ground when they were trying to withdraw from the club. He couldn't understand why Yi Tailong suddenly became like this. Arrogant and arrogant. Han Ing shook his head. He glanced at Yi Tailong sitting on the ground again, and turned around and left without hesitation, along with the first batch of people who quit the guild. There are still some scattered players on the ruins. These are core players who have a good relationship with Yi Tailong. But these people also looked at each other, looking a little embarrassed. After all, the cold night is usually good to them. But some words are not so easy to say. But let's not talk about it. You can't waste your time in a guild without a station like this. Right? Chapter 433. Dao Yun shocked the whole server. Launching Guild's plan. Brother Leng. What's that? We all don't want to leave. You are interested in us. It's just a guild. Now. One of them still came up. Yi Tailong suddenly raised his head, making the man afraid to continue speaking for fear of irritating him. Brother Leng. Please take a good rest first. Another person really couldn't bear to tell them about their withdrawal from the club today. So he politely said that the brothers had to make money to support their families. Yi Tailong clenched his fists, veins popping out. Get out. Get out. You bunch of white-eyed wolves. Yi Tailong roared directly, and said it in a roar. Everyone looked at each other, said nothing to Yi Tailong, and just left. In the ruins of the entire battlefield, only Yi Tailong was left alone. By the way, look for her. How do these ordinary people know that I have extraordinary power in reality? Wait. You bastards. When I integrate my power in reality, I have to clean up all of you traitors. And that Dalian. I will torture you with my own hands when the time comes. Yi Tailing suddenly thought of something, and madness appeared in his eyes again. At this time, the announcement also appeared in the announcement. Announcement: the crystal of the guild residency of the Guild Alliance has been destroyed by the player Dalian, and the guild residency will be automatically destroyed. It is announced that 95 members of the Guild Alliance will withdraw from membership within a short period of time. If no members join within 3 days, the guild will be automatically disbanded. The appearance of the two announcements also exploded immediately. Didn't the Guild of Guild organize an alliance to hunt down Dalian? Why did Dalian steal his home? Is this the strength of the owner of the artifact? I didn't feel how strong Dalian was when I was watching the game. You don't even have to look at who was competing with Dalian at that time. Luo Qiu, and Hin, Yi Fengchen, Ergo, and Bai Shuan were part of a team. He was just one of them, and assigned to him the division of labor. Not tall. At the time, I felt that Dalian was simply overestimating his abilities when he dared to challenge Luo Qiu. But now it seems that he still has some confidence. If you say that Yun is not strong, go watch Dalian's videos for yourself. He has always been very strong. But because he was a team tool, he didn't get too much limelight. And top bosses like Luo Qiu were too dazzling, blocking the way, shed his light. If Dalian was really not strong, how could these people join forces to destroy Dalian for so long without any results? Can you still steal the Gust Alliance's home? Another rising star. It feels like the current situation among top players is about to change again. Veteran masters such as Bai Shuan, Lu Yijian, and Qingde Ruomeng may have to retire from the stage. Can they beat AO Dalian in a one-on-one match now? Not to mention Dalian. Even Dragon Girl from the Dawn Guild may not be able to beat them now. With the blessing of artifacts and the personal guidance of boss Luo Qiu, the Guild of the Storm Alliance, a first-class mid to upper-class guild, was directly wiped out by the Demon Dao, which immediately caused a sensation. Although the external reputation of the Guild Alliance is not very good, many people despise their guild's character, including this open robbery, which the Guild Alliance can do well, but their character can be criticized. And in terms of strength, they are truly a first-line, middle to upper-level guild. Forum. Daily video of the Storm Alliance. During an ordinary monster siege, the guild's headquarters was stolen. Generally, such first-line guilds will have dedicated videographers, responsible for recording some videos of important actions, and then posting them on forums and major video websites. This is a basic operation for a guild, to gain exposure to attract players to join, and to earn some traffic and click money. It stands to reason that the guild's headquarters was stolen this time, and this kind of video would not be released by negative operators. But the videographer has already quit the guild. As a video operator, he can naturally see that many people are paying attention to this incident. If someone pays attention to this matter, it means there is traffic. If there is traffic, that is income. After quitting the guild, he also needed the money, so he sent the video. And this time, instead of using a guild account, he used his personal account. Chammy. Hard Chammy. Originally it was only announced through text, but people didn't understand it well enough. After watching the video, the comments below are very exciting. Dalian, this is too fierce. One person is blocking several groups of the Gale League, and this AoE range is simply customized for group fighting. Looking at it this way, the artifact Phantom Cloak only increases his movement and stealth capabilities, giving him the confidence to deal with it. But it is Dalian's own ability that really outputs firepower to the Gale Alliance. Dalian's profession is a bit like the sword cultivator in cultivating immortals. And he is also proficient in talismans, which has full attack power. Coupled with the mobility added by the artifact Phantom Cloak, you really become an immortal cultivator. Dalian is fierce. But if the night is too cold, and he is not stupid, how can Dalian break the city by guarding the city? It would be stupid for the monster to attack the city proactively. But he is ambushed by Dalian, and he still guards the entire city without withdrawing his troops. Take it out. Have you seen the video? When Yi Tailing said he would take people out to encircle Dalian, everyone around Han Ying was dumbfounded. The night is too cold and too cooperative. As long as you are more cautious, the most you can do tonight is an ambush to defeat the Gale League. This is equivalent to a football match, where the goalkeeper and defender all rush forward with the ball. And then the person with the ball, he tripped and fell and lost the ball. This is not a stable thing. If Yi Tailing's guild hadn't been destroyed, I would have doubted whether it was the actor hired by Dayun. The Gale Alliance has basically been eliminated since then. But it's not a pity. It was originally a shameless bandit guild. Well done to Daoyun. Let the guild players, who like to bully Sanren, see if Sanren are so easy to bully. After the video of Yao Dao came out, Yao Dao's popularity increased even more. In the night environment, Yao Dao is like a top assassin. And even the top assassin is insulting him. Because every time the top assassin appears, he only kills one person, and then goes into the darkness again. Every time the demon appears, he will bring dozens of people with him, and then escape into the night without any injury. In the entire Guangthong Alliance, including the president, Yi Tailong, no one can match his combat power. This is also the gap between first-line guilds and top-tier guilds. Facing masters of this level, there are people in top-tier guilds who can match up. But in other words, Daoyun's combat power is almost at the level of super masters in top guilds. Of course, Daoyun has now entered the field of vision of more people. Dragon Court Guild. Guishuan was called over urgently by Fu Hailong. The recent ghost calculations have been a bit haggard. Last time, the Soul Sect failed to hold the superiors responsible for the ban on weapons at the port. Even Master Qin was punished, let alone him. And for some reason, he seemed to know something about those foreign forces. They are all looking for him to settle accounts. The Yagyu family, the Jin family, and the cathedral where Peter is. These families want them to come up with an explanation. Normally, with the Soul Sect protecting him, he wouldn't be afraid of these forces. But this time, the superiors had no intention of helping them at all. They simply wanted them to solve the problem on their own. There was no way. Master Qin also paid huge amounts of compensation to several major forces. And then he calmed down his anger. The Zhan family found a master from nowhere. And even Miss Fulon, who was invited above, was no match. Thinking of this, Guishuan also shook his head. He did not expect that besides the Holy Sect, there would be forces that could send out masters of this level. Now the superiors are paying close attention to this matter. And the time given to him to investigate is very tight. It's not like he didn't investigate Zhanjia. All in all, upon checking, the information was very vague. And it was only that night that there was news of contact between Yanjia and the master. And it seems that the other party has nothing to do with the Zhan family at all. They are just going for the forbidden weapon. I just regard the exhibitors as a reasonable entry channel. More, it is difficult to investigate. After all, the Zhan family is one of the big families in the hidden world, and has a very close relationship with the Holy Sect. If the Holy Sect detects it, there will be nothing to do. During this period, not only him, but also Master Qin was having a hard time. Fortunately, he infiltrated the top guild Longting, and also gained the trust of Fu Hailong, becoming the chief strategist of Longting Guild. This Master Qin didn't deal with him, but even helped him take the initiative to handle a lot of things. But recently, Fu Hailong has become increasingly dissatisfied with him. Luo Qiu's matter was originally left to Guishuan by Fu Hailong, but until now, Guishuan has made no progress. Luo Qiu not only did not join the Longting Guild, nor did he restrict Luo Qiu's development, but he also allowed Luo Qiu to grow to the behemoth he is today. No matter what you say, Luo Qiu will soon become the leader of this game player. After all, Fu Hailong was very dissatisfied with his accusations. President, I will definitely investigate this matter, Guishan quickly responded. It's not that he has never dealt with Luo Qiu's matter, but Luo Qiu couldn't figure it out at all, and even hurt him in return. The actions taken against him were inexplicably resolved, coupled with the fact that the exhibitors banned weapons. The ghost calculations were really overwhelmed. He no longer had the energy to care about Luo Qiu's affairs. Investigate it. Investigate it. Now one person can fight a guild group. Do you want Luo Qiu to destroy my guild? Hearing the ghost's answer, Fu Hailong immediately became furious. I didn't go when I could restrain Luo Qiu. But now I don't dare to offend Luo Qiu. The Daybreak Guild founded by Luo Qiu has an excellent reputation despite its limited strength. If the reputation is very good, if some masters quit the guild, they will consider the Dawn Guild. Or some masters whose contracts have expired will also be interested. This is not the most important thing either. What's important is Luo Qiu's current fighting prowess, and the 2 major artifacts in the guild. This already has the qualification to be on par with the 6 major guilds. People used to be able to beat you as an elite group. But now that they have 2 magical weapons, they can beat you even more randomly. If any big guild offended Luo Qiu, the other 5 top guilds would watch on with smiles. He would even help Luo Qiu to add fuel to the fire. This and that. Guishuan is a little confused. There have been too many real-life events recently, which makes him lack some information in the game. Dao Yuan, as a guild military advisor, don't you care about the news? Hurry up and drag him into the guild for me. Fu Hailong was a little angry, and even wanted to ban the position of ghost calculation. He asked Gui Swan to come out to help him establish his dominance. But what about now? The current Dragon Court guild has stalled, and among the 6 top guilds, it has gradually declined. Gui Swan is quite sensitive, and he felt Fu Hailong's emotions very keenly. This made Gui Swan immediately excited. The reason why Mr. Qin took up the responsibility and did not touch him after he made a mistake was because he was in a very critical position. In Longting, the top guild, he serves as a military advisor and will be helpful to the Soul Sect. If he loses this position, the first person to deal with him will not be the Soul Sect, but Master Qin, who has shouldered the responsibility for him. President, I know that he is the second place in the competition and the owner of the artifact. I will personally handle this matter. Gui Swan immediately cheered up and promised Fu Hailong, I don't want this Dao Yuan to become the second Luo Qiu. Fu Hailong threw away these words and left. Gu Shan sent Fu Hailong to the door with a smile on his face. After Fu Hailong left, Gui Swan's expression turned completely gloomy. Fu Hailong, it seems that you want to change military advisors. Gui Swan looked at Fu Hailong's place with a gloomy face. Immediately afterwards, Gui Swan returned to his hut. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Shuren saw Gui Swan's expression and immediately guessed what was going on. Bring me the ink plate. Gui Swan just said it lightly. Teacher Mo, who are you trying to count? Shuren was a little surprised to hear what Gui Swan wanted. Teacher, why don't you do it some other time with your recent state? The black ink pen is the teacher's tool for calculating people. It can even calculate a person across the power of these 2 realms. But counting people across 2 realms in this way is a huge drain on teachers. It doesn't matter. The 2 worlds have been quietly connected, and I have found the place where Soul Sect connects. I just need to borrow that entrance to figure out that a person will not really cross the 2 worlds. Gui Swan showed an evil smile. Then teacher, who are you trying to count? Shuren asked timidly. If that guy Fu Hailong wants to change his strategist, I won't make it easy for him, Gui Swan said with hatred. However, Gu Shan also realized that he said too much. He glanced at Shuren lightly. It's none of your business here. Just step aside. Gui Swan waved his hand to Shuren. His teacher. Shuren knew that it was inconvenient for her to disturb him. After saying goodbye, he gently closed the door. After walking outside the door, Shuren sat on the stone bench, resting his chin on his hand and looking at the sky. Shuren's eyes were also a little confused. The teacher now only felt strange to her. I remember how kind my teacher was when I was little. But now, everything the teacher showed made her a little scared. Chapter 434. Someone speculates on the path of demons? Give a false identity and location. Real world. Su Group. Base conference room. The people who came to the meeting were basically the backbone of the group. Among them were those at the vice president level like Dragon Lich, as well as player leaders like Bingfeng Linlin. Naturally, Su Chen was sitting on the main seat. The ones closest to Su Chen are Yao Dao and Seer, who are the second and third members of the Su Group. As for who is the second in command of the Su Group, Su Chen has never stated this openly. Yao Dao and Seer both want to compete for the second in command position. Moreover, there is a hint of factional fighting in the Su Group. Since the Yao Dao side is the Su's base in subjective reality, the backbones like Bingfeng Linlin are basically people from the Yao Dao faction. Sile's subjective view is the Shura world, and Dragon Lich Great Sage and others are on Sile's side. In the future, after the Su Group's power is determined, following the team of the second in command will naturally gain greater benefits. Naturally, Su Chen could not fail to notice the secret rivalry between the two. But this rivalry was beneficial to the group. Whoever wanted to be the second in command would naturally have to make corresponding achievements. The art of kingship lies in balance. Su Chen didn't deliberately try to straighten one side. Mr. Su, my subordinates have something to report. At this time Linlin stood up. Explain. Su Chen nodded and signaled Linlin to report. Mr. Su, I used the intelligence network to find out Yi Tailing's true identity. But when I rushed over, Yi Tailing had already been dealt with. I checked the surveillance with my permissions and found that the surveillance was destroyed. But through the video footage in the game, he did have a stone ring. Linlin quickly told the results of the investigation. Have you investigated the information about Yi Tailing? Su Chen asked next. Yi Tailing is actually an ordinary person. There is nothing strange about his life history, and there is no record of him in the supervisory committee. If he is not a chess piece at the level of soul sect or holy sect, and has been trained since childhood, then he is definitely an ordinary person. Lin Lin handed Yi Tailing's information directly to Su Chen. Su Chen took it over and looked at it casually. It is indeed a very ordinary file, without any trace of spiritual practice. Just like Lin Lin said, unless it was secretly cultivated by a behemoth like the Holy Gate Soul sect. There has been no contact until now. Then he is just an ordinary person. The reason why Su Chen was suspicious of Yi Tailing was because Yao Dao said that he found that the president of the Storm Alliance had a stone ring. So Su Chen asked Lin Lin to investigate. Regarding the stone ring incident, has the supervisory committee come to any conclusion? Su Chen frowned. The supervisory committee initially believed that the Soul sect was conducting some kind of secret operation. And the supervisory committee had indeed investigated clues that the Soul sect was brewing some kind of conspiracy recently. As for the opinions of higher levels of the supervisory committee, we have not yet found out. Lin Lin also told Su Chen the results of the investigation over the past few days. Benedict. 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 Su Chen tapped his fingers on the table rhythmically. He was thinking. He felt that this matter was not simple. Although he didn't understand the spiritual world at all in his previous life, and without the help of past life memories, he was not sure whether this incident was outside the timeline. But it was too cold at night in the Storm Alliance. And Su Chen still had some impressions. The impression was not very deep. But Su Chen remembered that Yi Tailing was still seen occasionally for a long time after the game came. In other words, as an ordinary person, Yi Tailing can safely wait until the time when the game comes. But what about now? The guild is destroyed, and the guild is destroyed. Now in the public's perception, this is just a game. Even if Yi Tailing invested too much money in it, it would still be considered bankruptcy. Su Chen even considered many factors. But none of these factors hold true. Because at the first opportunity, he asked Lin Lin to check that it was too cold at night. Lin Lin's speed was not slow. But when she found Yi Tailing, she had already disappeared. Even the supervisory committee, which was one step ahead of Lin Lin, still had no gains. Although the supervisory committee seems to have a lot of chess pieces planted by the major forces. It is precisely because the supervisory committee is a large and leafy organization that both the Soul sect and the Holy sect have placed people in it. The supervisory committee, which looks simple on the surface, is not that simple behind the scenes. If Lin Lin and the supervisory committee want to get nothing, the people behind it are not easy to think about. Yi Tailing is just an ordinary person. What makes him worthy of this effort? Is it really the Soul sect? Su Chen did not agree with the supervisory committee's investigation results. Although this style of conduct is indeed very similar to that of the Soul sect. It is not just once or twice that the supervisory committee relied on the Soul sect when it failed to find anything in its investigation. Seer. Su Chen turned slightly and looked at Sil. What are Mr. Su's orders? Sil's eyes lit up. It was too boring for her to stay in the Shura world. Unlike the Demon Dao where there were so many opportunities to make meritorious deeds. Su Chen must have had the opportunity to make meritorious deeds now that he had taken the initiative. See if your demigod-level vice president is available, and ask him to cooperate with Lin Lin to thoroughly investigate this matter. Su Chen said to Sil. This made Sil a little disappointed. He thought it was something to achieve great achievements. But it turned out that it was about recruiting people. How about a great sage? Sil looked at the work schedule, and then said, That's okay too. Hearing the great sage, Su Chen also nodded. Great sage. You are responsible for protecting Lin Lin and investigating this matter. The great sage's current strength has also improved, and is stronger than before. In addition, the great sage's attack methods are more convenient for walking in the city. Yes, Mr. Su. The great sage did not hesitate and nodded. At this moment, Yao Dao suddenly spoke. Mr. Su, there is a force that seems to be calculating on me. Demon Dao asked Su Chen. This power is cross-border and comes from the game world. Oh, is it so interesting? Su Chen smiled. There are actually people who dare to extrapolate to their side. How about I just retaliate against him? Yao Dao asked Su Chen. In this way, you give a fake address and a fake identity. And then we will catch the turtle in the jar and see who it is. Su Chen signaled Yao Dao not to rush to counterattack, but to plan to set a trap. Then, Su Chen told Yao Dao the fabricated location and identity. Yao Dao also fed back all the information to the other party, according to the identity and location customized by Su Chen. Mr. Su is really good at it. I guess the other party is playing proudly at this moment. After Yao Dao fed back the information to the other party, he also said with a smile, Or maybe you are too attractive in the game. No. I have already prepared plan B before I even start to win over you. In fact, Su Chen could probably guess who would be dispatched at this time. Chapter 435, from the Soul Sect. It's time to replace him. Just when Yao Dao and Su Chen were still doing Tai Chi and getting harmonious. Lin Lin was next to her at this time. But she seemed to be hesitant to speak. Su Chen discovered this very keenly. Is there anything you want to say? Su Chen looked at Lin Lin and asked. This? My subordinates are not sure if this is the case. Lin Lin was obviously not sure. So she didn't dare to say it directly. But it doesn't matter. I will tell the difference. Su Chen signaled Lin Lin to speak out. It was through the deduction of 2 realms that my subordinates happened to know that a person had this ability. That person was my boss Guishan. I also heard from a friend of mine in the Soul Sect that Guishan could calculate a person through the power of crossing 2 realms. And made great contributions to the Soul Sect. Lin Lin told Su Chen what she knew. The reason she wasn't sure about this was because she heard it from hearsay. Even though the person who revealed the information to her probably wouldn't lie to her. But it was always something she was not sure about. So she seemed hesitant to speak. The system of Soul Sect is increasing layer by layer. The strength of your boss should not have reached the true core level of Soul Sect. Isn't it possible that there are no stronger people in Soul Sect who can figure it out? After Su Chen heard the news, he also said with some doubts, and did not believe it immediately. Lin Lin's strength is not that strong. At least from his last fight with Fulan from the Soul Sect. He can feel that the Soul Sect's strength is far beyond Lin Lin's level. The boss of the ghost calculation is Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is almost at the edge of the core position. But Mr. Qin failed to do that. Mr. Qin also found a few friends. Some of whom were even half a level higher than Mr. Qin. But neither did. Maybe there are people at the core level who can do it. But crossing the 2 worlds is not easy. Guess this is only possible because of his special ability. Lin Lin continued to explain. That's it. Su Chen was thoughtful. If you want to put it this way, it's fair enough. Suddenly, Su Chen lowered his head and thought as if he had thought of something. Others didn't dare to express their anger at this time. For fear of disturbing Su Chen. Lin Lin. Su Chen suddenly spoke. Exist? Lin Lin replied quickly. If that person is really a ghost teller, is it possible that by controlling the ghost teller, he can find Master Qin and control him together? Su Chen looked at Lin Lin and asked seriously. If this matter can succeed, it will be a huge breakthrough for the Su group. Now the entire understanding of the Soul Sect is only through Lin Lin, an insider with a low status, and the stereotypes of the Soul Sect in some cultivation circles. Now that Mr. Qin has touched the corner of the core layer, if he can control Mr. Qin, his understanding of the opponent's Soul Sect will gradually become clearer. Mr. Su, although you are very powerful, the old monster of the Soul Sect has set taboos on the core level of the Soul Sect. Unless your cultivation has suppressed the ancestor of the Soul Sect by 1 level. Otherwise, I am afraid you will still encounter trouble when you try to control it. To the trap set by the ancestor of the Soul Sect. It is rumored that thousands of years ago, the old monster of the Soul Sect had transcended the earthly world and reached the realm of gods on land. Although it is not known how true it is, it was estimated by many experts in the spiritual world based on the past achievements of the old monster of the Soul Sect. Lin Lin hesitated for a moment, and then said it. He did not directly say that Su Chen's strength was not enough, but changed it to a high IQ statement, directly explaining the approximate cultivation level of the old monster of the Soul Sect, and the approximate conditions required to break the taboo. In this way, Mr. Su was not offended. And on the other hand, all the information he knew was revealed. Nowadays, those who can reach the top of the Su group can only rely on their strength as a stepping stone, and their emotional intelligence as the second proof. Just look at Mephit, whose strength is comparable to Seal. He can only do things honestly, but not say nice things. He is just a thug in the Su group. People in the workplace are sophisticated and need to be understood clearly. Is that so? After Su Chen heard this, he frowned. Although he has made rapid progress after entering the divine level, he has already entered the divine level thousands of years ago. So he cannot be said to be a sure winner in a head-on battle. Not to mention, that taboo actually requires a higher level of cultivation than is to unlock. Su Chen didn't want to take the risk anymore. Since the ghost has not entered the core level, he must not have been given a taboo. Right? Su Chen asked with a frown. Guishu probably didn't have any taboo placed on him by the old monster from the Soul Sect. But as Master Qin's confidant, his soul must have the shackles of the Soul Sect. The ordinary shackles of the Soul Sect can always be unlocked by Su. But when they are released, the Soul Sect's guardians will immediately discover that at the same time, they can kill the ghost remotely. Lin Lin continued to explain. It seems that forceful control will not work. Suchin shook his head. It seems that the Soul Sect, as an old-school organization that has been passed down for thousands of years, has done a very good job in maintaining confidentiality at the core level. But this is normal. I believe that not only the Soul Sect is like this, but the core layer of the Holy Sect also has similar soul protection. Otherwise, if the bosses of the two parties went directly to capture the core personnel of the other party as undercover agents, wouldn't they have wiped out the other party long ago? In your opinion, which plan is better for Demon Dao to undercover the Soul Sect or the 6 top guilds? Suchin looked at everyone and asked them. At this time, everyone is watching their noses with their eyes, their mouths with their noses, and their hearts with their mouths. The main one is irrelevant. Just kidding. This is where Vice President Yao will go. If they give a bad answer, they will offend Vice President Yao. Vice President Yao is now better than Xier. And in the future he is likely to be the Vice President of the Su Group, who is less than 1 person and more than 10,000 people. At that time, if Vice President Yao goes undercover there and feels uncomfortable, he will not find an opportunity to deal with the person who made the suggestion. Forget it. Let's discuss this matter later. I'll think about it myself. Seeing everyone's reaction, Suchin also felt a little funny. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Sil wanted to make some suggestions just now, although she didn't mind offending Yao Dao. Her comments at this time would inevitably make Mr. Su feel that she had no courage and did not consider the interests of the group. Therefore, she did not take advantage of the opportunity just now to propose an opportunity to be assigned to the Demon Dao. The Great Sage and Lin Lin have thoroughly investigated the Stone Ring incident. Demon Dao, you can go and live at the fake address you provided now. At the same time, you can also listen to the offers offered by the 6 top guilds to win over you. Okay, let's break up the meeting like this. Suchin pays attention to efficiency in meetings, and does not talk nonsense over and over again. The Su Group is a group that puts profits first. And time is very precious. Especially the period before the advent of the Great Age. After the meeting, Suchin opened the window, and looked at the scenery outside the window. Great world. We shall meet again. Suchin couldn't help but think of his previous life. When the big world came, he looked embarrassed. In other words, no one in his class is very calm. This time, he was different. Wisps of sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled light and shadow. Luo Jin walked in this familiar forest. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound, as if welcoming him. The strange thing is that Luo Jin also waved his hand, as if in response. By this time Luo Jin had already reached the foot of an old tree. This tree has experienced wind, frost, rain and snow, and its trunk is covered with traces of time. Luo Jin stretched out his hand, and gently touched the texture of the tree trunk. He slowly closed his eyes, and a soft light shone in his hands, as if he was having some ancient and mysterious communication with the tree. There was obviously no wind blowing, but the leaves on the big trees were shaking, and the dead leaves on the ground automatically turned into a circle without wind. Thanks for your hard work. Luo Jin smiled, whispered to the big tree, and then stepped into the circular ring. The next second, Luo Jin entered another world. Open your eyes. Luo Jin appeared on the edge of the lake. A peaceful and mysterious world unfolded before our eyes. This was a large lake surrounded by mountains. The water was crystal clear and sparkling, like a mirror, reflecting Luo Jin's deep eyes. Luo Jin also fell into memories. This is the place where he first met creation. The power he has now comes from the gift of creation. Of course, he also carries those responsibilities. Can I really fight against that so-called darkness? Looking at himself reflected in the lake, Luo Jin was a little suspicious. He felt that he was still not strong enough, and was somewhat powerless against many things. At this moment, a circle of ripples suddenly appeared on the lake's surface, and a glimmering floating bottle slowly floated up. Luo Jin is not surprised by this. He had only met Chuancher once. Any information in the future would require him to come here to get the drift bottle. He is truly connected to creation through the bottle. Luo Jin reached out his hand, and gently picked up the drift bottle. The drift bottle is simple and exquisite, with some mysterious symbols engraved on the bottle. He uncorked the bottle, took out a rolled piece of letter paper, and read it patiently. How so? After reading the news in the letter, Luo Jin's eyes were full of disbelief. How could the two worlds merge so quickly? And a human hero must be elected who will decide the fate of mankind. Luo Jin put down the letter in his hand, his expression still filled with surprise. This happened faster than he originally expected. Although Chuancher had long said that the two worlds would merge into one, he never said it would be so soon. It was almost like a sudden decision. If the two things in the letter were to be published now, the whole world would be plunged into chaos. In reality, the so-called property will become worthless after the integration of the two worlds. So fast. So fast. Luo Jin was pacing in place. And for a moment, he didn't know what to do. It's not like he has never planned for the integration of the two worlds. But now it's all chaos. If he had known that humans would still choose human heroes, he would not have asked An Hen to help Yi Fengtian. It has been clearly stated in the letter that although the election of human heroes will begin, news of world integration will not immediately break out. But starting in the middle, the news will break out. Although the voting mechanism was not mentioned in the letter, since it is said that the news of world integration will affect the votes of human heroes, it will definitely affect it. Regarding the information provided by Chuancher, Luo Jin has no doubts about whether it is true or false. Originally, Yi Fengtian was the target he had always planned to support. His strength is passable and his character is passable. But now that An Hen has gone to help Yi Fengtian, Yi Fengtian's reputation has dropped a lot. If he was just a thug, there wouldn't be such a big reaction. The key is that Dark Mark went to help as a dark element. If reality merges, this identity will be very sensitive. Especially when Dark Hen used the ultimate move to transform into the Dark Lord. This image was really embarrassing. Not to mention whether players will think too much about it. Competitors will not let go of this black spot, and will definitely seize it and beat it hard. Someone needs to be replaced. But who? Luo Jin felt a little troubled when he thought about this. It is difficult to find someone with excellent character and strength in a short period of time. Just lower your requirements. There is a balance between character and strength. The key is to make Luo Jin trustworthy. In such a short period of time, he no longer had the heart to slowly investigate those top experts. Among the famous masters, even Luo Qiu, I dare not trust him. Luo Jin now feels like all his plans have been disrupted. If he doesn't find a famous master, then he can only choose a relatively strong person from among the people he is familiar with and can trust. By the way, there is also him. I don't know if it can be done. After thinking for a while, Luo Jin suddenly thought of a candidate. Then, Luo Jin began to simulate everything in his mind. No matter. Let's make an appointment to check him out first. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Yi Fengtian's character is too upright and stubborn, and he even refuses to accept the help I give for legitimate reasons. He may not really be the best candidate for a human hero. As he thought about it, Luo Jin suddenly felt like he was in a mirror. If Yi Fengtian didn't have this problem, he would definitely choose Yi Fengtian as his first choice as a human hero. He would never think about what Yi Fengtian would become when he reached the position of a human hero. But after this time, Luo Jin suddenly thought a lot. Why was An Hen sent to help Yi Fengtian this time? It was because Yi Fengtian refused to accept his help. If Yi Fengtian was willing to accept his help, there would be no need for An Hen to be a thug. Dark Hen was originally an average to average player, and given him so much help, his upper limit was limited. With the level of a top player like Yi Fengtian, if he is willing to accept his help, even the Ergu and Luo Qiu can handle it this time with his help. In the final analysis, the reason why a dark professional player like Dark Hen helped Yi Fengtian was because Yi Fengtian was too stubborn. If humanity faces a huge crisis in the future, maybe he will make some choices among humans. After all, he has to avoid the darkness, and cannot truly take care of every human being. At that time Yi Fengtian became stubborn. Could he really persuade him? Or should we accompany Yi Fengtian and be killed by the enemy together? Of course that's impossible. Chuancher once told him that even if he gave up all mankind, he still had to protect himself. Because he is the fire of mankind. If he is here, there is hope for the revival of mankind as a whole. He didn't understand the words of creation, but he believed them. Maybe Yi Fengtian is really not suitable to be a human hero. Luo Jin began to understand this. In the past, he always thought that the person he appeared on the surface must be upright and selfless. But now he feels that this kind of character may not necessarily be able to save mankind. Before he has enough strength, he still needs the courage to accept humiliation. The pawns in chess can only move forward but not backward. So they are just pawns. The truly powerful chess pieces must be rooks, able to advance and retreat. It is a real magic weapon. His latest thought was that he was more in line with a person who could advance and retreat. Real world. On the campus of a certain university. The sun shines through the gaps in the leaves and onto the basketball court. The university was already on holiday at this time, and there were only a few scattered people on campus. Luo Jin was wearing a basketball uniform and sitting on the sidelines holding a basketball, as if waiting for someone. Luo Jin. His real name is Luo Jin. In fact, Luo Jin didn't want to choose such a name that sounded the same as real life. But when he entered the game, he chose it casually. Who knew the way he entered the game was so outrageous? First, he made a phone call and told him that he was the reincarnation of a good person from 10 lifetimes and wanted him to go to the new world to receive rewards. After he hung up the phone, he passed by a shopping mall and directly won the game cabin for him. With the mentality of just having fun. I chose a name that sounded similar to reality for convenience. How could he have thought so much? But it doesn't matter if the real name is exposed. Anyway, his strength has been synchronized with reality. His strength in the game is his strength in the real world. Besides, the two worlds are about to merge. It doesn't matter whether Luo Jin is dead or not. Oh! The third child came so early. A big man walked into the court wearing a jersey at this time. This man's name was Zhou Feng. And he was the oldest in their dormitory back then. They all had the same appetite as brothers. The names eldest, second, and third are distinguished by age. Zhou Feng, who is 1.87 meters tall and has strong muscles, has earned the nickname Macho Man because of Zhou Feng's existence. No one dared to bully their brothers back then. The other two lazy dogs had to wait for them. Luo Jin replied with a smile. Haha. Those two lazy dogs are like this. Especially the youngest. After Zhou Feng heard this, he also laughed. Zhou Feng was a very upright person. During his college years, Luo Jin never doubted Zhou Feng's character. Although he is a little careless and does things sloppily, he is generally a good person. Luo Jin asked these buddies, who had graduated so long ago, out today. Of course, it was not for pure nostalgia, but because he was waiting for someone. A man who might become a hero for humanity. Of course, this person is not Zhou Feng. It would be too irresponsible for humans to treat a reckless man like Zhou Feng as a human hero. The two of them chatted wordlessly. Macho Man, how have you been doing lately? Luo Jin asked Zhou Feng. I'm a social animal. I work at the company during the day and at New World at night. Zhou Feng said helplessly. Quite tiring. Luo Jin said casually. Of course I am tired from working very hard every day. But I am getting married to my girlfriend recently. Speaking of this, Zhou Feng showed an honest smile. Chapter 436, The Test of Zhanyu. Hearing this, Luo Jin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't know how long it had been, but he hadn't felt this kind of ordinary happiness. By the way, Shihua, and you were so close back then. How are you two doing now? Zhou Feng asked Luo Jin with a smirk on his face. Hearing these words, Luo Jin couldn't help but have a beautiful image appear in his mind. But soon, Luo Jin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. I don't know. I haven't contacted her for a long time. Luo Jin said casually. He now carries too much weight. The fire of the entire human race. Moreover, in the final analysis, the happiness of ordinary people like Zhou Feng still needs people like them to maintain it. How could he be qualified to enjoy the happiness of these ordinary people? Just when Zhou Feng was about to ask something, suddenly a man of average height and mushroom hair ran in. Sorry. Late. The mushroom-headed man said breathlessly. Oh, the youngest. You are actually faster than the second. I thought you were at the bottom again. Zhou Feng said with some surprise. This man named Mushroom Head is Wang Ming. Their dormitory is a 4-person dormitory, with Zhou Feng as the eldest and Wang Ming as the youngest. Luo Jin is the third eldest child in the dormitory. And there is still one second eldest child who is not here. Youngest one. You really like mushroom heads. Luo Jin couldn't help but smile and said. Wang Ming has been staring at the mushroom head from the beginning. After so many years, he is still a mushroom head. That's right. Third brother is pretty good. He's gotten a lot stronger recently. Wang Ming was more observant and immediately noticed the difference between Luo Jin. Yes, third child. You seem to have grown a lot stronger. I didn't even notice it just now. After being reminded by Wang Ming, Zhou Feng immediately responded. Today Luo Jin is already a godlike being, with perfect proportions. He looks naturally much stronger than an ordinary person back then. I've been chatting with you for so long, but you're still as careless as ever. Macho, Luo Jin said helplessly. Zhou Feng's roughness was never just talk. And he didn't even notice his obvious changes. Wang Ming's character is the opposite. He observes very carefully. But Wang Ming is not the person Luo Jin is looking for. Wang Ming has some advantages. But his shortcomings are more obvious. He is timid in everything he does. But being able to be asked out by Luo Jin, his general character is still recognized. Otherwise, Luo Jin wouldn't bother to call him out. Sorry. Something has delayed me. Brothers, I have been waiting for a long time. Just as he was thinking about it, a man, with a cheerful expression on his face walked in. Even now he is still wearing formal clothes, and has not changed into basketball uniforms yet. Second child. You're so late. You'll have to buy some water soon. The mushroom-headed Wang Ming immediately smiled proudly. Zhou Feng and Luo Jin were speechless. Wang Ming came 2 minutes earlier than the second child. So he was so proud. Yes. Yes. Accept the punishment. Accept the punishment. And I'll pay for it tonight. Zhan Yu chuckled and said to everyone. The second brother is so cool. Hurry up and change your clothes and play ball. Wang Ming said with a smile. Zhou Feng and Luo Jin were speechless again. Wang Ming changed his face. He was still the second child just now. Invite me to dinner and become the second brother. Of course, Wang Ming is not the kind of stingy person. Their expenses during college are actually similar. If I want to say who has a little more, it is the second child Zhan Yu. Luo Jin looked at Zhan Yu and took stock. Zhan Yu is very low-key. And his identity, as the second young master of the Zhan family, was never revealed during college. Everyone thought that he was from a bourgeois family with a little money. Of course, Zhan Yu didn't hide it on purpose. It's just that they were too careless, and didn't ask Zhan Yu's identity properly at all. Especially the boss Zhou Feng is a representative figure in the careless world. In fact, even Luo Jin only found out later that Zhan Yu was the second young master of the Zhan family. With his current strength, he could understand what level Zhan Yu is now without having to specifically perceive it. However, Zhan Yu didn't reveal his identity and didn't have any bad intentions. The eldest son, Zhou Feng, comes from a working-class family. Once, Zhou Feng's family was in urgent need of money and received a donation from an unknown person. Now that I think about it, that person is Zhan Yu. Another time, Wang Ming accidentally offended the second generation of a powerful person. He thought that the youngest was going to be punished. But he didn't know why the second generation of the powerful person transferred to another school in a few days. There was also a time when he got too close to Weiwa. And he had a second-generation suitor who was rejected by Weiwa. And he was always jealous of him. He even said that he planned to punish him. But not long after, that person suddenly became very honest. When he saw him, he even pretended not to notice him and passed by while checking his mobile phone. Luo Jin used to think that these were all coincidences. But looking at it now, there are not so many coincidences. They are all arranged silently by Zhan Yu behind the scenes. But Zhan Yu never mentioned this. Third child. Why are you looking at me? Are you thinking about how you can be less abused by me? At this time, Zhan Yu looked at Luo Jin with a smile. Hee hee. The dick is very swollen now. Boss, give him some color to see. Luo Jin came back to his senses and said to the macho Zhou Feng. Okay, let's warm up with the second one in a duel. Zhou Feng chuckled. No. For the sake of fairness. Boss, you should team up with Wang Ming. When Zhan Yu saw Zhou Feng, he immediately gave up with a smile. The eldest brother, Zhou Feng, is very good in both basketball and playing ball. In the past, when playing three-person basketball, the boss Zhou Feng would lead the team and take Zhan Yu and Luo Jin to play. Wang Ming's basketball skills can only be said to be good at shooting basketball. Therefore, if there is a civil war in the dormitory, Zhan Yu and Luo Jin, who are similar in strength, will be teammates. The boss Zhou Feng is too strong, so he needs to bring Wang Ming with him to weaken his combat effectiveness. Luo Jin thought so too before. But Zhan Yu, as the second son of the reclusive Zhan family, has been asking for cultivation since he was a child. How could he not have some cultivation in him? What Zhan Yu showed was that he could perform at the level of a normal person given his size. Zhan Yu needs to work harder. There are not enough players in the professional league for him to play. Second child. You hide it so deeply. Luo Jin sighed in his heart. Zhan Yu is the person he wants to help become a human hero. Luo Jin actually found out some things about Zhan Yu in his family. But Luo Jin felt that Zhan Yu had the characteristics of being able to advance and retreat. And because he and his eldest brother had a good relationship since childhood, he didn't want to stage the drama of brothers fighting each other. So he took the initiative to become a seemingly playboy in the Jean family. But because Jean Yu took the initiative to avoid it, Jean Yu gained more happiness. He has money, leisure, and a team like Sunset Guild. He only needs to play well with his guild friends, without having to bear any responsibilities. Managing a small Sunset Guild is not the same level of stress as managing a large exhibition company. Luo Jin even felt that Jean Yu was a bit wise and foolish. Boom! After the strongman Zhou Feng passed by, he directly performed a dunk. Boss, you are just fooling around, Jean Yu said helplessly. Haha. It's been so long since I've been excited. It's been a long time since I felt so good. I was either moving bricks in the company or moving bricks in the game. Zhou Feng hung on the basket for a while before jumping off. He seemed very excited. After several people fought like this, they seemed to have returned to their student days. It's a pity that I can't go back to the past, Luo Jin said with some emotion. Luo Jin felt a little annoyed when he thought about the fusion of the two worlds. The human fire, the election of human heroes, etc. It would be better to go back to the days when he was a student. In any case, everyone is more pure and doesn't have so much trouble. At this time, the basketball bounced through the iron net to Jean Yu's feet. Jean Yu is outside the three-point line at this time. After Jean Yu picked up the ball, he aimed at the basket and completed a jump shot. The basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air, passed through the basket accurately, and entered the net hollowly. Third brother, you are right that you cannot go back to the past. But life is like this ball game. We have to keep shooting and trying to create new scoring points. After Jean Yu scored the goal, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile. Luo Jin was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Oh, it's a pity that you didn't major in philosophy. Second hand, Wang Ming joked. It's just that the second child is still taking up philosophy now, making each set look just like the real thing. The macho man also laughed and said at the same time, what you said makes sense. But Mushroom Head and I won. The mighty Mushroom team made fun of their defeated opponents. Macho, you are too foul. I suggest that Wang Ming join our team, Jean Yu said unconvinced. A proposal of justice 3 against 1 was made. How about I just fight you with my hands behind my back? This made Zhou Feng laugh angrily. Can. Jean Yu nodded seriously. Luo Jin also found it funny. But if Jean Yu really used a little bit of cultivation, 10 tough men wouldn't be enough to fight him. As I continued to fight, it was already dusk. No more fights. No more fights. I'm hungry. Zhou Feng, a tough guy, was already exhausted after an afternoon of exertion. It's also funny to say. On the surface, Zhou Feng is the strongest and has the best physical strength among them. But he is also the most tired. Wang Ming's role is basically to hold Zhou Feng back. So why should he be tired? As for Jean Yu and Luo Jin, both of them are practitioners. Not to mention that Luo Jin is already the top combat power in the world. Even Jean Yu is not comparable to ordinary practitioners. How can the second son of a hidden family have less training resources? Not to mention playing basketball for an afternoon. Even if they play basketball for a month, they will not be tired. But despite this, they still pretend to be tired on the surface. I suggested that for dinner in the evening, we just find a cheap restaurant with a large portion and a full meal. My second brother wanted to treat us to a bar. At this time, the mushroom-headed Wang Ming said with a smile. Obviously Wang Ming had already thought about it from the beginning and wanted to go to a bar at night. I have a girlfriend, so it's not good to go to a bar. The macho man Zhou Feng is not too fierce on this issue. Xing, you have a girlfriend. Have you considered the 3 of us? Wang Ming said angrily. But Wang Ming suddenly reacted. By the way, second brother and third brother, do you have a girlfriend? Wang Ming asked Jean Yu and Luo Jin. No. Both of them have the same answer to this question. Jean Yu has been going through family affairs recently, so he has no time to find a girlfriend. Besides, as the Zhang family is a big family among the hidden families, the marriages of their children are not actually in their own hands. To put it bluntly, they are all tools for family marriage. He's actually a little better. If he doesn't want to, he won't be forced to do so in the next few years. As for his eldest brother, it was miserable. It has been arranged, and there is no choice. It has been designated as the second young master who failed to compete for the head of the family. His marriage partners would not be so strict, although I can't refuse. I can at least choose from a few more options and choose one that's a little more pleasing to my eye. In fact, this is what Luo Jin thinks Zhang Yu is smart about. It seems that Zhang Yu failed. But from a certain perspective, Zhang Yu succeeded again. As for him, he was simply out of time. Especially during this year. Almost all arrangements have been made to bear the fate of mankind. The minority obeys the majority. No one has a girlfriend. So don't stop your brothers from finding girlfriends. After Wang Ming heard this answer, he smiled and said, "Then I will check the post." Zhou Feng hesitated. "Don't worry. Brothers are protecting you. I'll tell you personally. Can't you still believe my mushroom's eloquence?" Wang Ming patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder. However, he hesitated that Zhou Feng was too tall, and it would be too funny to pat Zhou Feng on the shoulder. Wang Ming could only pat Zhou Feng on the arm instead. "No problem. Brothers can play whatever they like," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "What did the third brother say?" Wang Ming asked again. Luo Jin made an okay gesture. It's just that Luo Jin is already making arrangements based on tonight's itinerary. He called the three of them out today. Not just to reminisce about old times. As Zhang Yu said, although the past was very good, only by constantly running and looking for opportunities can we score more points. Can I bet humanity on you? Luo Jin looked at Zhang Yu's back and thought. On the way to a restaurant for dinner, someone accidentally dropped his wallet. After Zhou Feng found out, he immediately stopped the passerby in front. But the passerby ignored him. When Zhou Feng picked up his wallet, it suddenly broke inexplicably. There was a large amount of cash, and even a gold chain inside. The person who dropped his wallet didn't notice at all. And there was no one around except them. But Zhou Feng hesitated for a moment, and chose to wrap up his wallet, and ran over, and returned it to the man. Although Wang Ming was relatively greedy for petty gains, he supported Zhou Feng in returning the money in this matter. This little episode. Of course, it was Luo Jin who did it. Just to see if the brothers have changed. Of course, this is just a side dish. Zhang Yu himself is a young master from an aristocratic family. So a test of this level is definitely meaningless to Zhang Yu. After dinner, it's time for the main show tonight. As night falls, the neon lights of the city flash, dyeing every corner of the city with colorful colors. Originally, the bar Wang Ming was looking for was a relatively low and medium-cost bar. But Zhang Yu said that after finally getting together, the brothers would of course go to a high-end bar. He also said that he has recently given out a lot of bonuses, so that everyone should not have any financial pressure. Although several people declined, Zhang Yu insisted, and everyone felt the same. It's not easy for the brothers to get together once. They have never been to a high-end bar in the past few years in college. Now that everyone is working, it's okay to go once. As for the price, let's take it for granted. It's so expensive, and I don't really intend to let Zhang Yu pay for it alone. The lights inside the bar are dim and soft. Since both Zhou Feng and Wang Ming were visiting such a high-end bar for the first time, they were both quite cautious. A few people just found a corner, ordered a few bottles of wine, and drank sullenly. Wang Ming, aren't you going to strike up a conversation with a girl? Why are you sitting here drinking? Although it was Zhou Feng's first time to visit such a high-end place, this did not prevent him from making fun of Wang Ming. What do you know? Bro, this is exuding charm. Find a good target first and then attack. Although Wang Ming was indeed a little embarrassed, he still didn't show weakness. When the two were bickering, Luo Jinkai came back from the bathroom. During this time, of course, he was going to arrange the next plot. Let's drink first. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Let's catch up and catch up. After Luo Jin came back, he couldn't wait to pour himself a glass of wine. Come on. Cheers. Cheers. Several people also started drinking and talking happily. After 3 rounds of drinking, at this time, a girl of about 18 or 19 years old entered the bar. She was wearing a washed white cotton dress and holding roses for sale. She was obviously a work-study student. Compared with the feasting and entertainment around her, her dress seemed a little out of place. Coming. Luo Jin smiled in his heart after seeing it. Luo Jin continued to drink and pretended not to notice. At this time, the flower girl holding flowers to sell her flowers seemed to have attracted the attention of several dandies because of her excessive delicate appearance. Sister, come have a drink with your brother, and I'll cover all your expenses, one of the dandies said to the flower girl with a smile. It was very close to the place where Luo Jin and others were drinking, so naturally they were discovered quickly. At this time, the playboy's friend threw a small, rapidly decomposing pill into the wine glass. The flower girl didn't notice it. But from that angle, they could see it clearly. Not. I really can't stand this kind of scumbag. After Zhou Feng found out, he clenched his fists and said angrily, "Boss, how about we stay out of trouble in such a high-end place?" Wang Ming looked at the other party's clothes and saw that he looked like a playboy. Second child. Third child. What do you think? Zhou Feng said angrily. Luo Jin did not rush to express his position, but first waited for Zhang Yu to express his position. For Zhang Yu, it seems that the other party is easy to handle, and there is nothing that should make Zhang Yu hesitate. But since it is a test, Luo Jin will naturally not use a few ordinary dudes to make up for it. He has already guided several children from hidden families to come here to play in advance. Just when Zhang Yu was about to agree, suddenly, Zhang Yu seemed to recognize the other party. Isn't that the third young master of the Chen family? And the second young master of the Zhao family? Why are these people gathering here? Zhang Yu was stunned after seeing the other party's face clearly. Seeing Zhang Yu was stunned, Luo Jin was very calm. This was one of the tests he gave Zhang Yu. Will Zhang Yu offend several other major families for a flower girl he has never met? And the most ingenious thing is that in terms of strength comparison, Luo Jin always chose some young masters who were not that strong in cultivation. In other words, in terms of pure strength, Zhang Yu can defeat them. I didn't deliberately embarrass Zhang Yu. I just wanted to see what choice Zhang Yu would make and make a statement. Chapter 437 Showdown with Zhang Yu. Second child. What choice will you make? Luo Jin didn't rush. Just waited quietly, waiting for Zhang Yu to make a choice. In fact, Luo Jin also arranged a character to intensify this conflict. For example, one person is arranged to play the role of the flower girl's father, and then he is kicked down by a few villains. But that would be an act of stimulating emotions. What Luo Jin wants to give to Zhang Yu is what he once wanted to give to Yi Fengchen. But Yi Fengchen refused. Although this thing will not allow Zhang Yu to directly rise to the god level, at least he can escape unscathed when facing god level enemies. The stakes are high. Even though he and Zhang Yu have known each other for so many years and have a general understanding of Zhang Yu's character, at such a critical moment Luo Jin feels that it is quite necessary to test him again. What to do? Second and third. You guys are talking. The boss, the tough guy Zhou Feng, is already a little impatient at this time. Because at this time, some bad guys in front were already preparing to force him to drink wine. And they saw with their own eyes that the wine was drugged. Boss, you still have a family. Aren't you afraid? The other party is dressed in a luxury brand, which is not simple at first glance. At this time, Luo Jin said to Zhou Feng, in fact, there was such a thing as a fight in a bar. In the first semester after enrolling, they had a fight in a bar. At that time, I was young and energetic and didn't care about anything. But what about now? Everyone has entered society and has been tempered by society. At the time arranged by Luo Jin, no one drank much at all. And in order to prevent everyone from being affected by alcohol, Luo Jin deliberately evaporated all the alcohol in these wines due to the decision made by the superiors. Now this wine only has the taste of wine, but no intoxication of alcohol. Luo Jin's extremely calm words brought everyone back to reality. Not to mention other people. Even the boss, a rough and tough man, was hesitant at this time. Wang Ming is always timid in doing things, so it is normal for him to hesitate, since there was no stimulation of alcohol in the wine. Zhou Feng also fell into calmness at this time. He is about to get married to his girlfriend, has settled down in his workplace, and has both parents to support. If he beat these powerful people, their revenge would definitely have an impact on his life trajectory. We are all adults, and we still need to weigh the pros and cons before doing something. Luo Jin continued to speak to everyone. However, although Luo Jin said so, Luo Jin was still a little disappointed when he saw Zhou Feng and Wang Ming were in hesitation. It is human nature to stand on the sidelines, and there is no moral kidnapping in this. Zhou Feng and Wang Ming were both right, and Zhang Yu was not wrong either. The choices they made were just choices that ordinary people would make. It's just that what Luo Jin is looking for is someone who needs to bear the fate of mankind. Not just an ordinary person on the street. They will still be brothers from now on. And Luo Jin will not alienate them because of this incident. It's just that everyone has different paths, and the future will inevitably drift apart. Come on. I'll go check out. Luo Jin was already disappointed. Just when Luo Jin stood up, Zhang Yu, who had been silent, spoke. Third child. Are you saying that we just watched a young girl fall into the vicious hands of those people? Zhang Yu sat on his seat and said calmly. In fact, because Luo Jin hired someone to play the role of a girl, she deliberately acted a little younger. And she didn't even look 18 or 19 years old. But, can we afford to offend them? Luo Jin continued to persuade. If there is anything, let them come at me. I will pass. Zhang Yu stood up and was about to walk over there. Depend on. No matter. Wait for me. At this time, Zhou Feng seemed to have made up his mind. Although Zhang Yu knew that the other party was a cultivator, and Zhou Feng could not help him much, he did not persuade Zhou Feng to go back, but nodded to Zhou Feng. He has already thought about it. If he offends the children of those families, he will be offended. If anything happens, he will deal with it slowly. As for Zhou Feng, even if Zhang Yu persuades him not to go, the other party will retaliate if they know they are with him. Afterwards, he asked Zhou Feng and others to take over and live in their Zhan family's sphere of influence, so that they could also protect them. Wang Ming stayed where he was, standing up and sitting down again. He was clearly in a tangle. It is indeed a difficult question to choose between abandoning your brothers and preserving yourself. At this time, Wang Ming suddenly picked up a wine bottle and took a big sip, as if to embolden himself. Big brother and second brother, wait for me, Wang Ming said and followed. Wang Ming, who followed, looked at Luo Jin, who was still sitting in his seat. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He is indeed the brother I like. Luo Jin was very excited at this time. The three brothers all made choices that surprised him. Even Wang Ming, who is usually timid, followed suit at this time. Luo Jin picked up a wine bottle and followed quietly. Those bad guys were about to force him to drink. Hey, you guys, this is enough, Zhang Yu said coldly, hearing that someone dared to care about their reality. The bad guys all found it funny and looked at the person. Who do I think you are? Zhang Lauer. Are you here to meddle in this business? Today, it's not just my Chen family, but also the Zhao family and the Zheng family. What does it have to do with you that we come to have fun? After seeing Zhang Yu, the leader, the young master surnamed Chen, spoke. Second brother, how do they know you are Zhang Lao heir? The mushroom-headed Wang Ming asked curiously at this time. Zhang Yu was speechless and didn't know what to explain. But speaking of it, he is the second eldest son in the Zhan family and the second eldest son in the dormitory. The second one is a professional householder. I saw this matter today, and I will take care of it. Zhang Yu ignored Wang Ming's interruption, looked at a few people, and spoke slowly. Hee. There's such a strong breeze. I think you're feeling uncomfortable. Another young master named Zhao said fiercely. If you dare to challenge Mr. Chen, I will take them down for Mr. Chen. At this time, a Huang Mao came over with 5 or 6 people. These people are all mortals. Obviously the ones who are the ones holding the show in the bar. These people did not refuse the bar's favor. Let these mortals take care of the mortals. And a few of them besieged Zhang Yu. That's no problem. Although they knew that Zhang Yu was stronger than them, they had so many people after all that they were sure of besieging Zhang Yu. Moreover, there is a supervisory committee in the mortal world. Even if they want to fight, they cannot use their extraordinary abilities. This greatly restricted Zhang Yu. It's equivalent to everyone using physical strength, at most adding some cultivation to their fists and feet. Although Zhang Yu is still a little stronger than them, it's not obvious that he is stronger than them if he can't use cultivation moves. After they beat Zhang Yu, they can also join forces to put pressure on the Zhan family and teach Zhang Yu a lesson. Zhang Yu also realized what the other party wanted to do. Boss, you and Mushroom deal with the people in the bar. I'll go and deal with those bad guys. And then I'll help you. Zhang Yu glanced around, then said to Zhou Feng and Wang Ming. This distribution is also more reasonable. Those people in the bar are obviously more capable of fighting. The best player on their side was Zhou Feng. It was common sense for him to fight those people in the bar. The young master usually rarely does anything himself. And there are several people, so it is reasonable for Zhang Yu to deal with them. It's a pity that the third child doesn't want to come. Otherwise the three of them would still have some confidence in dealing with those people in the bar. Zhang Yu was a little disappointed. During his college years, the person with whom he had the best relationship was actually his third child, Luo Jin. I can only lament that the environment will change people. Just when Zhang Yu sighed, boom, in a group of evil young men, the sound of a wine bottle breaking suddenly came. After a closer look, it turned out that Luo Jin, the third child, had unknowingly touched the backs of several bad boys and suddenly attacked them. If you dare to trick me, do it, The evil young man who was hit by the bottle immediately said angrily. Third child. Seeing that Luo Jin did not run away, but sneaked around and attacked with a wine bottle, the three of them were delighted. Initially, they all thought that they would never be able to get along with Lao San again, but they never thought that Lao San had never let them down. But now is not the time to sigh. With the sound of broken bottles, the two sides suddenly fell into a melee. Zhou Feng is worthy of the title of Macho Man. He first picked up 2 wine bottles and knocked them to the ground for the 2 men on the left and right. Then there was still time to rescue Wang Ming, who was caught by gangsters. The two then fought and retreated. Zhou Feng picked up a bench and used it as a weapon, threatening the gangsters and preventing them from getting close. Wang Ming also picked up the wine bottle on the table and threw it at the gangster. Third child. Go help the boss and the others. Originally Zhang Yu was still talking about letting Luo Jin go to the mortal team battle, but Luo Jin picked up the wine bottle and, like a god of war, beat the villains back steadily. You know, although those evil young men are not very high in cultivation, they are genuine practitioners. Without showing off his cultivation methods in front of mortals, he just uses some fighting moves that ordinary people use. He may not be able to win even if he fights with these moves. But what about Luo Jin? In an instant, Zhang Yu suddenly understood a lot. It turns out that the third child is also a practitioner. Third child, let me help you. Zhang Yu didn't think much at this time, and just picked up the bottle and went forward. Luo Jin seemed to be here to experience ordinary people fighting, or to recall the feeling of fighting in bars. He lowered his cultivation to the same level as these people. But Luo Jin only suppressed his attack power, and his own defense power was still as strong as before. This is equivalent to turning on the modifier when playing a standalone game, but not turning it on too much. Only turning on the invincible defense. Even if the speed of defeating monsters is slow, you will not lose. Luo Jin did not ignore the opponent's attack just because his defense was invincible. Faced with the opponent's attack, he still made normal dodge and block movements. Luo Jin, who hadn't fought for a long time, had a good time among these bad guys. The strength of several evil young men was not as good as Zhang Yu's. But now they joined Luo Jin, and these evil young men were immediately beaten up. After beating the bad guys until they were unable to fight back, Luo Jin went to help Zhou Feng and the others. Of course, when facing ordinary people, Luo Jin reduced his strength to the level of ordinary people. Anyway, it is an invincible defense. After the beating was over, there were gangsters and bad guys lying on the ground. Hold the grass. Third brother, you are so good at fighting. Zhou Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that the usually mediocre Lao San would be more powerful than him. Although his attack power is not as good as his, he is far ahead of him in terms of technique. And his endurance is also good. Even after being punched several times, there was no reaction. Run quickly. Maybe they still have someone, Luo Jin said to several people. By the way, take this money. Zhang Yu paid some money to the flower girl at this time. The other people also gave some money to the flower girl and signaled her to run away. Having said that, they didn't care about that much, and they quickly ran away. Haha. It's so exciting. We also had a fight in the bar and ran away. Wang Ming laughed loudly and said, come on. Back then it was mainly the strong men who were strong. Otherwise, there would be no chance of running away. Zhang Yu curled his lips and said to Wang Ming, I have to say, the third child is a better fighter than me now. At this time, Zhou Feng talked about what happened just now. That's right. Third brother. I didn't see it. You can fight better than a tough guy. Wang Ming was also shocked and said in surprise. In response to the two people's compliments, Luo Jin just smiled and didn't say much. Several people ran for a while. They probably won't catch up. Why don't they go back to their respective homes first? Luo Jin said to several people. Zhou Feng and Wang Ming had no objections to this proposal. This incident just happened today, and everyone is no longer in the mood to have fun. Zhang Yu originally wanted to say something, but Luo Jin stopped him with his eyes. The few people soon parted ways. But Zhang Yu and Luo Jin are still together. Third child, do you know what I just wanted to say? Zhang Yu looked at Luo Jin and said seriously. He just wanted the Macho Man and the Mushroom Head to bring their families to the Zhang family's area of influence first. Those people would definitely want revenge. I know what you're planning. Dick, you go ahead and drive. I'll tell you in the car later, Luo Jin said to Zhang Yu. Logically speaking, they should not drive after drinking. But Luo Jin had already evaporated the alcohol in the wine. What they drank was only alcohol-flavored drinks. Even a breathalyzer could not detect that they were drunk. Besides, they are all practitioners. So this ordinary wine can be forced out, and it will not affect them. Jian Yu had many doubts in his heart. But he still did as Luo Jin said. Where to go? Jian Yu asked Luo Jin. Go to a place where you can play games. I have something to tell you, Luo Jin said with a smile. Hearing the word game, Jian Yu took a deep look at Luo Jin before going to pick up the car. Soon they drove out of the city. Jian Yu lives in a villa in the suburbs outside the city. In the car, Lao San. How long did it take for you to know that I was a practitioner? Jian Yu asked with some confusion. About half a year ago. Luo Jin did not deceive Jian Yu on this point and answered truthfully. I thought you would know it when you were studying. Jian Yu held the steering wheel and smiled. You are so unkind. If it weren't for chance, I wouldn't have known you were a practitioner. Luo Jin shook his head and smiled. You are also a practitioner now. And it seems that your strength is not low. You should also know the difficulties of practitioners. It is not that I want to hide it from you. But it is useless to tell you. Jian Yu explained it. This is true. The supervisory committee is specifically responsible for supervising this. Moreover, as a child of a hidden family, he also has the obligation to protect family information from being leaked. We cannot blame Jian Yu for concealing it. The car was driving on the road. And there was nothing to talk about in the car for a while. At that time, you were very good at playing games. To be honest, you took advantage of your practitioner abilities. Luo Jin asked what he had always wanted to ask. Jian Yu is a well-known game master. Before New World, there were also some virtual games with a fidelity of about 30%. At that time, Jian Yu was very good at playing games. And by chance, Luo Jin learned that it was Jian Yu's trumpet that he usually played with him. Because other games are not like New World. They allow the opening of trumpet accounts. It is said that Jian Yu's big player is a top player. And he has a lot of top quality equipment. If you give them a piece of equipment, it is worth more than all their belongings. Of course, there are unavoidable advantages for practitioners to play this kind of simulation game. But what's more important is your second brother's outstanding talent. As Jian Yu talked, he even boasted to himself. Luo Jin was speechless. The second brother was still like this. So he couldn't praise him. It belongs to the type that shines brightly when given some sunshine. Use critical education. The two talked about the past, as if they were back in time. By the way, third brother, why can't I see through what kind of state you are in now? Jian Yu was a little confused about this matter. He didn't want to hide it in his heart and become estranged, which could lead to misunderstandings. He wanted to express everything he was thinking. Misunderstandings arise from lack of communication. Jian Yu, if the world will fall into a huge crisis and mankind will be destroyed. Luo Jin did not answer Jian Yu's question directly, but asked Jian Yu a question instead. Hearing these words, Jian Yu, as a practitioner, almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. The car almost skidded on the road. Fortunately, it only took a moment, and Jian Yu immediately adjusted. You? Where did you know that? Jian Yu glanced at Luo Jin in disbelief. The news about the two worlds came from the holy sect at the beginning, but it was only based on rumors. However, the ancestor of the Zhan family recently received news from unknown sources, saying that a major event seems to be happening in the two worlds recently. But the specific major event is unknown. But looking at Luo Jin, he seemed to know what it was like. It seems that your exhibition family is also well informed. In this case, let me tell you that the two worlds will merge. Luo Jin said calmly. How much longer? Jian Yu quickly asked. Currently, Luo Jin still said calmly. Third child, can you tell me what your strength is now? Jian Yu asked this question again. The ancestor of your Zhan family. If I try my best, he can't block my blow. Luo Jin didn't have any bragging expression. He was just stating a plain fact. Jian Yu was thinking about Luo Jin's words. This time, he understood everything. Why did Luo Jin stop him from letting the eldest and youngest move over just now? It turned out that those families were just a ploy in the eyes of the third. Chapter 438 perfectly accept the dragon inheritance. They were almost home. And Jian Yu didn't say any more. Maybe he is still accepting what Luo Jin said to him just now. At this time, the car slowly drove into a villa in a villa. This is Jian Yu's home. The interior decoration of the villa is luxurious yet tasteful. It's hard to imagine that the owner of this villa wore a suit worth tens of hundred yuan all day long when he was in college. The things they eat and use are similar to them. Jian Yu took Luo Jin to the second floor. Arriving at the windowsill on the second floor, Jian Yu suddenly turned around. You wasted all the wine just now. I'll go get some more, Jian Yu said with a smile. He didn't notice it at first, but when he fought just now to force out the alcohol to fight better, he found that there was no alcohol in his body at all. Thinking about the strength Luo Jin revealed to him along the way, Jian Yu naturally guessed that Luo Jin must have evaporated the alcohol from the beginning. Outside the window is a carefully tinted garden, and the night breeze is mixed with the faint fragrance of flowers and the smell of moist earth. Soon, the wine was brought. Jian Yu doesn't have beer at home. He only has foreign wine, the kind that requires a tall glass. But Jian Yu directly gave Luo Jin a whole bottle, and at the same time, he opened a bottle himself and started blowing foreign wine into the bottle. Both of them are practitioners, and they can indeed drink this foreign wine as if it were water. It's pretty cool to drink a bottle of wine worth several $1,000s as beer. Luo Jin took a big sip and smiled. Jian Yu just smiled and said nothing. The two of them walked to the fence and looked at the dim lights of the city in the distance. Third child. What exactly do you want to tell me? Jian Yu is very smart. He can see that Luo Jin has something to ask him. Now that he thought about it, what happened just now was not that simple. Second child. You are indeed very smart. What just happened was indeed a test. But when it comes to the fate of mankind, I cannot be careless. I hope you can understand. Luo Jin also calmly explained the test at this time. No, I'm not blaming you. I'm just a little confused. The Zhan family is quite capable. But since you don't take the Chen family and the Zhao family into consideration, let alone the eldest brother who is in charge of the Zhan family now, even if I am at the helm, my ability can't help you. I really can't understand what you want me to do for you. Jian Yu has actually been thinking about this. He couldn't figure it out, since Luo Jin already had this strength. So what if there was one more of him? But Luo Jin did not answer his question immediately, but looked into the distance. Monsters are about to come to the real world, or the two worlds will merge into one. Do you know what it means? Countless people will be displaced, which is far more cruel than war. It is difficult for the elderly, women and children to protect themselves, and no one will care about them. Luo Jin looked at the lights in front and sighed. Hearing these words, Jian Yu also fell silent. These words are indeed true. In the past, he only looked at the moon in the mirror and didn't know the full picture of these things. He didn't even know what would happen, let alone consider what happened next. Now that Luo Jin said these things, Jian Yu also fell into thinking. Why is this? Why is this happening? This is just a game. Who gave this game to humans? Why would he harm humans like this? Jian Yu's voice was a little angry. Actually, I had the same idea as you at the beginning. But from what I learned later, the two worlds will merge with or without this game. The existence of this game gives humans a chance to protect themselves. Of course, this is also a one-sided statement, and the truth may not be like this. Luo Jin shook his head. What he knew was what creation told him. But this was not the case, because he read about this in a book. He went to ask about the creation of the world, but the creation did not deny or affirm it. So Luo Jin is not so clear about the truth of this matter. He just told Jian Yu what he knew. After hearing these words, Jian Yu also fell into deep thought. Third child. Since you know all this and have the ability to stop it, wouldn't you just do this? Jian Yu still had doubts in his heart, because of some special reasons. I can't tell you yet. In short, I can't act on the bright side. After Luo Jin said this, he clenched his fists, however. I can't just watch the world fall into chaos. Looking at Luo Jin's determined eyes, Jian Yu's heart was deeply touched at this time, and he also understood why Luo Jin was looking for him. But, bear the burden of humanity. Third child. Why did you choose me? I have even escaped the burden of my family. Why do you think I would be willing to bear the burden of mankind? Jian Yu smiled self-deprecatingly. Strictly speaking, he is an escaper. Although in the eyes of outsiders, after making this choice, he became an idle young man who was rich, leisurely and irresponsible. It is an existence that outsiders envy. However, this cannot conceal the fact that he is an evader. He can't even carry the Zhan family. How dare he carry the world on his back? Or, why would he be willing to carry the world on his back? Just because I was unsure. I set up tonight's test. Second brother, no matter what, you still took action in the face of the risk of offending several major families. Luo Jin looked at Jian Yu and grinned. But what does this mean? Jian Yu was a little confused. What does this have to do with carrying the weight of the world? If you choose to take action tonight, then you will take action next time you see a few monsters attacking human civilians. That is enough. Luo Jin said it very sincerely. Without any lies. Luo Jin also sees the current situation clearly. Yi Fengchen is no longer reliable. And he won't be able to find anyone who can replace Yi Fengchen for a while. Zhan Yu is already the most suitable candidate. And Luo Jin has set very low moral standards. As long as it doesn't threaten humanity in turn and has a little kindness in its heart. That's enough. After hearing this, Zhan Yu fell into silence. Luo Jin did not force Zhan Yu, and gave Zhan Yu enough time to think. This cannot be forced. A long time. Third child, let me ask you something. What kind of goals do you have? Zhan Yu looked at Luo Jin seriously and asked. In fact, I was also pushed to put it on the shelves. If I had to say what the goal was, it would be world peace. And by the way, eradication of some evils in the world. Although Luo Jin's tone sounded casual, his eyes were very serious. Third child, I am willing to be a sharp sword in your hand to help you achieve your goals. Zhan Yu's heart was finally shaken. Originally, he was a really easygoing person. In the real world, we play with a few brothers. In the virtual world, we play with the brothers from the Sunset Guild. And everyone just hangs out like this. But now, he can no longer hang out. And he doesn't want to watch the third child fall into a lonely road to salvation. In fact, I really don't want to be the tall man who has to hold up when the sky falls. But if you want to go, then I will accompany you. After Zhan Yu said that, he smiled at Luo Jin. According to the original life trajectory, he is actually the second young master of the Zhan family. And his eldest brother is so capable. As long as there is still a certain space for human beings to survive, his life will not only be comfortable, but it will be excellent compared to others. If they can't survive at their level, then the entire human race will actually be in the same situation. But it's like a bar fight. Everyone knows that it is not easy to offend the other party. But if someone takes it, even someone like Wang Ming is willing to follow. To put it bluntly, it's not about how noble his character is. It's purely about loyalty. Brother, thank you. Luo Jin also knew that there was no need for Zhan Yu to take up the matter. But he was still willing to come. Drink wine. Zhan Yu shook his head and smiled. Then raised the bottle. Luo Jin also put the wine bottle over. Cheers. Tons. Neither of them used their cultivation to suppress the power of alcohol. They also put down their guard and stopped drinking. For both of them, it had been a long time since they had experienced such a drunken feeling. Especially for Luo Jin. He has never relaxed since he shouldered the burden of humanity. The two of them just sat on the rocking chairs in the garden and fell asleep soundly. It wasn't until the sunshine of the next morning that the two slowly woke up. I haven't been drunk for a long time. It feels so good. Luo Jin smiled. The same goes for Zhan Yu. Even though Zhan Yu is a young master who has failed in competition, there is an undercurrent in the family, and he dare not let down his guard. This feeling of two people being defenseless against each other is actually the most comfortable feeling. After breakfast, you have gaming equipment here. Hurry up and play. Time is running out. Luo Jin said to Zhan Yu. Did you bring your gaming equipment? Zhan Yu asked doubtfully. Luo Jin smiled mysteriously. Could it be that you don't need a gaming device to enter the game now? Right? Zhan Yu suddenly thought of something. He looked at Luo Jin in shock, which simply broke his cognition. Soon you won't need gaming devices anymore. It's too dangerous to leave your body defenseless in the real world, Luo Jin said to Zhan Yu. After getting to know Luo Jin last night, Zhan Yu is now much more receptive. However, being able to enter the game without a gaming device was still beyond his daily cognition. The two made an appointment for the game location and exchanged game IDs. Enter the game. The sky has just turned white, and the breeze is blowing gently, bringing a little coolness. Zhan Yu and Luo Jin appeared at the entrance to the edge of the forest. In fact, when the game was launched on the first day, I thought about whether this would be a real world. We have played 30% of the most realistic games before, but I actually feel that it is not even 30%. But here it is so real. Zhan Yu looked at the surrounding environment and sighed involuntarily. Luo Jin smiled. He was like Zhan Yu when he first learned the truth. The game is viewed from a completely different perspective. Let's go! Luo Jin gestured. The two of them walked deeper into the forest. The sun shines through the sparse leaves and casts mottled light and shadow on them. In front of a huge ancient tree, Luo Jin stopped. He gently touched the trunk of the ancient tree, and at the same time whispered an ancient spell in his mouth. As the spell reverberated, the surrounding air began to tremble. and a ray of light gradually appeared on the tree trunk. A circular entrance appeared in front of them. Go in. Luo Jin walked in first, and said to Zhan Yu at the same time. Zhan Yu nodded and walked in. A dazzling light flashed across the two people, and they were instantly involved. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in a whole new world. Next to a quiet lake. The water is crystal clear and sparkling, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and distant mountains. The early morning sun shines on the lake, giving it layers of golden light. This seems like a paradise. Is this the secret realm? Zhan Yu couldn't help but exclaimed, his eyes full of shock and curiosity. That's right. Luo Jin replied, but we need to go to the top of a distant mountain to accept that inheritance. Luo Jin had already told Zhan Yu about the inheritance last night. Therefore, Zhan Yu is also mentally prepared for inheritance matters. The two of them set foot on the path by the lake and headed towards the top of the mountain in the distance. The morning air was filled with the fresh fragrance of flowers and the smell of moist earth, which made people feel relaxed and happy. They walked through the lush woods, crossed the gurgling creek, and passed through the unique scenery in the secret land along the way. The road to the top of the mountain is difficult, but fortunately their basic attributes are high enough, so this is not a problem for them. Finally, we reached the top of the mountain. Third child, do we seem more sincere when we come all the way? It took a long time to walk this way, and Zhan Yu also felt a little tired. But Zhan Yu didn't complain about anything on the road. Since we are here to obtain some kind of inheritance, then walking down to earth is obviously a more sincere approach. But already arriving, Zhan Yu still wanted to ask. No, I thought you wanted to see the scenery of this secret realm. Luo Jin answered honestly. Zhan Yu suddenly felt speechless. Good guy. You can fly if you didn't tell me earlier. Also look at the scenery. Look at your sister's scenery. The third child looks quite honest. But sometimes he can be quite mean. But at this time, he saw a huge stone tablet standing in the open space in front of him, engraved with ancient runes and patterns. This is the suppression steel. What this steel seals is a dragon. However, the power inside has been refined. If you open this stone tablet, you can obtain the complete inherited power of a dragon. Luo Jin explained to Zhan Yu. Dragon? Zhan Yu frowned when he heard this word. Because in the new world, the dragon is not a tall or untouchable existence. Some top guilds, even some powerful dragons, have overcome difficulties. It doesn't seem very strong to inherit the legacy of a dragon. Is it necessary to rely on such a dragon to carry the burden of mankind? Then isn't this human burden too heavy? This is not the dragon in the game. And this is not a dragon. It is a dragon. The dragon is an evil thing. And the dragon is a divine thing. The dragon controls the rivers, violent storms, lightning, thunder, etc. But even just a dragon can kill a group of lizard dragons in the game in seconds, which is incomparable. Moreover, this dragon has absorbed the essence of a certain divine object. It only takes a certain time to truly transform into a dragon. After you transform into a dragon, your strength will reach the level of a god. Luo Jin explained to Zhan Yu. These were the instructions given to him at the beginning of creation, and he understood them very well. I see. After hearing Luo Jin's explanation, Zhan Yu suddenly realized. What about the process? Zhan Yu looked at Luo Jin and asked, Brother, you are still so impatient. You should look at other stone tablets before making a decision. At Luo Jin's signal, Zhan Yu discovered that there was a stone monument in the distance. Besides, there are about 3 seats. You can choose from all 3. But you can only choose one because I only have 1 key. Luo Jin nodded and said slowly. Zhan Yu took a moment to recover from the shock. Third child, since it's so precious, why don't you improve your own strength? Zhan Yu asked doubtfully. The upper limit has been reached. It will take some kind of opportunity to unlock it. I don't know what it is specifically. Luo Jin shook his head. Upper limit. Zhan Yu's knowledge was shocked again. Soon, the two came to another stone tablet. The one in this stone tablet is the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. It is said that he was a very powerful god back then. But he was seriously injured in a fight with the god of the undead. Today's strength has fallen below the divine level, and it needs to be repaired in some way before it can be restored to the divine level. Let me remind you. I don't recommend this. The lower limit may be a little higher than the dragon, but the upper limit is completely incomparable with the true dragon. The true ancestor of the Blood Clan cannot return to its peak. Luo Jin explained to Zhan Yu. The true ancestor of the Blood Clan may be the most powerful among these 3 choices. It can be said to be comparable to the divine level, but it is only comparable. After all, it has been broken. The upper limit is too low, but the immediate combat power is the strongest. Okay, Let's look at the next one. Zhan Yu also nodded. If according to the current form, the biggest known enemy is the god of the undead, then it is really not good to choose a guy who has been defeated by the god of the undead at his peak. Moreover, it is still impossible to return to its peak. This upper limit is simply pitiful. Perhaps the only interesting thing is that even though it has combat power, it still retains its peak fighting methods. The two of them walk towards the third stone monument together. This is the last inheritance option that is acceptable in this trip. There is no seal in this stone tablet, because there is just a ball of Kirin holy fire inside. This contains the inheritance core of the Qilin clan. Its growth potential is not inferior to that of a dragon transforming into a true dragon. It is equivalent to you turning into a humanoid holy Qilin. You will automatically learn to use the power of the Qilin clan. And your body will also become a Qilin clan. And with the power contained in the holy fire, your immediate combat power is high enough. It can be said that this is the most perfect inheritance among the three major inheritances. Just a little bit. Luo Jin touched his chin, thinking about his words. Third child, don't be hesitant. Just say what you have to say. Zhan Yu urged directly. Kindness. That is, you start out as a human-shaped holy unicorn. But as you step into the divine level, you may actually turn into a holy unicorn. Luo Jin said with a smile. Damn. Third brother. You are playing with me. Zhan Yu clenched his fists. Okay. Hurry up and choose. Luo Jin said with a smile. You should also choose a woolen yarn. One with a low upper limit, and the other with a unicorn shape. Zhan Yu clenched his fists again and said. The two of them walked to the Jialong inheritance. In fact, Luo Jin had already decided to let Zhan Yu choose the dragon inheritance. But he still planned to give Zhan Yu the choice instead of forcing him. Luo Jin used a gem left to him from creation and integrated it into the stone tablet. This is the key to inheritance. Zhan Yu was about to go in, but Luo Jin stopped him. Then he clicked on Zhan Yu's eyebrows. This made Zhan Yu a little confused. Although the dragon has been refined, there are still residual obsessions, and strong mental power is needed to defeat it. I have planted a safety net between your eyebrows. If you can't hold on, just press the safety button immediately, and you will be safe. But this dragon inheritance was wasted. Luo Jin said solemnly to Zhan Yu. What does wasted mean? Zhan Yu asked doubtfully. If you don't defeat it, that obsession will automatically destroy this inheritance, and it will not be allowed to be controlled by humans. Luo Jin explained to Zhan Yu. After hearing this, Zhan Yu realized the importance of the matter. He was not given a chance to try and make mistakes. And it also wastes the important resources of Lao San. Otherwise, forget it. I'm not sure. Find someone with strong mental power. Zhan Yu retreated slightly. There is no more suitable candidate than you. If you fail, this dragon inheritance will also be a waste. I'm just telling you these things to pay attention to, not to make you intimidated. Don't imitate the mushroom head. After Luo Jin said that, he pushed Zhan Yu indirectly. Zhan Yu wanted to say something else, but at this time, he had entered a different world. At this moment, he was standing in midair, with a vast river beneath his feet. The waves on the river were turbulent. The wind was roaring, and the lightning and thunder seemed to tear the world apart. In the center of the river, a huge dragon was entrenched. Its eyes were like lightning. Its aura was like a rainbow, and it exuded powerful pressure. Don't be nervous, Dick. This is your spiritual world. If you feel unbeatable, you can just press a button in your heart to exit. In the spiritual world, Zhan Yu heard Luo Jin's voice. At the same time, Zhan Yu thought about it, and sensed the button Luo Jin mentioned. Sure enough, he could sense it. But Zhan Yu immediately put down the button, because pressing the button meant failure, and the dragon inheritance would be destroyed. At this time, the dragon entrenched in the river also sensed Zhan Yu. The dragon is good at controlling rivers, storms, lightning, and thunder. But now that you have inherited the inheritance, you can fight it with the same power as it. Listening to Luo Jin's prompts, Zhan Yu put aside the distracting thoughts in his heart to sense the power in his body. He felt a weak force swimming inside his body, as if a seed was sprouting. He carefully guided the force into his palm, and then pushed forward violently. A small stream of water spurted out from his palm. The dragon below saw the human in midair using its power, and became furious. With an angry roar, he flew towards Luo Jin. After Zhan Yu saw the attack launched by the dragon, Zhan Yu felt a little panicked and quickly turned sideways to avoid it. Don't be anxious. Try to mobilize your inner strength. It is just a wisp of obsession. Luo Jin's words rang out again. With Luo Jin's reminder, Zhang Yu was no longer so panicked. He recalled the method just now. From the size of a seed to the size of a bowl. At this time, the dragon attacked him again. Luo Jin used this power to attack the dragon. Suddenly, a powerful water column directly knocked the dragon's body crooked. Zhang Yu felt pleasantly surprised, knowing that he had found a way to fight the dragon. One person and one dragon were in midair, playing a long game. When the dragon became serious, it regained the upper hand. Zhang Yu's consciousness collapsed and reorganized again and again under the dragon's attacks. If the second brother hadn't said that he would collapse if he gave up this inheritance, Zhang Yu would have reached his limit and could hardly survive. Although every attack could withstand the dragon's surprise attack, every call for power was a drain on his spirit. Luo Jin, who was outside the field, could also see the battlefield due to the insurance he planted on Zhang Yu's forehead. But he didn't warn him aloud. I don't know if my dick can hold on. Seeing Zhang Yu being chased and beaten by Jiaolong, Luo Jin felt uncertain. But what he can do to help Zhang Yu is to help Zhang Yu set up a protective insurance. Even if he helps suppress this obsession, he still can't completely eradicate it. To truly destroy this dragon obsession, Zhang Yu himself has to rely on him. Zhang Yu is still insisting. At this time, the dragon launched another attack. Has it reached its limit? Zhang Yu already felt a little confused. I even subconsciously wanted to press that button. But in this moment, Zhang Yu thought about many things. If he gave up right here, then he would not be qualified to bear the burden of the world like the third child. With the strength of Lao San, I don't know how many times I have been tested like this. How can I just admit defeat just once? Zhang Yu suddenly shouted loudly, and used that power hysterically. Luo Jin, who was outside, was surprised and happy. He originally planned to take Zhang Yu out if Zhang Yu couldn't press the safety button. Although a precious inheritance was wasted, there was nothing we could do. As expected of the person I like, he broke through the limits at the critical moment. Luo Jin said in surprise. In the spiritual world, Zhang Yu's explosion at this time indeed exceeded his limit. This time, what condensed in Zhang Yu's palm was no longer a water column, but a water dragon. Jiaolong originally thought that Zhang Yu was exhausted, and this single blow was enough to defeat the shameless human being. But Zhang Yu actually burst out with such powerful power that it was too late to avoid it. The water dragon hit the dragon hard, shattering its body into pieces. The dragon let out a shrill scream, then turned into a ray of light, and merged into Zhang Yu's body. Did you win? At this time, Zhang Yu felt a powerful force pouring into his body. But at this time, Zhang Yu was too exhausted and was about to fall from the air. Of course, Luo Jin would not sit idly by at this time. After discovering that Zhang Yu had perfectly inherited the dragon inheritance, Luo Jin took action directly and brought Zhang Yu out. Chapter 439, You have to be careful about Luo Qiu. After a while, Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Zhang Yu felt that he was very different. Second brother, congratulations on your success. Luo Jin, who was waiting nearby, said with a smile. Zhang Yu stood up, and a water column appeared in his hand as soon as he thought about it. Why don't you look at your game board? Luo Jin said a little funny. Damn. Is it so luxurious? Zhang Yu was stunned when he saw his own panel. There was a kind of numerical beauty. Lao San, thank you. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and said, this is all your own effort. I'm just giving you some guidelines. Luo Jin shook his head. Subsequently, the two looked at each other and smiled. Maybe this was the tacit understanding between the two. But with great power comes great responsibility. The next thing you have to do is... Luo Jin paused and then said, that is, running for a human hero. Luo Jin hasn't told Zhang Yu about running for the human hero. After all, if Zhang Yu fails to inherit, there will be nothing to worry about. Now that Zhang Yu has accepted the inheritance, Luo Jin also talked to Zhang Yu about human heroes. After Luo Jin finished speaking, Zhang Yu fell into silence. Then Zhang Yu's eyes said, can I really run for human hero? Zhang Yu was a little unsure. The main reason is that the people who can participate in the selection of this human hero are too strong. In terms of personal prestige, the national level peak battle has just ended. And Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen are both at the peak of popularity. That dark mark is also pretty good. And Ergu is also very powerful. In terms of team prestige, the presidents of the 6 major guilds also have great advantages. Fu Hailong, the president of the Dragon Court Guild. Feng Qianhuan, the president of the Phantom Alliance. Xi Ying, the president of Star Dreamland. Lei Bao, the president of Storm Wings. Phantom Sound, the president of the Sabbath Guild. and Yen Long, the president of the Steel Alliance. The presidents of these 6 top guilds all have a large number of supporters. In terms of individuals, he is not as good as Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen. And in terms of team, he is not as good as the presidents of the 6 top guilds. Although he now has the dragon inheritance, he does not have the capital to be proud of the heroes in the world. Second brother, I don't need to tell you about the current situation. You probably know that you need to establish meritorious deeds in a short period of time. Luo Jin said to him. The strategy of establishing meritorious deeds in a short period of time is a good one. But what kind of meritorious deeds can influence the votes of people all over the world? So what can I create? Of course Shan Yu knew what Luo Jin said. But his Sunset Guild is not considered strong among the first-tier guilds. Even though his elder brother's guild is above the first tier, there is still a gap between it and the 6 top guilds. Shan Yu still doesn't know what to do to make him stand out and have the world vote for him as a hero. Second child, let me ask you a question. Who do you think is the greatest threat to mankind after the current game environment comes to reality? Luo Jin did not tell the answer immediately, but asked a question. He wanted Zhan Yu to think for himself. We players are getting along well with human NPCs, and we shouldn't start a war immediately. The Holy See doesn't know how. But at least the Holy See's teachings will not openly attack players. Then, it is an existence that is hostile to the player now. Zhan Yu was thinking while talking. And suddenly, he was stunned for a moment. Are you talking about the god of the undead? Among the forces currently hostile to players, the only god level 1 is the god of the undead. There are other gods in the game, but the one who attacks players again and again is the god of the undead. As long as your guild regains a certain area of Shura realm in a short period of time, you will create unparalleled achievements for mankind. Luo Jin finally revealed his plan. Second brother, do you have the courage? Taking the initiative to attack the god of the undead is indeed the fastest way to build meritorious deeds. In fact, as long as you go to fight and show a certain level of strength, to say the least, I didn't defeat the god of the undead. But the players saw this attitude. Many people will vote for attitude. Of course, while this move has great benefits, it will also have a huge impact. That is offending the god of the dead. After the game comes, it will become the main hatred point of the undead god. This is a high risk with high returns. This is the so-called shooting of the first bird. Zhan Yu also figured out the relationship immediately. He had thought that as long as he chose to counterattack the Shura world, he would most likely become a human hero. With this courage alone, he is worthy of the title of human hero. But the shortcomings are also obvious. Does he really have the confidence to withstand the attack of the god of the undead after merging the world? Is this human hero a must-win? Zhan Yu took a deep breath. Yes. It is very important. Very important. I cannot let this title fall into the hands of incompetent people or people with evil intentions. Luo Jin nodded. Chuangshi has made it clear in the letter that this title of human hero is a very critical thing and is related to the destiny of mankind. He only knows the presidents of the 6 top guilds. Fu Hailong and Feng Qianhuan are not good people. As for the others, some are quite decent, and some Luo Jin doesn't understand them very well, now that the inheritance has been given to Zhan Yu. In comparison, Yi Fengchen is now not as good as Zhan Yu. Yi Fengchen's character is very good, but his strength is still a bit mediocre. Now Zhan Yu is his replacement. As for Luo Qiu, Luo Jin felt very complicated about this person. It stands to reason that Luo Qiu is a person of good character, and at the same time, his strength is still far ahead. He is the perfect choice for human heroes. But he always felt that Luo Qiu was right. But he also felt that something was wrong with Luo Qiu. In short, it was very strange. Indescribably strange. He even thought that since Yi Fengchen could not run for Luo Qiu, he might as well let Luo Qiu become his agent. But as soon as the idea came to him, he immediately felt something was wrong. His intuition is baptized and sometimes reliable. In addition, Anhin said before that he felt something was wrong with Luo Qiu. And he said it a long time ago. So he reviewed Luo Qiu with an, okay, comment. The most profound memory was the sealing trip between him and Luo Qiu. At first glance, it seems that Luo Qiu has done a lot to seal the god of the dead. And he is also dedicated to his companions. And the god of the undead is indeed sealed. If things in there, Luo Qiu is a good person. But what happens after? The sealed god of the undead is still doing evil everywhere. And the Shura world is still occupied by the army of the god of the undead. Moreover, the Holy See's attitude towards Luo Qiu was also very strange. It stands to reason that since Luo Qiu had clearly helped the Vatican seal the god of the dead, the Vatican should have a good impression of Luoqiu. But in the peak battle, the Holy See was completely targeting Luoqiu. This was the news he learned from his clone in the Holy See. This is so strange. Even if the Holy See is not so upright, the logic of this matter does not make sense. It's a pity that his status in the Vatican's avatar is limited, and there is only so much information he can find out. If that's the case, then attack the Shura world. At this time, Zhan Yu was also willing to fight. The third child has already put resources and other treasures on him. No matter how hard he hides, the god of the undead will always have a head-on confrontation. Since the human hero was so important, he didn't care so much about it. He had to get it first. Luo Jin was also very pleased to hear Zhan Yu's choice. He was indeed his brother. But Luo Jin immediately thought of what happened about Luoqiu just now. This time, the second child was going to compete with Luoqiu. So Luo Jin naturally wanted to remind him. By the way, second brother, do you and that Luoqiu have regular contact? Luo Jin usually observes Luoqiu, so he naturally knows that there is some relationship between Zhan Yu and Luoqiu. Even the second dog, according to the version rumored by the outside world, was dragged by Luoqiu and placed under the name of the third group of his guild. Yes. Do you know Luoqiu too? Zhan Yu asked doubtfully. You want to run for the title of human hero, and then you and Luoqiu will be your opponents. Luo Jin said lightly. Well, what? Zhan Yu still doesn't understand. Luoqiu is just one of the competitors. There are so many strong competitors. Why does Luo Jin only mention Luoqiu? Second child, you must be careful about Luoqiu. Zhan Yu gave a solemn instruction. For head? Luoqiu is quite nice. Why do you say that? Third brother? Zhan Yu was a little confused when he heard Luo Jin asking him to be careful of Luoqiu. The relationship between him and Luoqiu is not said to be very strong. But after all, they have done many transactions with each other. And Luoqiu still feels very kind to others. Even in the last Ergu incident, Ergu betrayed Luoqiu, and Luoqiu had nothing to say to his brother. He thinks that he has a deeper understanding of Luoqiu than the outside world. Besides, Luoqiu's reputation among the outside world is also excellent. Third child, are you suspecting the wrong person? Not to mention that I already have a good impression of him. If you search Luoqiu online, there will be no dirty information at all. Zhan Yu smiled. He thought Luo Jin was too nervous. After saying this, Luo Jin suddenly slapped his thigh. It seemed that he had figured something out. By the way, this is it. A traffic figure of Luoqiu's level can't find any dirty information. Second, do you still think it's normal? Luo Jin had been wondering what was wrong. But Zhan Yu's casual words made him figure it out. Zhan Yu smiled and stopped smiling, because he thought about it carefully. At Luoqiu's traffic level, even a good gentleman like Yi Fengchen has a small amount of shady material on the internet. And what about the dirty information about Luoqiu? Except for the deliberate smear campaign, there is no real black material at all. And there is not even any bad habits. Like a pure white saint. Chapter 440 Tianji's Anti-Bone Plan. New World. Gorkand. The city is located on a vast plain, surrounded by majestic mountains and roaring rivers. The city wall is tall and thick, like an indestructible barrier. At the same time, the city wall is covered with ferocious skeletons and sharp thorns. This city is the main guild city of the top guild Dragon Court Guild. Why the 6 top guilds are called top is because they already have main cities that are not inferior in size to NPC cities. The Dragon Court Guild originally chose to build the city here. It has gone through several monster siege tests and invested huge amounts of money to create such glory. This is due to the investment of the 3 major financial groups behind the Longting Guild. To establish such a top guild, money is an indispensable part of opening the way. The entrance fee is 30 gold coins. The NPC guard at the door said to the player in front of him. Running a big city will naturally require a lot of manpower to fill the positions. Player guild cities can choose to let players be on duty, or they can choose to hire NPCs to be on duty. Obviously, Longting Guild adopts the method of hiring NPCs. The person standing at the door is none other than Demon Dao. Just when he was about to take out the gold coins and enter the city. This Mr. Daoyun is our distinguished guest. Please do not stop him. Came a female voice. Shuren was ordered by his teacher to wait for the demon at the gate of the city. When the soldiers guarding the city saw that Shuren knew her position, they didn't ask any more questions about the demon path and chose to let her go. I'm sorry, Mr. Daoyun. I just took a break and didn't notice you right away. Shuren politely apologized to the demon. It's nothing. I'm determined. Yao Dao smiled and said to Shuren. The two of them just walked towards the city. Before that, Yao Dao had already listened to the invitation conditions offered to him by the other 5 major guilds. Among them, the Iron and Steel Alliance promised him a vice president position. But the Iron and Steel Alliance had 5 vice presidents, and he went to the Iron and Steel Alliance to serve as the 6th vice president. Moreover, the player group he leads will not be very elite. Contract restrictions are also relatively large. Of course, for Demon Dao, contracts and other matters don't matter. Even if there are more restrictions, it will be of no use. Anyway, after the advent of the Great Age, these so-called contracts will be nothing more than a piece of waste paper. In several other major guilds, the positions are not as high as the vice president. Among them, the one whom Stormwing opened to him was the leader of an elite 2nd regiment, under the jurisdiction of the first 3 vice presidents. In addition, the night banquet that Mr. Su asked him to pay special attention to did not seem to be very interested in him, and he was only offered the position of vice president of the 3rd regiment. It can be said that among the 5 major guilds, the treatment is the lowest. Even Mr. Su found this condition strange after hearing it, because of the combat power displayed by Demon Dao now and the artifact he holds. The future is limitless. What's even more precious is that Yao Dao's identity is innocent, and there are no records of other guilds at all. Although there are contractual restrictions, major guilds still feel that the talents they have trained have a greater sense of belonging to the guild. This is commendable. But even though it was so precious, the Night Banquet Guild only made a formal offer, which seemed a bit strange. Now the Dragon Court Guild has not yet made an offer for him. For some reason, the Launting Guild seemed to have deliberately chosen a time for the final quotation to let him see the quotations from other guilds first. There are 2 possibilities for this approach. One is that, like the Night Banquet Guild, they don't pay much attention to him at all. They are just going through the motions anyway. Another kind is extreme self-confidence. You have clearly read the quotations from other guilds, and then you make an offer at the bottom of the box that you cannot refuse. Or it is a threat. After all, before this, the information about the real world of Demon Dao was actually deduced. He and Mr. Su also drew up a false identity and address. And in order to make this identity real, Lin Lin also made an identity for him. During this period, he was not in the Su group, but was living at a fake address. The first 5 guilds are all normal, so the only one left is the Dragon Court Guild. The demon sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what the Dragon Court Guild wanted to do. Mr. Daoyuan, you seem to be absent-minded. At this time Shuren said to Yao Dao with a smile. It's nothing. I was a bit shocked when I first came to Gorkhand. Yao Dao made a random statement. But Gorkhand is indeed a majestic city. Even within the city, with towering spears, huge statues, and wide squares. The style of these buildings is very grand. This is also a way for the Dragon Court Guild to show its financial resources. The drawings of these buildings are not cheap. Buildings are also divided into levels. For low-level buildings, the blueprints and materials are very cheap, but the appearance of the building looks very ordinary, and it has no special attributes. For rare and high-level buildings, the blueprints are very expensive, and the required materials are also very rare. Sometimes you may not be able to buy them even if you have money, and you have to look for them everywhere. But once these rare and high-level buildings are built, they will not only have a majestic appearance, but also have certain attribute bonuses for the entire city's residents. This is why many people would rather join a big guild to be a soldier than a small guild to be a cadre. Mr. Daoyuan joined the Dragon Court Guild, and Gorkhand was naturally his home. Shuren said to Yao Dao with a professional smile. The two of them continued walking. During the route, they happened to pass by the martial arts arena of the Dragon Court Guild. Mr. Daoyuan, would you like to visit our martial arts arena? Xian continued to ask with a professional smile. The Demon Dao naturally knew that this was deliberately arranged by the other party to show their strength. That's trouble. Do a complete show. And the demon is willing to cooperate. In the martial arts arena, guild members, dressed in various colored armors and riding majestic war horses, lined up neatly on the martial arts field. At this time, the martial arts arena was divided into 2 different teams. PK here is just like the Peak Arena. There is no penalty for failure. Following the leader's order, the guild members waved their weapons and launched a fierce attack. The swords in their hands collided, making a crisp metallic collision sound and sparks flying everywhere. The entire martial arts arena was filled with excitement. What they showed was not only their strength, but also their guild atmosphere. When the two came to watch, it happened to be the most exciting part, and the time wasted for less than 2 minutes. The atmosphere in your guild is really nice. Yao Dao complimented casually. Mr. Duan may also become a member in the future. Xian smiled at Yao Dao. Soon, the two of them walked towards a restaurant. Gorkand is a city that prefers Western-style medieval times. But in this city, there is an ancient Chinese-style restaurant. Obviously, this restaurant was not built with the system's own drawings, but was designed and built by the players themselves. Tall wooden pillars support the roof with cornices and angled corners. The roof is covered with blue tiles, which makes it look simple and elegant. The doors and windows of the restaurant are all carved with exquisite patterns. There are 3 big characters written on the door sign. Clouds go upstairs. The fonts are like dragons and phoenixes, which shows how popular the inscription is. The demon path followed Shuren and walked into the Yunshan upstairs. Soft lighting shines in every corner, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Go up slowly along the wooden stairs. Finally arrived at the reserved box. Shuren pushed the door open slightly from the front. Mr. Daoyuan, please come in. Shuren made a gesture of invitation. After the demon Dao entered, Shuren did not follow him in, but closed the door outside. The interior of the private room was more exquisitely decorated, with a mahogany round table in the center and comfortable armchairs surrounding it. An elegant picture of plum blossoms hangs on the wall, with several plum blossoms blooming proudly in the snow. Several exquisite side dishes and a pot of steaming tea have been placed on the table. Mr. Daoyuan, please sit down. Gue Swan greeted him with a smile. He has been waiting here for a long time. Gue Swan's appearance is still quite dignified. He is dressed in a dark blue robe with a jade belt tied around his waist. He has the feeling of a humble gentleman, as gentle as jade, solemn and graceful. At the beginning, he relied on this kind of temperament to scare Fu Hailong into a daze, and directly asked him to be his military advisor. If Yao Dao hadn't known that this guy was secretly plotting against him, he might have been deceived by his appearance. Just call me Daoyuan. Yao Dao smiled, nodded, and said with a smile, then I will take the liberty to call you Brother Daoyuan. Gue Swan said in an elegant and easygoing tone, just call me Tianqi. The Sky Ruler is the name of the game of ghost calculation. At the same time, he used skilled techniques to make tea for the demon himself. The fragrance of tea lingers in the private room. The atmosphere is very relaxed and has a cozy feeling. Neither of them was in a hurry to get to the point, but chatted word by word, looking like they were talking like gentlemen. In fact, these two people have the same name as them. One is a demon, and the other is a ghost. Neither is a good thing. But at this moment, they all pretended to be as serious as humans and dogs. Brother Daoyuan must have listened to the offers from the 5 major guilds at this time. If I guessed correctly, one of the guilds should have invited Brother Daoyuan to be the vice president. Guishu took a sip of tea and said casually, pretending not to care. Telling this news to Yao Dao naturally wanted to show that his intelligence was strong. In the arrangements along the way, Gue Swan was using various methods and hints to show his strength to the demon. At this time, Yao Dao pretended to be shocked. Oh, Brother Daoyuan, don't think too much. I'll just make random nonsense. Seeing that the evil spirit was shocked by him, the evil spirit finally succeeded. At this time, he deliberately pretended to be casually guessing. Brother Tianqi is really good at everything, but I just don't know what kind of conditions Longting Guild has prepared for me. After Yao Dao pretended to be stunned for a moment, he came back to his senses and spoke slowly. Ha ha ha. Gue Swan suddenly laughed. I made myself another cup of tea. Yao Dao was not in a hurry, just watching the other party's performance. If Brother Daoyuan wants a vice president at the end, I can naturally help you get it. But I have to say that there is a bigger plot. I wonder, is Brother Daoyuan interested? Gue Swan put down his teacup, stared at Yao Dao and said, what does this mean? Sorry, I don't understand. Yao Dao frowned, looking like he didn't understand. Fu Hailong is a headstrong person with no great achievements. It would be a waste for the Longting Guild to get him. Brother Daoyuan, why don't you work with me to get rid of Fu Hailong? This Longting Guild is in the palm of your hand, Gue Swan said calmly. After hearing Gue Gu's words, Yao Dao was completely shocked. Half of it is pretend, but half of it is real. What he originally thought was that the other party probably wanted to use this condition to force him to join the guild. But now I heard something even more exciting. Chapter 441. The Evil Way will take advantage of the enemy. It turns out that this Tianji is a rebel. His plan is to plot against the entire Longting Guild. And he also wants to get himself together. Do you know what you are talking about? It's simply inexplicable that you want to betray the president of your family and let me join you. I will pretend that I have never heard of what happened today and take my leave. After listening to Gui Xuan's words, Yao Dao stood up directly and prepared to leave. Although a trap has been laid for him, this is a step that must be done. Even if he didn't get up at this time, he was still very calm. Mr. Zhao, your seclusion is a good place. I originally wanted to discuss feng shui with you. Gui Xuan gently moved the tea leaves with the lid of the teacup, then took a sip and said slowly, "Finally here." At this time, Yao Dao seemed to have been cast a restraining spell, and the hand that stretched out the door stopped in midair. Yao Dao looked at Gui Xuan with an unbelievable expression, and there was a feeling of panic in his eyes. This reaction made Gui Xuan very satisfied. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Of course, Qixin's reaction also made Yao Dao very satisfied. The other party's reaction is within their respective plans. Brother Daoyun, let's sit down and continue chatting. Gui Xuan smiled and continued, "It's not very peaceful outside now." Obviously, there is something in the ghost's words. In fact, he had already laid an ambush at the place where Demon Dao lived. It's not very peaceful outside, which naturally hints to Daoyun that if he doesn't cooperate now, he will be liquidated directly in reality. "You? What do you mean?" Yao Dao said with some fear. The character of the evil spirit is a Taoist priest who has come down from the mountain in the temple. But he is not a pure Taoist priest but a lay disciple, walking in the world of cultivation. He is called Taoist Zhao to the outside world. He has a certain level of cultivation, but it's not enough. This is a ghost calculation in reality, and can be manipulated at will. Brother Daoyun, with your cultivation level, it is not easy to reach this step in the game. I appreciate it very much. Gui Xuan chatted and said. Of course, he also vaguely told Yao Dao that he had found out what level he was in reality. What on earth do you want? At this time, Yao Dao acted in a more impatient manner. Brother Daoyun, you are a bit impetuous. Please sit down first, and let us talk slowly. Gui Xuan still had an unhurried tone. Under the pressure, Yao Dao could only suppress his emotions, sit face to face with Gui Xuan and continue talking. It's just that the atmosphere of the conversation now is different from before. Now that the real identity of the demon has been exposed, it feels like he is controlled by others. By this time, Gui Shu had already completely mastered the demon path. Gui Xuan slowly revealed his purpose. Basically, the demon is treated as a chess piece, waiting for the ghost to give orders, whether in reality or in the game. This demon attire has to show dissatisfaction. It seems that Brother Daoyun still doesn't understand the situation. That's all. Brother Daoyun, why don't you go offline and take a look? Gui Xuan saw that the evil spirit was unwilling to be controlled by others, so he was not in a hurry. He even took the initiative to take Yao Dao offline. At this time, Yao Dao naturally went offline. As soon as he got off the line, he felt that two people had broken into his residence. Let this weakling come. Yao Dao was speechless. However, on the surface, he had to pretend that he couldn't sense the cultivation level of the two people, and at the same time, he also suppressed his strength to the level in his message. After the two men in black came in, they attacked directly towards the demon path. Yao Dao hurriedly dealt with it, and was no match for the two of them. These two people are the secret guards of the Soul Sect, accepting the orders of ghost calculations. Even though he is just a secret guard on the ground list, anyone can easily suppress the demonic path on the surface. After all, the strength displayed on the Demon Dao stage is not even a grade of cultivation. The two of them took care of the demon easily. But this man was still useful in the mission, and they only subdued him without hurting him. Yao Dao pretended to be subdued by them. Go to the game. One of the men in black said to him calmly. At this time, the demon is controlled by others, and can only do whatever the other person says. The demon path came online again. Still in that private room, the ghost opposite was still drinking tea calmly. I said, Brother Yun, why are you doing this? Gui Xuan looked at Yao Dao with great interest and said, Will you let me go after I help you? There was a bit of fear in Yao Dao's eyes as he looked at the ghost. Of course you can. In fact, if you are willing to submit to my organization, you will have better development. Gui Xuan laughed and said, Organize? What organization? Yao Dao asked in surprise. It doesn't hurt to tell you. You are also a practitioner, and maybe you have heard of it. That is, when Gui Shu said this, he deliberately paused before saying, Soul Sect. Soul Sect. After hearing these two words, Yao Dao was immediately shocked. It turns out that Sir is actually from the Soul Sect. The demons also have more respect for ghost calculations. Seeing Yao Dao's reaction, Gui Xuan was a little shocked. Why? Brother Dalian has a yearning for the Soul Sect? Gui Swan asked doubtfully after hearing this. The Soul Sect had a bad reputation. And even as a member of the Soul Sect, he knew this very well. Nowadays, the world is not peaceful. So there is no shame in joining a powerful organization like Soul Sect, Yao Dao said deliberately. Regarding the identity of Demon Dao, it is not surprising that he wants to join the Soul Sect. Speaking of which, there are several such demons in the Soul Sect. Of course, even ghosts don't fully believe in the demon's words. Maybe this is the rhetoric the other party chose to protect themselves after being coerced. Since Brother Dalian has a yearning for the Soul Sect, it's just right. So come over. Those two will bring you here. Brother Dalian must cooperate with their work well, Gui Swan said with a slight smile. Regardless of whether the other person is genuine or fake, bringing this person over first is also convenient and easy to control. You can't just let the two secret guards on the ground guard him there. Regardless of what the demon said, the demon must be captured first before talking about it. Okay, I understand. Yao Dao also seems to be very knowledgeable. Brother Dalian, let's join the Longting Guild first, which can be regarded as an explanation to Fu Hailong. I have already decided on the contract, and you can sign it when you come over. You will suffer some losses, but the position of power will be given to you. After I defeat Fu Hailong, this contract will be invalid, Guishan continued. The contract he prepared for Yao Dao was an extremely demanding contract, in which not only the portion of Yao Dao's group turned over, but also a certain percentage of Yao Dao's personal income had to be turned over to the guild. It would be an understatement to call it a domineering contract. This is a contract that Guishan wants to give Fu Hailong to demonstrate his abilities. After all, Fu Hailong is already a little disappointed with him now, and he needs this achievement to stabilize his position. In terms of profits, Demon Dao has given way to others, but its status has not dropped sharply. On the contrary, it has opened higher than other guilds. He has been given the level of vice president at the core level of the Dragon Court Guild. The reason why Yao Dao was asked to sign a contract with unequal benefits was to highlight his achievements. The purpose of signing a contract with the core level vice president status for Yao Dao was to facilitate Yao Dao to work for him and become his important thug in the Longting Guild. The ghost's calculations were very subtle. Although there is no actual contract, there are still photos, and Gui Swan also showed the contract to Yao Dao. After Yao Dao saw it, he first pretended to be unable to accept it, and then fell into a struggle. Then he remembered his situation and finally reluctantly agreed. This part of the demonic passage soared with acting skills, leaving no one in doubt. Don't worry. Although I'm treating you badly now, you will be rewarded when the big plan is completed. Guishu smiled softly, as if coaxing a child, because he knew that the truth or falsehood of what he said was not important at all. The other party has been controlled, and it is not up to him whether to agree or not. Thank you very much, Yao Dao said weakly. It created the appearance of being betrayed by a ghost and helping the ghost count the money. You should join the guild first. Once you come and sign the contract, your position will be confirmed, Guishuan said, and sent an invitation to Yao Dao. Player Tianqi invites you to join the Dragon Court Guild. Do you agree? As Demon Dao agreed, he officially joined the Dragon Court Guild. When a player joins a guild, there will be a message prompt in his or her guild channel. Player Dalian has joined the Dragon Court Guild. Originally, this kind of news was relatively common, but the name Dalian is unusual. Look quickly. Dalian has joined our guild. Is it the Dalian who single-handedly destroyed the Guild of Guild a while ago? Hold the grass. Our guild is very powerful. I heard that the 6 top guilds have invited Dalian. I originally thought that Dalian would join other guilds, but unexpectedly he joined our guild directly. With Dalian joining, the guild's strength has been greatly improved. This is a truly ruthless person who can beat up a guild in one go. Although he is not on the same level as Luoqiu, he is already a powerful and fierce person. Chapter 442 Announcement of the Vice President of the Demonic Way. The news that Demon Dao joined the Dragon Court Guild quickly spread within the Dragon Court Guild. Some people are happy. After all, the Dragon Court Guild has become stronger and can occupy more resources. But some people are not too happy. For example, Xioxiangyu. That's right. The Xioxiangyu who accepted by Shu Yuan's commission to test Dalian was from the Longting Guild. Moreover, Fu Hailong appreciated him and asked him to lead the elite 3 groups of Longting Guild. Oh, isn't this Captain Yu? Why don't you plan to go see the new guy? A man dressed as a warrior looked at Xioxiangyu and said, he just joined the guild. And he is in Gorkon City. The soldier's name is Sweeping Tinya. And he is the leader of the 2nd Regiment. He has always been a little dissatisfied with Xiao Xiangyu's 3rd Regiment, because this position should have belonged to one of his brothers. He felt that Xiao Xiangyu could only play PK games, and his actual combat ability was average, and the two of them were a bit difficult to deal with. It's none of your business. If you want to go see it quickly. There was a bit of anger in Xiao Xiangyu's tone. Of course I want to have a look. Even the boss is planning to meet him. Moreover, the boss seems to have arranged some position for him. The boss also asked me to notify everyone who is free to meet this future colleague. Is it because you don't want to go? Sweeping Tianya chuckled, his tone a bit mean, because he got a little inside information. It is rumored that Fu Hailong seems to be planning to let the newly joined Daoyun directly take over the Elite 3 Regiment. The specific reason is not yet known. But think about the last PK between Daoyun and Xiao Xiangyu. Xiao Xiangyu still lost to Daoyun due to a calculated and unintentional sneak attack. You can tell which one is strong and which one is weak at a glance. I don't have time. I'm preparing materials for the 3 regiments to attack the enemy. And Xiaoxiangia seems to know a little bit about this related news. He didn't want to stand in front of so many people. Oh! Anyway, I informed you that you won't go by yourself. Sweeping the World smiled and stopped caring about Xiaoxiangia. After Sweeping the World had gone far away, Xiaoxiangia finally couldn't hold it any longer. He punched the practice stake. Damn it. He was just a rookie who luckily switched jobs and hid his profession. And Luo Qiu inexplicably let him go so that he could get the artifact. Otherwise, how could he compare to me? Xiaoxiangia cursed angrily. The more Xiao Xiangyu thought about it, the angrier she became. She drew out her sword and slashed at the practice stake. Bai Shuyuan. You bastard. Why don't you let me test him? Xiao Xiangyu felt that she was really deceived at the time. So for a small benefit, she agreed to Bai Shuyuan to fight Daoyun. Now his status in the guild is no longer guaranteed. Bastards. Bastards. They are all a bunch of bastards. In the practice ground, Xiao Xiangyu's angry curses could be heard. The other side, Guishu had already found Fu Hailong at this time and informed him of the news. Vice President at the core level and head of the 3rd group. Who allowed you to offer such high conditions? Fu Hailong was very dissatisfied when he saw what Guishuan gave him. President, don't worry. Please take a look at these terms of the contract. No matter what, there's no rush. He took out a copy of the contract and gave it to Fu Hailong. Fu Hailong frowned and took the contract document. The salary is only 1/10 of the vice president's, and even half of his own income from participating in the guild needs to be handed over to the guild. How did he agree to this contract? After Fu Hailong saw this contract, he felt a little dreamy. This contract simply treats Daoyun like a cow. If he doesn't pay, he has to turn it over. It's true that I pay to work. Ghost calculations still have the ability to negotiate contracts? That's why the core vice president and the 3rd group were given. He should be a person who loves power extremely and values fame over profit. Guishan came up with the words he had prepared a long time ago and told Fu Hailong. Well, yes, you have made a great contribution to this matter. Fu Hailong looked at this contract and became more and more satisfied with it. This contract is simply a bargain price to find a super thug. A thug who can fight a first-class mid to high-level guild in a one-on-one fight, and who also comes with his own artifact. He was already very dissatisfied with Gui Swan, and he even thought about removing Gui Swan from his post before this matter could be solved. But the degree of completion of this ghost calculation is simply perfect, or even exceeds the perfect score. People are still waiting outside. Why don't you go and meet them? Gui Swan smiled and said to Fu Hailong. Yes, I wanted to meet him. By the way, I informed the management in Gorkhan to come over and see him. I announced his position first. Since he has a great reputation but little profit, I will give him this name so that he can make good contributions to the guild. Fu Hailong still has the ability to control his subordinates. He likes reputation and rights, which are best controlled by him. He does not need to use the guild property, but only needs to promise some false fame. It is beneficial for such people to use it. Okay, President. I will make arrangements right away. The ghost smiled and nodded, preparing to leave. Wait, are you sure he can sign the contract? Fu Hailong frowned. It's been officially announced for a while, but the contract hasn't been signed yet. Don't worry, President. If he can't sign this contract, I will submit my resignation contract. Regarding this matter, Guess is full of confidence. After all, Yao Dao has been controlled by the secret guards in reality. He has to sign the contract or not. That's good. Fu Hailong was relieved when he saw that Guiswan had made such a promise. Soon, in Gorkin City, Fu Hailong brought several important management personnel to meet Dao Yun. The two sides naturally had a hypocritical conversation. Then Fu Hailong announced something in front of the management. That is, Dao Yun was officially appointed as the vice president of Longting Guild, and concurrently served as the leader of the third elite group. Xiao Xiangyu, the former leader of the third group, became the deputy leader to assist Dao Yun. Chapter 443 The Strange Sabbath Guild. As soon as this news came out, it immediately aroused widespread discussion. Fu Hailong naturally had no intention of hiding the news announced in front of their management, nor did he issue an order to block the news. This is obviously public information. Although the contract has not been signed yet, Fu Hailong can still be trusted because Guiswan has guaranteed his position. This news was first passed on to the Dragon Court Guild. But the Longting Guild is not monolithic, especially the people below. There are thousands of people in the entire guild. Among the thousands of people, except for the elite members who have signed contracts, the rest have not even signed contracts and are just hanging around in the guild system. This kind of news naturally leaked out quickly. Official announcement? Dao Yun has served as the vice president of Longting Guild and concurrently as the head of the third group. Longting won the battle for Dao Yun, and the Longting Guild added another strong general. The rise of Dao Yun, second place in the peak battle, single-handedly destroying the Storm Alliance, serving as the vice president of the Dragon Court. The legend continues. Several articles about Dao Yun in the forum quickly occupied a popular position. It caused extensive discussion among netizens. At first, people just thought it was an ordinary rookie rising. From rising star to king, Dao Yun's transformation has made him a top player. To be honest, Dao Yun still has to thank Luo Qiu. It wasn't Luo Qiu who let Yao Dao win the second place and get the artifact. How could Yao Dao have such high achievements? This is the charm of the new world. Becoming famous overnight is that simple. At first, I was still unconvinced when Dao Yun was defeated by him in the peak arena match. Now, he has reached a level where he can only look up and sigh. Dao Yun should obviously be grateful to Luo Qiu the most. So he should join the Dawn Guild to repay Luo Qiu. What's the point of joining the 6 top guilds for fame and fortune? Although Luo Qiu's approach in this matter is great, please don't kidnap him morally. It's his freedom to decide which guild he wants to go to. Everyone is right. But Luo Qiu should have eliminated Dao Yun in the first place, and at least let Long Mei take second place. Long Mei's magic weapon is much worse than Dao Yun's. It's hard to forgive Long Mei. In fact, the most coincidental thing is that the position occupied by Dao Yun is exactly that of his last opponent, Xiao Xiangyu. And the position of leader of the 3rd Regiment is gone. Speaking of the battle between Xiao Xiangyu and Dao Yun, the gap between the two was really huge. How did Xiao Xiangyu become the leader of the 3rd Regiment? The matter of Yao Dao becoming the vice president of Longting Guild has also aroused heated discussion. After all, the span of Demon Dao from an unknown person to the vice president of Longting is really too big. However, the path of the demon path is also difficult to copy. Let's just say that Yao Dao got second place in the peak battle. This is relatively inferior. Anyone with a discerning eye can see how big the gap is between Luo Qiu and Yao Dao. With a second place in the peak battle, the transformation was completed. At the same time, the other 5 competing guilds had mixed reactions. The most angry person was Lei Bao, the president of Storm Wings. He had provided such a generous offer. But in the end, Longting's offer was even more generous. Although they are both vice presidents, they also serve as group leaders. However, Longting gave the core vice president, while Stormwing gave the most junior vice president, and the elite group they led was even better than Longting. Lei Bao really couldn't figure out how that guy Fu Hailong could be so confident, dare to give such great power to a new member. The fact that he can give Dao Yun such conditions is because he is particularly optimistic about Dao Yun. But who would have thought that there are still masters? After other guilds heard the news, they felt a little pity. But they didn't feel that there was anything irreplaceable. Dao Yun is very strong. But what position to give him is a problem for every guild. If the position is too small, it will be unattractive to others. But if the position is too heavy, it will have an impact on the entire guild. A person who is good at fighting may not necessarily be proficient in management. Although there are fights and killings in the arena, it is not all fights and killings. Sometimes people are calculated to lose money, and they don't even know what is going on. Especially the Sabbath Guild. There was no reaction at all to this news. This is understandable. After all, among the 6 top guilds, Their quotation is obviously the least concerned. The other side. Suchin naturally knew the news all the way. The demonic way has almost zero attraction to the Sabbat. It seems that the Sabbat really has some secrets. This is what Suchin cares about. In the previous life, the Sabbat Guild had the least turmoil during the entire game. However, they didn't make any noise. Most of the time, they stayed alone. Being able to stay on your own in troubled times is also a skill. Moreover, the Sabbat Guild seemed to be in seclusion. The outside world had no information about the Sabbat Guild. He also had no idea what was happening to the Sabbat Guild. The Sabbat Guild is the smallest among the 6 top guilds, which is indeed a bit strange. Other guilds have a lot of elites and numbers. After all, in guild team battles, even miscellaneous players can play a role, and they don't need to consume many guild resources. They can attract a large number of miscellaneous players with only the guild's architectural advantages and the guild's reputation. And they are not just pure fish players. They are the elite among the fish players. Elites must be developed. But as the guild upgrades, the upper limit of the guild position will become vacant. The other 5 top guilds have all taken the approach of filling up the guild limit, leaving only a dozen or even a few empty seats in reserve. The Sabbat Guild does not accept miscellaneous players at all. It has been their core players from the beginning. In the past few days, Suchin specifically checked the guild's external income records. However, there is no record after query. This guild has never accepted players from outside. If there is one, it would be the recruitment of Dalyun this time. But considering the stingy conditions given by the Sabbat Guild, it can also be understood that there is no recruitment this time. It's just a pretense. After all, the other 5 major guilds are recruiting. It's too suspicious that the Sabbat Guild doesn't even move. It can be said that this guild does not sincerely recruit players. But there is a reason why this guild can become a top guild. This Sabbat Guild has been ignored. It seems that we need to find an opportunity to explore what secrets this guild hides. Suchin has now identified the Sabbat Guild. So there must be something wrong with it. Although in his knowledge, the Sabbat Guild had never taken action. But his level in the previous life was too low, and he could not judge whether the Sabbat Guild had secretly taken action. After all, some news, although not confidential, will only circulate within a certain circle. People who are not from that circle have no way of knowing. In addition to the Sabbat Guild, Yao Dao also said Suchin the conversation process between him and Tianji, as well as the real-life details. That was the secret guard, and he was indeed from the Soul Sect. The last time the Zhan family banned weapons, it was now called the Su family's forbidden weapons. At that time, he had also seen the Soul Sect's secret guards. The overall appearance and methods are consistent, but they are not particularly powerful secret guards. They are just ordinary ones. I don't know if Yao Dao will be sent to the Soul Sect headquarters next. If so, that would be fun. Suchin couldn't help but think that maybe this was an opportunity to take down the Soul Sect. However, the status of the ghost calculation does not seem to be very high. It is estimated that even if it is handed over to the higher-ups, it will only find a branch of the Soul Sect. Chapter 444 A Gathering of 3 from the Sunset Guild. Sunset Guild. At this time Feng Yu held a meeting. This wasn't even a meeting, but Feng Yu called Sledgehammer and Leng Hu over. Boss, why did you suddenly call me? I was about to take a few friends to play a dungeon. After Sledgehammer was called over, he said anxiously. After hearing this, Feng Yu's face fell. Stop it. Don't let me beat you. Feng Yu clenched his fists. He still knew about Sledgehammer. Ever since the last time when Sledgehammer was alone in the guild, he took the elite group to fight the mermaid dungeon and was punished by him. Sledgehammer began to hone his skills, and then found a few like-minded friends on the internet to form a mermaid self-improvement team. Although Sledgehammer did not use guild resources, he relied on his own abilities. But is it ridiculous for a guild third-in-command to indulge in mermaid copies all day long? The most important thing is that according to the information provided by Lao San, it is very important to run for the human hero. Isn't this Sledgehammer simply holding him back? Where can the third leader of the Guild of Human Heroes spend his whole day playing mermaid dungeons? Okay, boss, I'll push this off. Sledgehammer saw that Feng Yu was really angry and felt helpless. But he still chose to listen to the president. They originally made an appointment with their friend to play the mermaid dungeon later. But Sledgehammer could only apologize and say that he wouldn't go. As a result, he broke the appointment and was so angry. No, I turned it down. Sledgehammer showed Feng Yu a screenshot of his message conversation. President, what's going on? Cold Hugh spoke at this time. Generally speaking, Feng Yu usually keeps his emotions and anger intangible, and is very good at cultivating qi. But Feng Yu looks weird today. I have something to announce. But not in the game. But in reality. Feng Yu said suddenly. Hearing the word reality, Sledgehammer and Leng Hu both looked at each other and felt that it was not simple. Other guilds require you to sign a contract. But I have never asked you to do so. Because I intuitively feel that you are good. I am willing to trust you. And I do not want to pry into your real privacy. But now there is something that must be said in reality. If you believe me, come to this address to get together. Feng Yu didn't wait for the two of them to answer, and directly gave them an address. In this game, because there are many interest disputes involved, many people will pay attention to protecting their real privacy. Now Feng Yu gave them an address. Feng Yu can support such a large guild. There is not even a financial group behind the guild. It is purely Feng Yu's personal investment. It is conceivable that Feng Yu's background in reality is definitely not small. If Feng Yu had any bad intentions towards them, then this invitation would be the Hongmen banquet. Feng Yu didn't force the two of them, and just waited for their answers. If neither of them had any trust in him, then there would be no need to continue talking. No one else believes in him, and he won't trust anyone else. Chairman, how long will it take? The cold tone asked. Tomorrow. At noon. If you are too far away to catch up, I will send someone close to you to fly a plane to pick you up now. Feng Yu decided on the time and place without any discussion. And from Feng Yu's words, we can also see what kind of background Feng Yu, who is usually aloof, has. Are you so anxious? Boss? Sledgehammer scratched his head. If you have anything urgent, you can tell me. But if it's not particularly urgent, I still hope you can make the appointment at noon tomorrow. Feng Yu still expressed firmly. Seeing Feng Yu being so determined, the two knew that it was Feng Yu's decision. Okay, President. I will make the appointment at noon tomorrow. Coldtone nodded. Boss, I'm a little far away from you. I don't know if I can still buy air tickets at this point. Sledgehammer said with some embarrassment. It's okay. I'll let someone contact you soon. After you tell him, he will pick you up. Feng Yu didn't care at all about this. Guys, thank you for believing in me. Feng Yu stood up, with a smile on his face, and said to the two of them. In fact, he just deliberately showed some background and sense of oppression. He just wanted to see if the brothers he trusted also trusted him. Feng Yu was very happy when he got the result. The next day, in a quiet alley, there is a restaurant hidden inside. This restaurant doesn't even have a sign. If outsiders pass by, they will only think that this is some family's big courtyard. The appearance of the restaurant is unassuming, with the dark brown wooden door half opened, giving it a sense of mystery. The interior decoration of the restaurant is simple and elegant, with several abstract art paintings hanging on the walls, adding an artistic touch to the space. Sledgehammer and Linghua happened to meet outside, so they went in together, pushing open the door of the reserved private room. I saw a young man already sitting inside. Zhan Yu, also known as Feng Yu, looks gentle and elegant wearing a pair of metal-rimmed glasses. Sledgehammer's appearance is somewhat similar to his gaming style, with a burly figure and clear muscle lines on his arms, revealing a sense of strength. But what Feng Yu cares about is the cold-toned person. The black tights hidden under the cool-colored coat outline his thin and muscular figure. He wears a pair of translucent sunglasses on his face, thin lips and a knife-like chin. His appearance gives people a cold and dangerous feeling. Moreover, after seeing Feng Yu's image, the cold-toned person was stunned for a moment, and then felt an unnatural feeling. This is the first time the three of them have met in reality. The original Feng Yu might not have noticed this abnormality, but now that he has accepted the inheritance of the dragon, combined with Lao San's special method, he also has the power of the dragon in reality. He is much sharper now. He immediately noticed something unusual about this man. Cool colors? Feng Yu first determined whether the opponent was a sledgehammer or a cold-toned person. Although the appearance and temperament of the two people can basically correspond to their images in the game, Feng Yu still made sure. Maybe Sledgehammer is this cold man. Right. The cool-toned nod acknowledged his identity. Is this our first meeting? Have you seen me before? Feng Yu asked doubtfully. Kindness. Leng Hu didn't want to deceive Feng Yu, so he nodded and admitted. So you know my identity? Feng Yu asked again. No. The cold tone said with some embarrassment. Zhan Yu is the second son of the reclusive Zhan family. The two of them said one sentence each and were stunned by Sledgehammer. Both of them are practitioners. But Sledgehammer is a real ordinary person, and he can't understand them. What kind of reclusive exhibitionist? Lao Ling. Are you sleepy? Do you think you have seen too much in the city? Sledgehammer watched the conversation between the two and couldn't bear it anymore. The sound of the sledgehammer also attracted the attention of the two men. They glanced at Sledgehammer, who was just a regular guy. President. I'm sorry. I work for the Black Lion Mercenary Group. The last time I met you was when the Jean family banned weapons. After a while, Lung Hu confessed his identity. As he spoke, he also pulled up his arm, which had the icon of the Black Lion Mercenary Group on it. Lao Lung, you still have a tattoo, Sledgehammer said with wide eyes. It turns out to be the Black Lion Mercenary Group. No wonder you reacted just now. However, then you obviously had no intention of pursuing the matter. And just smiled. You also use money to do things. Lao Lung, don't blame yourself. I'm really ashamed. Mr. Jean. The cold-toned face looked apologetic. Okay, Mr. Jean. I am still your guild leader Feng Yu. We are all brothers who play games together. Jean Yu waved his hand and dropped the topic. Sledgehammer? At this time, Sledgehammer looked at them chatting as if he were looking at the Riddler. Can you tell me now what's going on? Sledgehammer asked again unwillingly. But at this moment, the waiter knocked on the door again and was ready to serve the food. Sledgehammer's words were ignored again. After the dishes were set and the wine was poured, Jean Yu waved his hand. No one is allowed to disturb you. You know? Jean Yu said to the waiter. Yes, master. The waiter nodded. In fact, this is a reception point for Zhangjia. And these waiters are actually employees of Zhangjia. Sledgehammer still looked confused. He knew now that the boss seemed to be a very rich second generation. As for the cool color, this guy looks cold and sounds like he is engaged in a shady profession. He is just an ordinary gamer. And the boss and second boss of the guild are all ruthless people. Cool tone. You and Sledgehammer should explain things about the spiritual world first. Feng Yu also saw Sledgehammer's confusion. He signaled to let the cool colors go and explain it to Sledgehammer first. The president is not very good. The rules of the spiritual world. Cool colors give a troubled look. Because the rules of the practice world are that ordinary people cannot know their existence. And the supervisory committee will definitely take action if they find out. From now on, there will no longer be any distinction between practitioners and ordinary people. Everyone is a practitioner. Or everyone is an ordinary person. Feng Yu shook his head slightly and said, Ah? Cold Color is an ordinary mercenary in the Black Lion Mercenary Group. He has no information channels. Don't ask yet. Just give Sledgehammer some knowledge. And then I'll tell you the news. Feng Yu smiled and ate his food. As the Zhan family is a reclusive family, and Zhan Yu is the second young master of the Zhan family, it is normal for him to have some news. The cold tone didn't doubt that there was something else. And no matter what the rules were, he told Sledgehammer about the matters in the cultivation world. Sledgehammer didn't believe it at first. Later, after Lang Hu demonstrated the cultivator's methods in person, he was dumbfounded by the sledgehammer. Hold the grass. Hold the grass. Hold the grass. Sledgehammer was stunned after seeing the cold tone display. Is there such an operation? Brother Ling, I want to learn. After Sledgehammer was shocked, he immediately changed his face. A strong man actually made a sweet voice. This made both Feng Yu and Lang Hu feel sick. Although Sledgehammer has this kind of character, they have all seen it too much. But it's one thing in the game, and it's another thing in reality. Sledgehammer. Be normal. Feng Yu touched his forehead and sighed. Ah. It's not fair. You all have superpowers, and I want them too. Sledgehammer drooled with envy, and went to pester Feng Yu again. Sledgehammer. What are you dreaming about? This thing is either born or acquired. And even ordinary people's cultivation sects will not accept it. The cold tone was merciless, and struck with the sledgehammer. After hearing this, Sledgehammer also drooped. He usually also watches some cultivating immortals. Ordinary people cannot cultivate immortals at all. They need spiritual roots. The statement of cool colors is consistent with the statement in cultivating immortality. That's right. Geniuses with true spiritual roots are those who take the initiative to recruit disciples. Actually, it's not impossible. At this time, Feng Yu said suddenly. This time, Sledgehammer immediately became energetic. This also makes the cool colors somewhat concerning. By the way, President, what you just said. From now on, there will be no distinction between practitioners and ordinary people. What do you mean? Lang Hu suddenly remembered what Lang Hu said just now. This is what I have invited you to tell you. The game world we live in is a real world. And soon the two worlds will merge. Feng Yu said calmly. It's an understatement to describe this big news. This news not only shocked Sledgehammer, an ordinary person, but also shocked Linghua, a practitioner. Cool Hugh is actually a low-level cultivator in essence. What he knows more than Sledgehammer is just some basic common sense in the cultivating world. If Feng Yu's identity wasn't important enough, if someone else said this to them, they would definitely scold each other. Feng Yu didn't say much, gave them enough buffer time, and started eating by himself. After a while. But what does this have to do with practitioners and ordinary people? Sledgehammer said with some confusion. Obviously Sledgehammer still cares about whether he can practice cultivation. After the two worlds of games and reality merge, ordinary people will inherit the abilities of their own game characters. You should know for yourself what the strength of your current game characters is. Feng Yu said that he felt that Sledgehammer, who was not a practitioner, was not specific enough. So he added, take your current game character with Sledgehammer. In fact, most practitioners in reality cannot beat your game character. With this explanation, Sledgehammer finally understood. Didn't that take off? Sledgehammer said in surprise. He just needs to wait for the game to merge. And he can even overtake many practitioners in corners. Why take off? Most of the practitioners I know are stronger than ordinary players in the game. Many famous high-level players are actually practitioners in reality. Because when the game begins with job transfers and inheritances, practitioners and ordinary people will be distinguished based on real power. It's not easy for an ordinary player like you, Sledgehammer, to play at your level. Then you continue to explain to Sledgehammer. That's nice too. I can practice cultivation too. Sledgehammer was as happy as a child. Compared with the simple-minded Sledgehammer, the cool colors are still thinking. Wouldn't it mean that such terrifying monsters in the game will also come? After thinking about it for a while, Lung Hu was suddenly shocked when he thought of this question. Now they are not afraid of those monsters because they are players. For players, if they cannot defeat them, they will lose experience. But after the two worlds merged, their identity as players was probably gone. In that case, wouldn't humanity be facing a major crisis? Right. Feng Yu nodded and answered the cold-tone question. This made Sledgehammer, who was still happy to be able to practice, even happier again. Wouldn't it mean that mermaids will also come to reality? Hey hey. Hey hey. Hey hey hey. Sledgehammer wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and fell into fantasy. Snapped. Mermaid! Snapped. Mermaid! Snapped. Mermaid! Feng Yu couldn't bear it anymore. Stood up and raised his hand to hit Sledgehammer on the head, beating and scolding at the same time. The cold-toned man also looked at the Sledgehammer in disbelief. Sledgehammer's brain circuit gave them a huge shock. Mermaid, mermaid. Do you know that after those monsters merge into the world, how many people will be displaced? And the entire human race will fall into a struggle with the monsters. You don't know anything. So you just leave the mermaid everywhere day by day. Has the mermaid charmed you? Feng Yu cursed angrily. I don't know why. But he is usually a very elegant and easygoing person. But the Sledgehammer always makes him inexplicably irritable. I know. I know. Boss, please be gentler. Sledgehammer touched his head and said aggrievedly. What did I just say? Being annoyed by Sledgehammer, Feng Yu even forgot what he was going to say. President, do you want to tell us what your plan is after announcing this? He actually forgot about the cold tone. But he still helped Feng Yu sort out his thoughts. Well, before the mermaid comes, before the monster comes, we need to quickly develop the guild's reputation. Feng Yu was so angry with Sledgehammer that he said the wrong thing every time he opened his mouth. Feng Yu glared at Dazue, who shrank back, still with an aggrieved expression on his face. President, calm down and get down to business. Cool Hugh was at the side, persuading. What do you think is the fastest way to quickly develop a guild's reputation? Feng Yu suppressed his anger and said to the two of them, let's refresh the dungeon records. But these records have been dusty for too long. So it's not that fast to refresh the dungeon records. There is also the matter of upgrading the guild station. But when our station is stuck in a big city, it not only requires rare materials, but also has to go through the test of a violent monster siege. These are probably the ways to quickly improve your guild. But they are a bit difficult. Cool Color thought for a moment, and then replied. Feng Yu nodded, then looked at Sledgehammer. I want to see what Sledgehammer has to say. Me too. Sledgehammer agrees with the idea of Cool Colors. Chapter 445, The Rising Sunset Guild. The Closed Sabbath Guild. Yai Fengchen has not yet corrected. Chapter 445. Sledgehammer's answer made Feng Yu's suppressed anger rise again. Besides being a mermaid, what else do you know? Feng Yu raised his hand and made a gesture of hitting a sledgehammer. Sledgehammer was so frightened that he quickly covered his head. But Feng Yu didn't take the picture, and just cursed a few words. President, why do you want to suddenly enhance the reputation of the guild? Cool Colors don't understand this. The benefit of improving the guild's reputation is that it helps recruit people. But now the Sunset Guild is basically at full capacity. Considering the size of the Sunset Guild, the current membership size is actually enough. If we don't recruit people, the two worlds will soon merge. And there seems to be no benefit in improving the guild's reputation. I won't hide it from you. But I plan to run for the title of Hero of Humanity. After the election of human heroes, the two worlds were basically integrated. Feng Yu asked them to come because he originally planned to let them do things for him. So he told them these things directly. Afterwards, Feng Yu gave them a rough overview of the title of human hero. This does sound important. But the cold tone did not continue. But the meaning was already obvious. Mainly because he was afraid of hurting Feng Yu's face. Although Feng Yu comes from a hidden family, the Feng Yu in the game is still far from the real popular candidates. And considering that the news of the game's arrival will be announced during the Human Hero campaign, then when players vote, they will consider choosing a real human hero instead of the game's mentality. If you want to choose someone with team skills, then the presidents of the 6 top guilds can attract the votes of this type of people, based on comprehensive considerations such as personal prestige, reputation, and strength. Luo Qiu and Yai Fengxian will attract votes from this group of people. Their votes will be 2 or 3 levels ahead of others. Although there are still 2 candidates in terms of strength, Anhen and Ergu. But for human heroes, everyone will take their character into consideration. After all, who wants the person who will lead mankind in the future to be a person with evil intentions? Dark Mark's origins are unknown, and his skills tend to be dark. Who knows if he is an undercover agent? The information currently disclosed by Ergu seems to come from the Holy See, and his background is relatively positive. However, Ergu's betrayal of Luo Qiu was basically confirmed, and Ergu never came out to defend himself. This stain made Ergu unable to participate in the election of human heroes at all. So now personally, Luo Qiu and Yai Fengxian can convince everyone both in terms of strength and character. Apart from these 2 major groups of people, the others are all relatively unsettled individual votes. Now Feng Yu cannot compete with the 6 top guilds as a team, and individually cannot compete with Luo Qiu and Yai Fengxian. Don't worry about strength. There is a mysterious force, and you both share it. Feng Yu smiled, and then showed off his internal power fluctuations. For Sledgehammer, this was a sign of confusion. He didn't even know what was happening. What a surging inner energy! If you are an expert in cool colors, you will know it at a glance. This feeling reminded him of the 2 powerful guys behind when the Zhangjia forbidden weapon was born. The auras of the 2 were so powerful that even the aftermath of the battle was not something he could bear. He couldn't tell who was stronger between Ling Hu and the 2 people that night. But he only knew one thing. They were both capable of defeating him. Wait, President. Are you saying that we also have a share? Ling Hu suddenly noticed the key point in Feng Yu's words just now. That they were also involved. Such a powerful force? Improving the guild's reputation is not enough for me alone. I need your help, Feng Yu said to the 2 of them. This was the resource given to him by Luo Jin, the 3rd child. Although it was not as good as his dragon inheritance, it was still very powerful. His dragon inheritance can grow to the divine level. And the divine level is not a big deal. The inheritance given to cold colors and sledgehammers is considered to be below the god level and relatively strong. If this is the case, then what I said before seems to be indeed achievable. Cold Color said after coming back to his senses. The method he just mentioned to quickly increase the reputation of a guild. Whether it is refreshing the record of the mythical dungeon or improving the level of the guild resident. After the strength increases, it is indeed possible to do it. However, it seems that it is still close to competing for human heroes. Cold Tone frowned. After all, the arrival of the game and the election of human heroes are very fast. And this time is simply not enough time for them to develop and impact the 6 top guilds. At the same time, it has not been verified whether Feng Yu is stronger than Luo Qiu and Yai Fengxian. The key is that there is no good opportunity to verify it yet. Luo Qiucai had just won the 1st place in the peak battle. And he also mastered a mysterious artifact. It could be said that he was at the peak of his power. Yai Fengxian, on the other hand, has maintained his role as the leader of the peak arena for more than a year. And at the same time, his reputation has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If Feng Yu directly confronts these 2 people, he will inevitably be criticized. Will a human hero vote for a fighting maniac? even with a sudden increase in strength. It is difficult to gain a very high reputation in a short period of time. There is a way, Feng Yu said at this time. This shocked Ling Hu, while Sledgehammer still looked confused. The most powerful person in the game right now, and one who is also antagonistic to humans, is the god of the undead. The Shura realm is still in the hands of the army of the undead god. We have to use conventional methods, but our most important thing is to counterattack the Shura realm. Feng Yu told Luo Jin's plan. This shocked both Feng Yu and Sledgehammer. And even Sledgehammer understood it now. Boss, didn't you say that game monsters would come to reality? What if you go to provoke the god of the dead and are immediately targeted? Sledgehammer was shocked. This choice was too risky. Yes, we are now the vanguard army. The same can be said for Cool Colors. Otherwise, where do you think this power comes from? This power is the power to save the world. If you take this power, you must bear this responsibility. If you don't dare, you can reject this power now and find someone else. But if you accept this power, you have to bear this responsibility. Accept it or not. Think about it. Feng Yu gave this multiple choice question to the two of them. By the way, you must not misunderstand this power. This power is not mine. If you accept the power and evade responsibility, the person who gave you the power will punish you. You are all my brothers, and I don't want to see you make decisions that you regret. Feng Yu thought for a moment and reminded him of this. Although he trusted these two people, the original owner of these resources was not his, but the third child Luo Jin's. Out of a responsible attitude toward Luo Jin, Feng Yu had to say ugly things first. This multiple choice question is very simple. If you accept this power, which is second only to the gods, you will become the vanguard of human salvation. If you don't accept it, you will follow the path of ordinary people. This is a fair choice. When I was a child, I quite liked watching martial arts. But when I grew up, I never had the opportunity to do justice. Now that I have this opportunity, I certainly won't let it go. At this time, Sledgehammer said directly without much thought. For Sledgehammer, a simple-minded guy, what happened today made him feel like the protagonist in the movie. An ordinary person suddenly learns about the existence of the spiritual world one day. Then, he is given a chance to become a top master. According to the plot of the protagonist, this is how he will embark on the path of saving the world. It's such an ordinary happiness. But the Cool Color hesitated. Ignorant people are fearless. But Cool Colors are not ignorant. The revenge of the undead god is really no joke. But, looking at the opportunity to become a top player, Leng Huan didn't want to give up. When he first entered the spiritual world, he had many ambitions like Sledgehammer. However, the cruelty of the spiritual world slowly blunted his ambitions. Gradually, he became a mercenary who only worked for cultivation resources. President, let's do this with you. Cool Hugh still made his choice, and then said with a relaxed smile, even people like Sledgehammer dare to do it. If there is anything I don't dare to do, I will do it. As expected of Lao Lung. Well done. Sledgehammer laughed loudly. But while smiling, Sledgehammer felt something was wrong. Wait, Lao Lung, what do you mean by people like Lien Sledgehammer? After Sledgehammer came to his senses, he said angrily. Literal meaning. He said coldly. I'll fight you. The Sledgehammer bared his teeth and claws and headed towards the Cold Colors. You can't beat me. If you reach out casually with Cold Colors, the Sledgehammer will not be able to get close to the Cold Colors. Watching the two of them fighting, Feng Yu was speechless. These two people are often like this in the game. And in reality, they are still like this. This person is still cool-toned and cultivated. But Sledgehammer is really simple-minded. But this is pretty good. Okay. Stop making trouble and get down to business. Feng Yu frowned deliberately to stop the two from fighting. Isn't there anything more important that I have already said? Sledgehammer also stopped what he was doing at this time, looked at Feng Yu, and asked doubtfully, Oh, it seems that you don't need to bring your family over, so you can go back later. Feng Yu looked at the Sledgehammer like an idiot and said calmly. Only then did Sledgehammer react. Yes. The two worlds merge and monsters come. And the place where they live must be very dangerous. Hey, boss, you're the best. I'll have them over in a minute. Sledgehammer touched his head and smiled. Looking at the Sledgehammer, Feng Yu sighed lightly. If you just ask them to come over, they will come over. You can't tell your family the truth about this, Feng Yu said helplessly. Ah? If they don't listen to me, they will definitely not come. Sledgehammer was in trouble when Feng Yu said he couldn't reveal the information. I will give you a high-paying part-time job in my Jean family's company. And I said that if you have family here, the company can also give you a house. Then you continued helplessly. I have to say that Sledgehammer is really single-threaded. So that's it. When they heard that there was a room available for them, they would definitely come over without stopping. After hearing Feng Yu's arrangements for him, Sledgehammer suddenly became enlightened. It looks like things can be like this. With cool colors, you can just take a guest seat at John's house. The Black Lion mercenary group doesn't dare to embarrass you. Ignoring Feng Yu also made arrangements for the cold colors. The president is interested, the cold tone said gratefully. With the identity of John Jiaoqing, he can break away from the Black Lion mercenary group. Okay. It's the first time I've been playing the game for so long. Let's have a drink. Feng Yu didn't talk about anything else at this time and raised his wine glass. The three of them also started drinking. Time passed like this. A lot of things happened during this time. After Dalian entered the Longting Guild, he led the third elite group and won a group record. This made Fu Hailong trust Dalian even more and directly promoted Dalian to the person in charge of the second group. Of course, Dalian's ability to set a record was naturally due to the strategy provided by Su Chen. Now for the Dawn Guild. They already have most of the dungeon records in hand, and there is no need to occupy every dungeon. Another thing that is unexpected is that the Sunset Guild has suddenly emerged, and they are much more powerful than Dalian leading the team alone. The Sunset Guild has won a record of 6 mythical dungeons in just 1 week. Almost one in a day. In the remaining day, Sunset Guild also launched a monster siege to upgrade the guild, which was easily suppressed by Feng Yu's team. Today's Sunset Guild has suddenly leapt from an ordinary first-tier mid to lower-tier guild to the level of a first-tier top guild. It is only 1 step away from the 6 top guilds. Real world. Su Group Base. The appearance of the Dark Horse Sunset Guild made Su Chen wary, because according to the original timeline, the Sunset Guild has always been in that position, and nothing has changed. Wherever the Sunset Guild has reached the top level, even when it is in the middle of the first tier, it is considered the pinnacle of the Sunset Guild. What happened in the middle? Su Chen was really confused. The current timeline has deviated too much from the original, and Su Chen has a feeling that his past life memory is unreliable. Many things have changed. Is the butterfly effect that big? It was really hard for Su Chen to understand. There was no movement on Yai Fengchen's side. During this period, I mainly paid attention to Yai Fengchen. After all, the election of human heroes is coming soon. And at the same time, news about the integration of the game with reality will also be announced. As Yai Fengchen, the original human hero, Su Chen mainly grabbed the title of human hero from him. Yai Fengchen has now deviated from the original timeline, because not only did Yai Fengchen not get the first place in the peak battle, but because of the Thug Enhin, Yai Fengchen also had a point where he could attack. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a gentle knock at the door. Come in. Su Chen sat on the swivel chair and adjusted it to the direction he was facing. Bing Feng walked in at this time, holding a stack of information in his hand. Mr. Su, all the information on attacking Yai Fengchen's stain is ready. At the same time, some introductory article materials are also prepared. The election of human heroes is about to take place, and the entire Su group has entered a full operation mode. Are the methods clean enough? Su Chen said calmly. When I went to distant cities for development, there were a few people who were disseminators, but they were not recruited into the Su group. When the time comes, let them spend money to bribe the media and attack Yai Fengchen. Bing Feng chuckled and reported to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, feeling that this method was quite acceptable. Although if you think about it slowly afterwards, you may still have doubts about him. After all, he is the direct beneficiary. But after winning the title of human hero, Su Chen no longer planned to continue playing house with them. How they suspected it was none of their business. But Su Chen still felt that something was wrong. When Yai Fengchen was in the peak battle, as his opponent became stronger, the world line was directly corrected to make him stronger. The current Yai Fengchen is obviously weaker than the original timeline. Not only did he not get the original first place, but he also had the stain of hiring a thug who used dark skills. According to the last world line correction, Na Yai Fengchen should be strengthened even more. However, after monitoring Yai Fengchen for about a week, I found that Yai Fengchen had not changed at all. The general election is about to come. Why hasn't Yai Fengchen's correction been launched yet? This made Su Chen feel strange. Could it be said that before the general election, Yai Fengchen has a super big booster buzzer online? What about the 6 top guilds? Are there any special circumstances? Su Chen glanced at Bing Feng and asked. Mr. Su really does. And I am planning to continue reporting. Bing Feng replied. All other guilds are normal, including the Dragon Court where Vice President Demon is located, which was only created by Vice President Demon. The Sabbath Guild suddenly recalled all its members recently, and their guild has entered a closed state. It is almost impossible to see their guild members walking outside. Bing Feng continued. Sabbath. It's this weird guild again. Originally, Su Chen thought that this guild didn't have much worth paying attention to. But since the last perfunctory offer of Demonic Way, Su Chen had been eyeing this guild. With the election of human heroes coming soon, the Sabbath Guild suddenly came to recall the guild members. What does this mean? In my memory, except for the president of the Sabbath Guild, Huanin, no one else even made it into the top 100 in the voting. Even Huanin didn't go out of her way to canvass votes for herself. The sudden rise of the Sunset Guild, the Sabbath Guild that was closed before the election, and the world line has not yet begun to be corrected for Yifengchen. These things all feel weird. Are these things a chain reaction? Su Chen rubbed his temples. Originally, he thought that his opponent in the human hero election was only Yifengchen from beginning to end. But the clear situation has become a bit confusing. Tuck tuck tuck. At this moment, there was a knock on the door again, compared with Bing Feng's gentle knock on the door. This time's knock was obviously a bit urgent. Enter! Su Chen frowned. The one who came in was the Dragon Lich. Mr. Su. There is a strong team of players gathering at the edge of the Shura realm. When Draculic saw Su Chen, he quickly spoke out. Chapter 446 The Truth About Sunset Guild? How is this going? Su Chen said calmly. At the same time, his eyes looked at Bing Feng aside. This? Bing Feng suddenly felt a little sweaty. Because he is busy with other things recently. He really can't pay too much attention all the time. Go quickly. I want to know the reason within 10 minutes. Su Chen didn't have the intention to pursue it, but waved his hand and said to Bing Feng. Yes, Mr. Su, Bing Feng said with relief. Then he immediately ran to do errands. What is the current situation in the Shura world? Su Chen looked at Draculic and asked. They are still gathering and are not attacking. In terms of defense, Commander Sil has already asked the fortress demons to guard it. Dragon Lich quickly reported it. Su Chen nodded to Shi Air's arrangement. The Diamond Fortress demon's strength has reached the level of a demigod, and his abilities are geared toward defense and traps. There is no problem in defense. It is correct to adopt a defensive strategy before receiving instructions from Su Chen, and before he knew the details of the other party. Su Chen didn't plan to attack the other party rashly, but wanted to take a look first before talking. Just 5 minutes later, Bing Feng had returned, faster than Su Chen requested. Mr. Su is from the Sunset Guild. Feng Yu has gathered all the main forces to counterattack the Shura world, and a live broadcast was started for everyone to watch. Bing Feng said breathlessly. It's the Sunset Guild again. Su Chen frowned and stood up. Maple Feather. Su Chen muttered the name. The Sunset Guild had always cooperated well with him, and Su Chen also knew the details of the Sunset Guild. Not to mention that Feng Yu is just the second son of the Zhan family who failed in his struggle for power. Even if he is the head of the Zhan family. So what? And it's a coincidence. The last time, the Su family's forbidden weapon was born in the Zhan family. The person who accompanied him and guided him happened to be Zhan Yu. That is, in the current game, Feng Yu is the president of the Sunset Guild. Even after the incident, Zhan Jia sent Feng Yu to the Su group's base to visit for a while. Su Chen didn't pay much attention to Zhan Yu, because this person is inconspicuous in the big world. He is better than those ordinary people wandering around. But the bright stars in the great world had nothing to do with him. Su Chen also recalled the moments when he got along with Feng Yu. This person is indeed smart among ordinary people. But intelligence is of little use. In the world, one must first have force. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and trickery are in vain. Besides, his intelligence is only that of ordinary people, far from the level of magical calculations. It can be said that this person is an ordinary person in the world. The memories of the past life and the current experience can make a conclusion about Feng Yu. But what about now? The Sunset Guild broke the record of 6 mythical dungeons within a week, and also upgraded the guild station. Mr. Su, the Sunset Guild's reputation is growing very fast now. And their counterattack on the Shura world this time has also won the attention and support of a large number of players. Bing Feng continued to report the information he had just collected to Su Chen. Reputation? Su Chen captured this keyword very keenly, and then looked at Bing Feng. Keep talking. A large number of players on the internet have been criticizing the mechanism of the undead god. Sunset Guild has gained a lot of support this time. Even those guilds that were expelled from the Shura realm before are now following the Sunset Guild and becoming staunch supporters of the Sunset Guild. Bing Feng continued. At this moment, Su Chen's mind suddenly opened up. The sudden rise of the Sunset Guild, the Sabbath Guild that was closed before the election, and the world line has not yet begun to be corrected for Yi Fengshan. Under these conditions, the Sunset Guild chose to counterattack the Shura realm, Su Chen said to himself. At the same time, he pulled out a piece of paper and tore the paper into several strips. Then, write something on each piece of paper. Then Su Chen suddenly stared at Bing Feng, which shocked Bing Feng. You, print out Yi Fengshan's action log and give it to me. Quickly, Su Chen stared at Bing Feng and spoke in a faster tone. Yes. Bing Feng didn't dare to delay, and immediately ran to do things. This information has been available before. It doesn't take much trouble to print it out, and Bing Feng will have it done soon. Su Chen spent this time monitoring Yi Fengshan's action log, carefully looking at each section. No detail was missed. In the peak battle, how much information is there about Yi Fengshan? Su Chen continued. Here. When Bing Feng just printed it, he was more cautious. Print all the previous records together. It doesn't take much time anyway. Su Chen took the information. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes clearly showed some admiration. This made Bing Feng feel a little excited. It seems that he didn't do anything unnecessary just now. But because of this move, he strengthened Mr. Su's trust in him. Yi Fengshan's previous action log was not detailed, because the order to strictly observe Yi Fengshan came after the peak battle. The surveillance of Yi Fengshan was relatively loose before. If it weren't for Yi Fengshan being the original human hero, the Su Group's intelligence system wouldn't even waste time on Yi Fengshan. But in contrast, Su Chen still found clues. Although Yi Fengshan's previous intelligence was incomplete, it was because there were not enough intelligence personnel, and sometimes he was forced to follow him. However, in the middle paragraphs, Yi Fengshan suddenly went to the wilderness, and then there was no record. But during this period of time, Yi Fengshan went to very normal places and saw no other suspicious people. Su Chen finally found something suspicious. This allowed Su Chen to speculate on a possibility. That is, there was someone behind Yi Fengshan who was helping him before, including Anhin, who was also the same person behind Yi Fengshan. He probably had no information about Yi Fengshan before when he went to meet that mysterious person. But during this period of time, the mysterious man never came to see Yi Fengshan again, according to the previous frequency. Even if the mysterious person and Yi Fengshan met quite frequently, Su Chen speculated that the two should be friends based on this meeting frequency. They are not such close friends, but they trust each other. This is a very mysterious relationship. During this period of time, the two suddenly lost contact and exceeded the normal interval between seeing each other. If people in this kind of relationship suddenly haven't seen each other for so long, it means that one of them is busy with something. Is Yi Fengshan busy? Judging from Yi Fengshan's action log during the recent period, it is obvious that Yi Fengshan is not busy, and is even very leisurely. Then the mysterious man is busy. What is that mysterious man busy with? Su Chen looked at the note on the table. Then he picked up one of them. Sunset Guild. The time when Yi Fengshan broke off contact with that mysterious man, and the time when the Sunset Guild rose up was such a coincidence. Su Chen didn't believe it was such a coincidence. And according to the intelligence, Feng Yu is not the only one whose strength has grown rapidly in the Sunset Guild. His two vice presidents, Cold Color and Sledgehammer, both made the same rapid progress. The rise of a maple feather may be some kind of super treasure. In fact, even this is relatively low, because in the previous life, Feng Yu never had such an opportunity. His butterfly effect affects this step, which is a bit ridiculous. But even this barely counts. But how to explain the Cold Colors and Sledgehammer? Su Chen didn't know what kind of treasure would be needed to allow three people to take off to such an extent at the same time. Basically no. The mysterious man behind Yi Fengshan gave up on Yi Fengshan and chose Feng Yu. Su Chen came to this conclusion after some deliberation. What a coincidence. When using this conclusion to make inferences. Except for the Sabbath Guild that was closed before the election, all other logic suddenly made sense. Moreover, a piece of information was deduced. That is, the mysterious man should know about the human hero. But it was not known before. But only after the peak battle. This is simple to pull out. Why give up Yi Fengshan? Isn't that what happened with the dark mark, which stained Yi Fengshan? It is very difficult for Yi Fengshan to defeat him as a human hero now. This stain is not a small stain. With a little effort, he can incite a big stain on Chung Yi Fengshan and disqualify him from running for office. Obviously, the mysterious man also knew that Yi Fengchen would have no chance of running for a human hero with this stain. So, this is the replacement. As for the reason for the substitution, it was Feng Yu who was replaced by Su Chen. It is still unknown to Su Chen. Feng Yu is not a person with outstanding personality and a very good reputation. Even if Yi Fengchen has a stain, his basic reputation and personal strength are still far better than Feng Yu. Among the real candidates for the human hero this time, Feng Yu can only be considered mediocre in every aspect. Su Chen did not know the reason for choosing Feng Yu for the time being. But why didn't he replace me? Am I not kind enough? Su Chen's face was a little gloomy. The image he displayed in front of the public could be rated 100 points by Su Chen himself. Simply the most perfect of perfections. After that mysterious man gave up on Yi Fengchen, if he had to find someone to support him, the best candidate would be him. In terms of character and reputation, Yi Fengchen is not as good as him now. In terms of strength, he can be said to be the best in the new world. No one can compete with him 1v1. In terms of power, Dawn Guild is still not good enough. But the current strength of the Dawn Guild is still much stronger than that of the Sunset Guild. Not only is he the most powerful person now, but there is also the beautiful and lovely Long Mei who got the artifact. Not coming to assist him is simply unjustifiable. The opponent's first choice is obviously Yi Fengchen. He is the deluxe version of Yi Fengchen. In this regard, Su Chen could only think that it was because he was not familiar with him. If the reason is unfamiliar, then Zhan Yu, who investigates the reality, should be able to find some clues. Su Chen touched his chin and speculated. Chapter 447 Feng Yu counterattacks the Shura world. In this way, it is obvious what the Sunset Guild wants to do with its recent actions. First, we will do regular reputation enhancement, so that everyone can have an idea of the rise of the Sunset Guild. After everyone has almost accepted the fact of the rise of the Sunset Guild, they will immediately take another action to enhance their reputation. What is the fastest shortcut for the mysterious man to support Feng Yu in becoming a human hero? That is to dare to take the initiative to attack mankind's biggest enemy. No matter whether it is successful or not, it will definitely make a profit without losing the reputation. After all, given Feng Yu's mediocre conditions in all aspects, it would be really difficult to overtake the popular candidates if he didn't take this path. Do you want his army of darkness to be a stepping stone? Su Chen smiled contemptuously. Interesting. Let's go to the game and see what kind of trouble they are going to make. Su Chen waved his hand gently and turned the notes on the table into nothingness. Dragon Lich nodded, and the two of them entered the new world directly. Dracolich did not originally have such an ability. He had to cross the two realms through the cracks in the base. But with Su Chen leading him, it was easy. As for Bing Feng, he is a player of the Dawn Guild. The place Su Chen is going to is the Shura realm. It is inappropriate for him to go there, so Su Chen doesn't take him with him. This left Bing Feng to have no choice but to enter the game through the game cabin, the periphery of Shura realm. The dark sky shrouded the land like a thick layer of haze. A desolate and mysterious scene. The mountains in the distance are looming in the mist, revealing the ruggedness and mystery of the Shura world. In the distance, there are already figures of skeleton soldiers. They have sophisticated equipment in their hands. The front row is skeleton soldiers with large shields, and the back row is skeleton soldiers holding machine guns. And behind, there are all kinds of weird skeleton soldiers. The skeleton army is not a chaotic mess as outsiders think, but has strict military discipline. This is naturally because of the commander-in-chief. Deep in the skeleton army, a tall and majestic figure stood there, like an insurmountable mountain. He is the Diamond Fortress Demon, one of the leaders of this dark army. The Diamond Fortress Demon wears an armor made of countless diamonds. These diamonds still shine with dazzling light in the dim environment, as if stars have fallen into the world. Each diamond in the armor has been carefully polished and inlaid, and is closely connected with each other to form an impenetrable layer of defense. The surface of the armor is also engraved with complex magic runes. These runes shine with blue light in the darkness, exuding a powerful magical aura. His face was hidden under the shadow of his helmet, with only a pair of shining green eyes showing. He stood in the middle of the skeleton army, confronting the players of the Sunset Guild. Since the live broadcast was started, the skeleton army was also seen by the players. This fortress demon is so handsome. It looks exactly like a standard villain boss should look like. The Sunset Guild wants to counterattack the Shura world. Can it really succeed? This is too powerful. You can't look at the Sunset Guild with the old eyes. Now the Sunset Guild is promising. Haven't you seen their live broadcast record of playing the Myth Dungeon? Guild leader Feng Yu is now extremely powerful. Sledgehammer and Leng Hu are also very powerful. Watch 4. I heard that thing you got a wave of resources from somewhere. And the elite group used very cheap contribution points to exchange them. The current elite group of the Sunset Guild is particularly powerful. The 3 top-level combat forces of Maple Feather Sledgehammer are leading the team. Others have also received a large wave of reinforcements. Their current combat effectiveness is qualified to counterattack the Shira world. Thing you said before that the counterattack on the Shira world was not to occupy the Shira world, but to return the territory of the Shira world to the players. Didn't you see that the guilds in the Shira world were following behind and wanted to take over the guild territory? Return. President Fingyu has a big picture. After he became stronger, he did not forget to benefit the majority of players. For head? Fingyu has this pattern. So why didn't he do anything before? I didn't have this ability before. This is called being poor and benefiting oneself. And being successful is helping the world. On the other side of the battlefield, there are naturally the people of the Sunset Guild. The elite group of the Sunset Guild had already taken their respective positions at this time. Sledgehammer is now wearing heavy armor, holding a giant hammer in one hand and a giant shield in the other, like a moving fortress. The cool colors are light dressing. He is wearing a dark suit and looks like a cheetah preparing to hunt. Feng Yu held the staff at this time and stood at the front of the team. And I don't know where Feng Yu found a golden robe, which looked particularly cool. Is this the frontier army of the god of the undead that occupies the Shura realm? Sledgehammer grinned. He looked at the Diamond Fortress demon and launched an, okay, tactical provocation. Now that Sledgehammer has become stronger, he is also extremely confident, especially through recent actual combat. He has already felt that he has reached the ranks of top players. The Sledgehammer is very strong right now, due to the 3-part agreement with Fingyu. He has not gone to see the mermaid for a long time. And now Sledgehammer is full of fighting spirit. But the Diamond Fortress demons seem to ignore him at all. Don't drift. The cool-toned man on the side reminded lightly. At the same time, a warning eye is given. Fingyu said that today's battle will be broadcast live. And it is very important for the election of human heroes. Let them both take care of their appearance. Sledgehammer was reminded by the cold eyes and remembered what happened today, and quickly restrained himself. He smiled and touched his nose. Lung Hu shook his head. Sledgehammer is such an unreliable guy. Feng Yu also saw the appearance of a sledgehammer. But today is a real-time broadcast, and he has no time to care about the sledgehammer. Fortunately, there are cool colors to help remind you. Feng Yu walked to the front and looked at everyone. At this time, he planned to give a pre-war speech, but it was still in the game stage, and it was not suitable to be too passionate. Gathered here today are not only the members of our Sunset Guild, but also the former Shura World Guild. This battle is for no other reason than to drive the army of the god of the undead out of our area and take back our original territory. Feng Yu's speech was just right for the scale of the game. It didn't seem too artificial, and at the same time it aroused everyone's emotions. It served his purpose. Thank you, President Feng Yu, for your help. I will also help. President Feng Yu is so generous. After taking back the territory, we all obeyed President Feng Yu's orders. Get these guys out and get our land back. When people from other guilds heard what Feng Yu said, they all responded one after another. Chapter 448 The First Battle Situation. At this time, in the central area of the Shura world, Su Chen and Dragon Lich also appeared in the Shura world. Mr. Su. After seeing Su Chen arriving, Sierra greeted Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, without any unnecessary nonsense, and looked directly at the viewing screen. The Dark Legion has ruled the Shura world for so long, and the entire Shura world can naturally be observed at any time. Su Chen happened to see the scene just now. This Feng Yu is indeed different. Even though they were so far apart, Su Chen could still clearly sense Feng Yu's strength that he didn't deliberately hide. Mr. Su, do you need reinforcements for the fortress demon? Sierra asked Su Chen. You can prepare reinforcements, but don't rush. Let's take a look first. Su Chen nodded, but made different arrangements. Through this battle, he also got to know the real details of Feng Yu. Of course, the reinforcements still need to be increased, and Feng Yu cannot be allowed to gain this reputation easily. As for whether he can take advantage of this opportunity and deliberately make some fuss, Su Chen has no plans yet. Anyway, let's take a look first. At this time, the two sides in the field have begun to fight. Ordinary players from the Sunset Guild and other guilds have already brandished their weapons and faced off against the Dark Legion. The skeleton soldiers also set up a formation and fought with the players. For a time, the battlefield was filled with smoke. Skeleton soldiers, machine guns, grenades, and aerial bombardments attack the player camp. On the player side, they prop up the defensive barrier, and then hide in the barrier and throw magic attacks outside. The melee professions fight the melee skeleton soldiers on the edge of the barrier to make it less easy for the skeleton soldiers to attack. Barrier durability. This battle looks like modern warfare fighting ancient magic. Those who play modern warfare are not players, and those who play ancient magic are not skeleton armies. Thing Yu has even strengthened his elite group. Suchin narrowed his eyes slightly and saw it all at once. The current strength of his Dark Legion is no longer something that ordinary guilds can compete with. But the elite group of Sunset Guild is not far behind. Come to think of it, Thing Yu's promotion brought him and all the members of his elite group together. But this time, what's even more eye-catching is the battlefield in the middle. Feng Yu and the other three flew through the air, heading directly towards the Diamond Fortress Demon's place. The Fortress Demon is as huge as a hill. Facing the Fortress Demon, the three of them looked extremely small. But in fact, the three of them were not afraid at all. Without saying a word, they directly launched an attack on the Fortress Demon. After Feng Yu fused the power of the dragon, he already had the power to control rivers, storms, thunder and lightning. When he waved his staff at this time, what he released was no longer his original magic. Instead, he used the staff as a cover for the power of the dragon. Wave released. Bolts of lightning struck at the Diamond Fortress Demon. The defensive armor made of diamonds on the Diamond Fortress Demon seemed to be immune to these lightning bolts. The lightning did not cause any damage to the Fortress Demon in the first place. Feng Yu didn't feel anxious when he saw this, but waited for the lightning to fly for a while. The lightning that was originally absorbed by the diamond defensive armor suddenly made a crackling sound, drawing dazzling tracks under the Fortress Demon's diamond armor, making a loud crackling sound, causing the Fortress Demon's small mountain-like body to be shaken back half a step forward. After seeing Feng Yu succeed, Lun Hu found the opportunity. Feng Yu was holding a long bow in midair, and his body was as light as the wind. He moved quickly in the air to find the best shooting angle. His arrows were like meteors, piercing the sky and hitting the Diamond Fortress Demon's vital parts. These arrows hit the part that was not covered by the diamonds just now, and the arrows also made a crackling explosion sound. The two men's preemptive attack prevented the Fortress Demon from reacting immediately. Then the Fortress Demon was obviously angered, and a giant axe appeared in his hand out of thin air, and then threw it towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu used a movement technique that seemed almost like teleportation to dodge the blow from the giant axe. However, the Fortress Demon didn't seem to intend to succeed with this attack. After throwing the giant axe, a magic wand suddenly appeared in the hands of the Fortress Demon. Then the Diamond Demon waved the magic wand in his hand and released a mist. The mist spread quickly and enveloped the entire battlefield. In the fog, the player's vision becomes blurry. Even the viewers watching the live broadcast were affected. Looking at him like this, I thought he was a powerful monster. But why is he a mage? It's too confusing. But the Sunset Guild was the first to counterattack the God of the Undead. So this information is quite important. The 6 top guilds don't dare to attack the Shura realm, but the Sunset Guild dares to do so. This is because they have the guts. That Fortress Demon is not invincible. The attacks of Feng Yu and Lang Hu are obviously defeatable. What do you mean by maple feathers and cool colors? How long have you not been online? Go watch the video of them playing the Myth Dungeon. With their current strength, they can compete with Luoqiu. Speaking of counterattacking the Shura world, why not call Luoqiu? With Luoqiu's character, he would definitely be willing to help with such a large-scale matter. The Sunset Guild should be the vanguard now. If it fails, it will probably call on others later. The fog on the battlefield now has a great impact on the players. Moreover, the player's own phantom will even be generated in the fog. Big head. Why did you hit me? What hit you? Hold the grass. You hit me. I hit you back. These phantoms are attacking the player, causing the player to mistakenly think that his teammates are attacking him. Don't be confused. These are fantasies. Feng Yu immediately realized something was wrong. Feng Yu's words barely made everyone calm down. But at this moment, the Fortress Demon outside the fog activated trap magic again. The magic summoned countless sharp thorns on the ground, and these thorns were densely arranged together to form a huge cage. Any player who steps into this cage will be mercilessly pierced by ground thorns and suffer serious damage. Moreover, this cage is not static. The Diamond Fortress Demon can control the movement and contraction of the ground thorns through magic, making the cage sometimes grow larger and sometimes smaller. The Fortress Demon felt that it was not enough and continued to cast spells. The Fortress Demon chanted the spell quickly, And as the spell was completed, a transparent energy field was formed on the battlefield. Any player who enters this energy field will feel that their movements become extremely slow, as if they are restrained by invisible forces. This energy field not only restricts the player's movement, but also greatly reduces their dodge rate and attack power. Then, the Fortress Demon began to stack traps. The Diamond Fortress Demon quietly entered the battlefield and personally laid magic mines one after another. These mines are difficult to detect in appearance, but when a player accidentally steps on them, they will explode immediately, releasing powerful magical energy and causing area damage to surrounding players. Guild Master. This Fortress Demon seems to be a trap specialist, and now the guild members have begun to suffer battle losses. There are more and more traps being stacked, and I'm afraid my brothers won't be able to hold on anymore. The Cold Tone frowned and said, although from the first round of the fight, their attacks were effective against the Fortress Demon, and they even drove the opponent back. However, due to a laxity, he did not continue to pursue, allowing the other party to arrange these things. Well, I'll go directly to the Fortress Demon. You and Sledgehammer will protect the brothers first. Thingu thought for a moment and nodded. Although counterattacking the Shura world is not something that can be accomplished overnight, you always have to hit something, so you can retreat wherever you go. Thingu used the power of the dragon to shuttle directly through the fog like a bolt of lightning, while sensing the location of the Fortress Demon. Found it. At this time, Thingu found the Diamond Fortress Demon, who was laying out magic mines. This area has been filled with traps by the Diamond Fortress Demon. But at this time, Thingu seemed to have seen through the locations of these traps. A simple movement is like a dragon on the battlefield. Whenever the Diamond Fortress Demon attacks and tries to block Fengyu just dodges and dodges, unable to stop him at all. When Fengyu passed through the last trap and appeared in front of the Diamond Fortress Demon, he did not give his opponent any chance to breathe. He immediately launched a fierce attack, fully demonstrating the power of the dragon. Bolts of lightning shot out from his hands, accurately hitting the Diamond Fortress Demon's vital parts. Every attack forced the Diamond Fortress Demon to use its defense to resist. It was best at defense and traps. But now Fengyu's attacks were obviously not as good as his. The strength of the two is actually not at the same level. Fengyu had no intention of stopping, and continued to carry out crazy bombing against the Diamond Fortress Demon. Since the Diamond Fortress Demon needs all its strength to defend, the magic that originally maintained the trap has not dissipated due to the lack of continuous magic injection. The fog cleared. Everyone saw that Fengyu suppressed and beat the Diamond Fortress Demon. Under the suppression of Fengyu's firepower, the Diamond Fortress Demon seemed a little weak. Although its defense methods were still effective, it made him a tortoise who could not fight back. Moreover, his defense could not absolutely defend against Fengyu's attack, because Fengyu suppressed the Diamond Fortress Demon with his personal strength. The morale of the Sunset Guild also increased greatly. They also launched a counterattack against the skeleton army. I didn't believe it just now that the three of Sunset Guild could fight Luoqiu together. But now I feel that Fengyu can fight Luoqiu. I woke up from the dream, and as soon as the fog cleared, I saw Fengyu beating the leader of the army of the undead god. I haven't paid attention to the Sunset Guild for a long time. Fengyu is so powerful now. Can it be comparable to the combat power of the 6 top guilds? The 6 top guild teams have such combat power, but individual combat power does not. Another fierce man like Luoqiu, who fights alone in a group. Therefore, the new world is known as the Miracle World, where a poor boy can become a top person overnight. The situation on the field has shifted to the player's side. Fengyu single-handedly defeated the Diamond Fortress Demon, which allowed Sledgehammer and Cold Color to assist the players. The situation seemed to be on the Sunset Guild side. People also didn't expect that the first time the player and the god of the undead faced each other, it would actually start with a huge victory for the player. This makes players very excited. Even the Fortress Demon was suppressed and beaten by Fengyu. It seemed that the mysterious man had invested a lot in Fengyu. Su Chen looked at the situation on the field expressionlessly. You go to support. Instead of helping the Fortress Demons, you go directly to attack the player group. If they want to run, just let them run without chasing them. Su Chen looked at Draculic and said calmly. Yes. Draculic had already been prepared, and would set off immediately after hearing Su Chen's words. Mr. Su, why don't you let me just keep them all? Sil asked doubtfully at this time. I just thought of a very interesting thing. So let's keep them for now. Su Chen smiled softly. Fengyu's move allowed him to open up a new route to gain reputation. It's just that there are many restrictions on how he can implement this plan. If he attacks the skeleton soldiers, he will probably lose faith. So he has to find a way After all, it seems that the old guy from before called these skeleton soldiers rebels because he had destroyed the skeleton's faith. If you want to increase your reputation without losing faith points, you have to use Feng Yu. Sierra saw that Su Chen didn't say anything, and she didn't dare to ask any more questions. On the battlefield, just when Feng Yu was about to deal a heavy blow to the Diamond Fortress demon, a strange dragon roar suddenly came from the sky above the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, a powerful wave of magic fell from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. I saw a Dracolic wearing a black robe and holding a magic wand slowly landing on the battlefield. Beside it, 2 green ghost dragons circled and danced, letting out threatening roars. This person is naturally the Dragon Lich. Dracolic did not go to rescue the Diamond Fortress demon, and did not even look at Feng Yu. Instead, he directly launched a fierce attack on the player team. The ghost dragon's body is a green dragon. At this time, the 2 green dragons sprayed out poisonous breath, forming a green poisonous mist that spread to the player team. Players fled one after another, but many people were still affected by the poisonous mist, and their health values dropped rapidly. At the same time, the Dracolic also emits a powerful shock wave, attacking with sledgehammers and cold colors, which is very targeted. After the Dracolic came to the battlefield, another group of skeleton soldiers appeared to reinforce the battlefield. The Dragon Lich's surprise attack suddenly put the player team into chaos. Seeing this, Feng Yu had to give up his attack on the Diamond Fortress demon and turn back to defend. He quickly moved to the front of the player team, waved the staff in his hand, and a powerful magic shield formed to block the green dragon's breath. At the same time, he launched a counterattack, striking the green dragon with lightning bolts. However, these 2 green dragons also have strong defensive capabilities. Or in other words, their defensive capabilities are the power of nihilization. The Dragon Lich came prepared. With 1 against 3, they would not lose in a short period of time. At this time, the Diamond Fortress demon also regained his composure and began to rearrange the trap. At this time, the fighter plane reversed, and the situation had returned to the skeleton army's side. Retreat. Seeing this, Feng Yu knew that it would be difficult to achieve anything today. However, a lot of information about the opponent has been revealed today, so that we can prepare more responses for the next counterattack. After hearing this order, the players of the Sunset Guild suddenly changed from the front to the rear and retreated in an orderly manner. This has been practiced before. Feng Yu never thought that he could truly win the Shura world in one go. This was just an expression of his attitude, while letting people know their strength. They also knew that Feng Yu was dedicated to the public. Seeing the Sunset Guild retreating, the skeleton army did not pursue them. This seems a bit strange. Could it be that the other party is strong on the outside but weak on the inside? A guess came to Feng Yu's mind. Since the opponent does not dare to pursue, it means that the opponent does not want to fight. So does he still have a chance to counterattack? But by this time, the fortress demon had recovered and laid several traps. And with the addition of Dracolic, it would be too difficult for him to fight 1 against 2. Judging from the previous confrontation, the strength of the Dragon Lich is far stronger than that of the fortress demon in terms of offense. With the 2 of them working together on offense and defense, he really had no confidence that he could defeat the opponent in a short time. Moreover, this is the base camp of the army of the undead, and there should be reinforcements like the Dragon Lich. Continuing the fierce battle will do no good to the Sunset Guild. Thinking of this, Feng Yu didn't have the idea of continuing to fight back, but chose to retreat. Why don't we fight now? It feels almost like that. What do you mean by a close call? This is their base camp. If you can't conquer the Sunset Guild in a short time, don't even think about leaving. Are you going to compensate them with experience or gold coins? However, after this battle, the army of the god of the undead is not so out of reach, and the god of the undead was sealed before. The only ones left in the Shura world are just a group of subordinates. Sunset Guild did a great job. They typed out a lot of information, and the value of this screen recording is simply too high. Now it is estimated that the 6 top guilds are studying the video just now. Let me tell you a joke. The 6 top guilds are studying the videos. Guess whether they are studying the Sunset Guild or the army of the undead god. Those top guilds will start fighting among players. And with the rise of the Sunset Guild, they must be worried about having another competitor. These top guilds have exposed a lot of dirty stuff before, which is normal. After the players saw the Sunset Guild, they also had heated discussions. Although the Sunset Guild did not win this battle, but the significance is very significant. That is, the Shura realm can be taken back, and the other party is not so invincible. The army of the god of the undead was attacking the city everywhere before, which made many people panic, fearing that the army of the god of the undead would attack their territory. Moreover, they were also afraid of being noticed by the god of the undead. So they basically just swept away the snow in front of them, and did not dare to fight against the army of the god of the undead. When the army of the god of the undead swept across the Shura world, there were actually only 2 generals, and the rest were just soldiers. To combine the power of the entire Shura world, it is not without the strength to fight. But in fact, everyone was running, and the Shura Realm Guild was defeated one by one. Chapter 449. The Devil's Evil Words Confuse the Public. The center point of the Shura world. Syl was looking at the picture thoughtfully. Suchin glanced at it, and found that Syl was so absorbed in thought at this time, that even the fallen angel's wings were in a very relaxed state. What are you thinking? Suchin pinched her wings. The sudden sneak attack startled Syl. Ah! Syl panicked and folded his wings. This expression? Shy. Suchin was a little speechless. Sierra was usually the most daring, and would often do things to tease him. Isn't it just pinching the wings? Mr. Su. You really scared me. Sierra breathed a sigh of relief. What is it that makes you think so obsessively? Suchin said with some confusion. Mr. Su. Didn't you say you thought of something fun before? Then after seeing what happened just now, I really figured out what it was. Syl returned to his normal expression and smiled playfully. Oh! Come and listen. Suchin found it interesting. Just because you told Draculic and the others not to pursue them, did you want to frame the player named Feng Yu afterwards for his connection with the Dark Legion? In this way, Mr. Su can defeat this biggest human hero election opponent without any blood. Syl said with a smile. How can you be so bad? Do you think I look like this kind of person? Suchin said righteously. However, despite Suchin's words, Syl's statement really opened up a new idea for him. In fact, the method he thought of was not that complicated. He wanted to use Feng Yu to increase his own reputation. Although Suchin's behavior in the past was not legitimate, Suchin really didn't think about framing Feng Yu this time. Unexpectedly, the method that Sierra came up with was actually a good idea. But in response to Suchin's righteous words, Sierra blinked and looked away. Maybe Mr. Su was too involved in the drama. He always fantasized that he was a just person. It was hard for Seal to say this. Your plan is quite innovative, but it is a bit difficult to implement. This method is a good one, but it's also really difficult. It's not difficult to splash some dirty water, but it's not easy to completely defeat Feng Yu with this real hammer. He deliberately betrayed Feng Yu and even performed poorly on the battlefield. Then spread rumors that Feng Yu had colluded with the Dark Legion. This sounds simple, but Feng Yu is still a bit clever. In addition, there is a mysterious person behind him to help him. This mysterious person even controls puppets in the Holy See and the like. When the time comes, the mysterious person will ask the Holy See or some authoritative force to guarantee Feng Yu's innocence. It made Feng Yu unstoppable all the way, but it actually increased Feng Yu's reputation. Then he did nothing and was overtaken by Feng Yu. It was not impossible to take away the human hero. Suchin should use this plan with caution. Of course, if there is a better method of operation, it is not impossible. Ah? Am I wrong? Hearing Suchin's answer, Sierra was a little disappointed. She thought she had guessed it. Wrong guess, but worth the reward. Suchin chuckled and touched Sierra's head. Hey, I'm not a child. Syl said this but did not resist. As for Suchin's own plan, it still depends on the demon road. Thinking like this, Suchin sent a message to Yao Dao. At the same time, a prop was also sent to Yao Dao. Don't let me down. Dragon Court Guild. Suchin smiled softly. Seeing that Suchin was enjoying himself there alone, Sierra was probably trying to hide some evil tricks. Dragon Court Guild. At this time, the Longting Guild had just watched the video of the Battle of the Shura Realm. What do you think? Fu Hailong sat in the first place and said calmly to the others. The people sitting below are all senior members of the Longting Guild. President, if someone is willing to take on this tough issue, we can just wait and see what happens. Sweeping Tianyao was the first to say. Regarding sweeping the end of the world, this is actually the view of most other people. For them, this matter was something that was beyond their reach. Although the resources in Shura Realm are very rich, compared to the opponents who are too powerful, the resources obtained and the investment are not proportional at all. Fu Hailong sat in his seat and did not express his position. Obviously, this answer is not in line with Fu Hailong's behavior. Guishuan was sitting in the second-in-command position, and he also had no objections at this time. Whether it was the Sunset Guild or the Shura realm, they had nothing to do with what he planned. Even if Fu Hailong came to ask him, he would have prepared an explanation. President, I think we should intervene in this matter. At this moment, Yao Dao stood up from his seat and said suddenly. This made the old god almost fall off his chair. Dao Yun is an important chess piece in his guild, and he is also a very important combat power in his attempt to overthrow the Longting Guild. Now that this guy spoke without authorization, Guishuan was caught off guard. Oh, you say. Fu Hailong finally had a smile on his face. Fu Hailong is such a character. He wants to get involved in everything. Of course, the premise is that there must be benefits. If there was really no benefit, he didn't want to get involved too much. Demon Dao has now secured its position, and has even entered the top 10 in the ranking of Dragon Court Guild. For a newcomer to the Dragon Court Guild, the speed of his status rise can only be described as a rocket. But that's not surprising either, because he is a demon. With so many talents in the Su group, he had managed to compete with Seal for the second-in-command position. He could easily do it in the small Longting Guild. Based on the information given by Su Chen and his relationship with Fu Hailong, he had roughly figured out Fu Hailong's temperament and character. He could tell at a glance what Fu Hailong's ideal answer was to the question just now. It can be said that this workplace has been thoroughly played by demons. If your boss wants to say something, and it's not convenient for you to say it, then you have to help your boss say it. And at the same time, the credit will go to your boss. As for responsibility, you have to help your boss handle it. Whether you are passing the blame to someone else or whatever, you have to help your boss settle the matter. Of course, you must also know clearly what kind of character your boss is. Otherwise you will be like Yang Xiu by overthinking your boss. I immaturely believe that the Sunset Guild has big plans, and cannot let them continue. At this time, Yao Dao said loudly. As soon as these words came out, other people below immediately started talking. Even Fu Hailong felt that these words were a bit baffling. But just when Fu Hailong was about to ask further questions, he suddenly received a private message. After seeing the new content, Fu Hailong frowned, his face a little uncertain. Okay, I have other things to do. Today's meeting is dismissed. After Fu Hailong saw the content of the private message, he waved his hand and ended the meeting. It seemed like there was something urgent. Everyone didn't know why the meeting stopped in the middle, but he still retreated. When they were almost gone, Fu Hailong looked at Yao Dao. You? Come here. After Fu Hailong signaled, he walked towards his personal office. Guishuan originally wanted to talk to the evil spirit, who would let him dare to make decisions privately. But thanks to Fu Hailong's personal summons, Guishu could only hold back for now, and just gave Yao Dao a warning look. Regarding Guishu's warning, Yao Dao was a little scared on the surface. But in fact, it is dismissive. With his current strength, even with a few secret guards around him, he can kill them with just a flick of his finger. It just needs to be pretended on the surface. Fu Hailong's personal office. After Yao Dao came in, Fu Hailong activated a button. After turning on this mechanism, you can ensure that the call content will not be leaked. Dao Yun, I wonder if you still remember the contents of the contract you signed with the guild. Fu Hailong did not directly tell the purpose, but asked questions first. Of course, I remember that Dao Yun, came to Longting to show off his talents. He didn't care about the benefits and turned them over. Yao Dao's question to Fu Hailong was a direct expression of loyalty. Please explain this photo. Fu Hailong had already printed out the picture just now. The photo shows that Yao Dao accepted a very advanced task from a very powerful NPC. After accepting the task, a golden light was emitted, which represented the level of the task. Seeing this photo, Yao Dao smiled inwardly. It seems that Mr. Su is right. This Fu Hailong is indeed a greedy and cautious villain, and he will never forget the subordinate who signed the Overlord contract. He also entered the surveillance of the Longting Guild Intelligence Department. Of course, this was a game arranged by him and Mr. Su. That powerful NPC is fake, and the light of that mission is also fake. President, this is exactly what I wanted to say during the meeting just now. That Sunset Guild probably took on the same mission as me, so it went to attack the Shura realm. After Yao Dao said that, he took out a blueprint. After Fu Hailong saw the drawing, he immediately picked it up, with a trace of greed in his eyes. This is? Fu Hailong asked excitedly. This is the task that NPC gave me. This place in the Shura world hides the treasure of God. It should be true that there is a divine seal here. While explaining, Yao Dao also indicated the location of the divine seal with his hand. Fu Hailong quickly used systematic exploration to look at the divine seal, the mark left by a god. After systematic confirmation, Fu Hailong no longer had any doubts. Yes, Daoyun seems to have your heart set on the guild, Fu Hailong said with a smile. However, he had already grasped the treasure map tightly in his hand, and had no intention of returning it to the demon. This treasure map was naturally made by Su Chen, and the divine seal was of course real. The NPC said that his drawing not only gave me one person, but also a hidden mission that had been released many times. I said that Feng Yu had big plans, but I think he was actually the other recipient of the mission. Yao Dao continued to speak to Fu Hailong. Kindness? Hearing that someone actually wanted to compete with him for the god's treasure, Fu Hailong's anger suddenly rose. Seeing Fu Hailong's appearance, Yao Dao continued to fan the flames. Moreover, the NPC also said that this task was a chain task, and someone had already completed it before this task. So this task appeared. His subordinates guessed that Feng Yu was the person who completed the previous task. Yao Dao continued to arouse Fu Hailong's jealousy and said lightly, otherwise, President, think about it. What was Feng Yu's strength before? Why did he get to this level if he didn't get a huge reward? At this time, Demon Dao showed what it means to confuse the public with demonic words. The demon even used his immortal power to enchant his words, making his words even more bewitching. Snapped. After hearing this, Fu Hailong slammed the table angrily. Well, Feng Yu, it's not enough to get the first big reward. You want to steal this reward from me. Fu Hailong stood up and said with jealousy. When the subordinates got this treasure map, they knew that they had no ability to obtain it. Only an overlord like the president is worthy of possessing the treasure of God. Yao Dao continued to brag to Fu Hailong while showing his loyalty. Okay, you are very good. The second group is yours now. In addition, if you try your best to help me win the treasure of God, you will naturally have a share after winning it. Fu Hailong looked at Yao Dao and was pleased with him no matter how he looked at him. Strong, comfortable speaking, and sensible. Such a subordinate is simply the best. Just like this, Yao Dao relied on his words and a fake treasure map to be directly promoted to the supervisor of the 2nd Regiment. Thanks to the president, I would be very satisfied if my subordinates could get improvements like Maple Feather Sledgehammer or Cold Color. Yao Dao obviously said that he was not greedy. But in fact, he continued to incite the anger in Fu Hailong's heart. Because judging from the video just now, even Feng Yu's Sledgehammer and Cold Color's personal strength has been upgraded to the level of top masters. The top masters of his guild were only built with a large amount of financial resources and manpower. Feng Yu actually only needs to do one hidden task to reach the level he trained like him, and maybe even exceed it. This makes Fu Hailong how to balance. When he watched the video before and saw Feng Yu fighting back and forth with the two commanders, Fu Hailong didn't feel much. After all, there are so many masters in this world, and he can't get jealous of any of them. But it's different now. When Fu Hailong knew that the treasure map in his hand was the secret to promotion, the other party still wanted to steal it from him. This made Fu Hailong go from jealous to hating the strength that Feng Yu had shown just now. President, there is something I don't know whether I should say. At this time, Yao Dao said hesitantly. Explain. Fu Hailong is still angry. Not only did Feng Yu bring cool colors and a sledgehammer to get improved rewards, but their elite group also received huge reinforcements. Although our Launting Guild is very strong, in a head-on collision, subordinates are worried about losses, Yao Dao said hesitantly. In fact, even Fu Hailong knew that although Yao Dao said this very euphemistically, the fact was that it was the Sunset Guild that appeared in the video now. Their Dragon Court Guild probably can't beat them. That Feng Yu kid does have some strength. But the top guilds are all connected with each other. No matter how strong he is, can he beat two top guilds? Fu Hailong snorted coldly and said disdainfully. The reason why he looked down on Feng Yu was because Feng Yu's foundation was unstable. He could find another top guild to cooperate with as long as he let some profits go. You don't even need to give up the benefits of this treasure map. You just need to give up some convenience in other business industries. Moreover, as one of the 6 top guilds, Launting Guild, in addition to having good relations with other top guilds, also has some dependent first and second tier guilds. Although these first and second tier guilds that rely on the Dragon Court Guild are nothing on their own. When gathered together, they are a considerable force. The president is wise. Feng Yu will definitely surrender. After hearing this, the demon priest also quickly praised and offered it. Anyway, at this time, following Fu Hailong's words was finally correct. At this time, Fu Hailong directly added Yao Dao as a friend. And Yao Dao also quickly agreed. I have given you a special group. If you have anything in the future, you can report it directly to me. Fu Hailong gave Yao Dao another privilege with a wave of his hand. Generally speaking, the rules and regulations of top guilds like this are relatively strict. The president cannot handle every trivial matter personally, and any applications must be reported at all levels. If you perform well in your contract, I can change it for you. Fu Hailong is already a bit like taking the demonic path to the level of his confidence. Everyone started to draw a pie. President, I really want to develop well in Longting. I don't care at all whether the contract is good or not. Whether it's a treasure map or a hidden mission, I give it to you voluntarily. Yao Dao continued to flatter him, showing his loyalty like crazy. Moreover, with the blessing of the immortal Dao, the demon Dao's words inexplicably create a sense of trust. I, Fu Hailong Dadayan, a good general like you, can't talk about hegemony. Fu Hailong was happy to be photographed and laughed. If it weren't for his busy schedule, Fu Hailong would even have the idea of having a few drinks with Yao Dao. You are much more reliable than Tianju in doing things. Work hard and the position of military advisor will be occupied by a capable person. It was not enough for Fu Hailong to draw one pie, so he also drew a second pie. But this time, Yao Dao waved his hand quickly. President, this is not possible. After all, Tianji can be regarded as the guide of our Dragon Court Guild. Yao Dao quickly waved his hand and expressed his refusal. In the workplace, this is a test method. The boss wants to promote you, but he will also worry that you are too ambitious and will threaten himself by inviting a wolf into the house. So just hit it at the right time. Tianji is the guide to the path of demons. In the workplace, this is a senior with special significance. The boss made a casual promise and said, you will just take advantage of the situation. Being so hasty is like kicking out the senior person who led the way. This kind of behavior is quite penal. To be able to reach the current position in the Su group, Yao Dao is well versed in this. Sure enough, after hearing Yao Dao's answer, Fu Hailong also showed a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. If this guy really climbs up the pole, then you should be wary. It's okay. Don't put too much pressure on me, Fu Hailong said casually. Yao Dao also saw that Fu Hailong didn't want to continue chatting. He must have a lot of things to arrange now. Yao Dao also wisely found an excuse and retreated. Mr. Su had a brilliant plan. His own intelligence system told him that he no longer suspected it was fake. After exiting the office, Yao Dao snorted coldly in his heart. Chapter 450. The two major guilds are at war. Sunset Guild. Meeting room. At this time, 2 days have passed since the first attack on Shura Realm. They did gain some reputation, but at this time, they were encountering trouble. Our members did not steal the resources of the Dragon Court Guild at all. The Dragon Court Guild insisted that their mineral veins were attacked, and it was done by people with the Sunset Guild logo. The compensation they demand is simply outrageous. If we pay compensation, will the guild still be able to function? Sledgehammer said angrily. Very angry. After attacking the Shura realm for the first time, Sunset Guild originally planned to rest for a day. But on the next day, one of the mine resources of the Longting Guild was attacked, and many precious minerals were robbed. After Longting's investigation, they firmly determined that among the combatants, there were members of the Sunset Guild involved. If they were asked to get evidence, they actually had witnesses. 3 Sunset Guild members admitted their involvement in the guild's actions. But these 3 members of the Sunset Guild are not members of the core group. They were simply recruited casually during an external recruitment. After all, the Sunset Guild was just an ordinary first-line guild at that time, and did not have a very strict review system. Can't you tell? Those 3 people are the Longting Guild's plan to cast a net on other guilds? This is purely a plan. Lun Hu snorted coldly, and then said, fearing that there would be other undercover agents, Thing Yu held this meeting, and only allowed Sledgehammer and Ling Hu to participate. I was convinced. What grudge do we have against the Dragon Court Guild? Is it necessary to stab a knife at this time? Sledgehammer clenched his fists, and his face turned red with anger. At this time, Thing Yu, who had been silent, spoke. You are wrong about this. It is precisely because you have no hatred or resentment that you are stabbing me at this time. It seems that this time we invaded the Shura world and touched someone else's cake. Feng Yu's eyes were sharp. Thing Yu thought for a long time about what conflict of interests he had with the Longting Guild, which made the Longting Guild choose to take action at this time. He had heard about Fu Hailong. Although this man is a villain, He also has all the characteristics of a villain. That is, he is profitable. The Sunset Guild has risen too fast recently, and given time, it is not impossible to hit the 6 top guilds. But to crack down on such surging guilds, the 6 major guilds should take action together after discussion, according to the results of his investigation. This time, they followed the Dragon Court Guild to target their guild. Although there was the Phantom Alliance, which was also one of the 6 top guilds. But it is said that the Phantom Alliance received the benefits of the Dragon Court Guild. At the same time, other first-line guilds that were targeting them were also brought in by the Dragon Court Guild, either through coercion or inducement. That is to say, the entire operation against them was financed and contributed by the Dragon Court Guild. Fu Hailong is a villain who only seeks profit. So the core of this question is, what profit does Fu Hailong do? The Sunset Guild rose up suddenly, and the foundation of the guild was generally that of a first-tier guild. If you want to plunder the Sunset Guild's resources, this is not feasible. After their current combat effectiveness has been broadcast live, everyone knows that their current strength is no worse than the 6 top guilds. Fighting with the combat power of a top guild and obtaining the resources of a first-line guild. This is not a cost-effective thing no matter how you think about it. Right? If you want to plunder, there are first-line guilds all over the street, and their resources will not be much different from the existing resources of the Sunset Guild. President. Is it because of the incident involving the human hero? Cool Color suddenly thought of a possibility at this time. Like, but not like. Feng Yu hesitated for a moment, and then said, the reason why it feels like. It's because their Sunset Guild has no profit to gain. Then maybe Fu Hailong knows the information about human heroes. Or maybe Fu Hailong is bound to win over human heroes. Fu Hailong alerted them to their efforts to improve their reputation in the Shura world, and wanted to eradicate them in advance. But Feng Yu didn't think the logic was very simple. That is, attacking the Shura realm to deal with the god of the undead is a good thing for all mankind. No matter what the so-called excuse they found. The Longting Guild has an impact on attacking the Shura realm. Once the truth about the advent of the world is announced, Fu Hailong will immediately be regarded as a sinner of mankind. No excuse can be used to start a civil war at such a critical moment. I can't see through it. I can't see through it. Cold Hue also shook his head at this time. The Dragon Court Guild suddenly came to declare war on them, and even made a poor excuse. I really couldn't understand what the Dragon Court Guild wanted to do. The same is true for Feng Yu. The Dragon Court Guild came out to disrupt the situation, which indeed disrupted their plans. So what should we do now? Sledgehammer looked at the 2 people and asked. For this problem, the 2 of them have no good solution now. Although they start a war with the Dragon Court Guild, they may not necessarily lose. The other guilds will come to help, and the main force will be able to defeat the Dragon Court Guild. But the key point is that the Dragon Court Guild disrupted their original plan. The original plan was to counterattack the Shura world, and then accumulate reputation. But now Long Ting has interfered and everything is in chaos. Boss, Laoling, we can't just ignore it. They united with several large guilds, and occupied all our resource points almost overnight. Now, our mineral herb gardens, and even hunting areas are controlled by them. Moreover, they also buy the list of items we need in the market at high prices. No matter what we buy, they will raise their hands in an attempt to completely crush us financially. Now the guild members are in panic, and their morale is extremely low. Sledgehammer saw that the 2 of them were silent, and continued to talk about the facts that had happened. After being exposed like this, even the cold-toned people lost their composure. President, why don't Sledgehammer and I form an elite team and directly launch a counterattack against them? President, you can lead another team. We will raid the Longting Guild's home and launch a blitzkrieg for them. After all, Cool Tone was born as a mercenary, and at this time, there was also a fierceness. But Feng Yu still said nothing. Boss, are you going to fight or not? Sledgehammer asked. If you fight, you lose. At this time Feng Yu said slowly. How could it be possible? Our current top-level battle is not at all like the Dragon Court Guild. Why did we lose before we even fought? After hearing this, Sledgehammer immediately said. Feng Yu was speechless about Sledgehammer. Once this battle is fought, there will be no winner. Don't you understand? Feng Yu still explained to Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer touched his head, still a little confused. But at this time, I understood the cold colors. Indeed, if we engage in a large-scale civil war on the eve of the game, whether we are justified or not, the Dragon Court Guild and the Sunset Guild will become objects of contempt in the future. People won't care who started the war. People will only say that the 2 guilds are still fighting to win the game. When voting in the hero election, people will deliberately avoid people who are related to these two guilds. The cold color also woke up at this time. Regarding the cold tone, Feng Yu nodded. In short, once a war starts with the Longting Guild, both sides will lose. It is precisely because of this that Feng Yu doesn't understand why Fu Hailong wants to start this war that is destined to lose both sides. So what should we do now? We can't just wait. Right? Sledgehammer also raised a very real issue. If you don't fight back, they won't stop. It's not an option for the Sunset Guild to endure the attacks from the Dragon Court Guild. I'm going offline first. If Long Ting comes to attack, just stay back and defend. Feng Yu immediately went offline after saying this. The two people with cold colors and sledgehammers glared at each other. At this time, Feng Yu naturally did not want to escape from the problem. Third child, I originally said I wouldn't bother you, but you really have to take action in this matter. After being offline, Feng Yu planned to find Luo Jin at this time. Luo Jin originally said that if you have any difficulties, you can come to him. At that time, Feng Yu felt that it was inconvenient for Luo Jin to come forward, and said he would try not to trouble him. But now he has to find Luo Jin so soon. No way. This hand was really too cruel. Fu Hailong even wanted to hold him back even though he was pouring dirty water on himself. Gorkhand. This city is the main city of Longting Guild. At this time, Fu Hailong was sitting in the main seat, listening to the reports from his subordinates. We have implemented a comprehensive economic blockade on the Sunset Guild, cutting off all the Sunset Guild's material supply chain. And now the Sunset Guild is in a shortage of supplies. At the same time, we also robbed Sunset Guild of important resources such as its mineral vein herbal garden. The daily life and activities of Sunset Guild members have been seriously affected. In addition, he also bribed the Navy to spread rumors and wrote dozens of different copies to slander the Sunset Guild. The subordinates reported all the sanctions against the Sunset Guild one by one. This is the foundation of the 6 top guilds. Even now, the Sunset Guild's immediate combat power has reached the level of the 6 top guilds. However, each of the 6 top companies has experienced a long period of operation. They not only have strong financial resources, but also have a wide network of relationships. In a short period of time, this is not something the Sunset Guild can match. Well done. After hearing the report, Fu Hailong showed a satisfied look on his face. Just at this time, President, there is no need for us to put so much effort into targeting the Sunset Guild. We are now in the critical stage of attacking the dungeon. Sweeping Tianya stood up and said to Fu Hailong, their assault dungeon is about to bear fruit. Recently, they have been competing with other guilds for the first pastime of this dungeon. However, due to the guild's arrangements in the past 2 days, their second group has no choice but to cooperate with the guild and do some meaningless things. Now the president seems to be planning to continue. And Sweeping the World is a little anxious. Sweeping Tianya is also the vice president. He is also the core vice president. And his subordinates are also in charge of the second group. His status is still high among the core level of the guild. The words of Sweeping the World also speak to the hearts of many people. The vice guild of Sweeping is right. The Sunset Guild's resources are too poor, and they are at the lower middle level among first-line guilds. Yes, even if we prevent the Sunset Guild from growing, we waste so much energy fighting against the Sunset Guild and other guilds don't contribute. So we are at a huge disadvantage. Sweeping the End of the World still has people who share the same interests with him in the guild. Such top guilds usually form cliques. Naturally, the people who are talking to Wangsa Tianya are people from the same faction. Naturally, other factions will not talk to Wangsa Tianya. Just like the last time Xiao Xiangyu was deprived of his status as the leader of the 3rd Regiment. Sweeping Tianya and he were not in the same faction, and they even laughed at each other's jokes. Fu Hailong listened to this and felt like a mirror. He can naturally tell that these people are from the same faction. If things go as usual, he will not attack anyone easily because of the principle of balance. But this time it's different. He naturally put pressure on the guild for the treasure of God, and he would not allow the guild to have voices that were different from his. I decided this matter myself. Do you want to refute me? Fu Hailong looked at Sweeping Tianya calmly, feeling the pressure in Fu Hailong's eyes. Ban Tianya also knew that he was a little rash. Just when Sweeping Tianya was planning to suppress the matter first and discuss it later. By the way, you and Daoyun will hand it over later. From today on, Daoyun will take over the 2nd Regiment, and you will take over the 3rd Regiment, and make clear what needs to be handed over. Fu Hailong spoke calmly, but there was unquestionable authority in his words. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into silence. Sweeping Tianya is considered a veteran of the Longting Guild. In normal times, even Fu Hailong would not be too harsh on him. But today Fu Hailong suddenly announced that it would ban the position of Sweeping Tianya. Although it is from the second group to the third group, this represents a signal. That is, the positions of everyone here cannot be moved. Almost everyone looked at Dao Yun's position. They didn't know what kind of magic power this new guy had. He just had a high status in the guild at the beginning. But how long has it been? From replacing Xiao Xiangyu's 3rd regiment to now replacing the 2nd regiment that swept Tianya. This promotion speed is as fast as a rocket. Sweeping Tianya was also stunned. And he didn't even react for a moment. A few days ago, he was still laughing at Xiao Xiangyu for being replaced by Dao Yun. But just a few days later, Dao Yun was promoted again and pushed him out. Among the people who looked at Dao Yun, even Gui Xuan also looked at Dao Yun. In fact, when Fu Hailong left Dao Yun alone, Gui Shu called Dao Yun alone to question him. At that time, Dao Yun gave a neither light nor serious explanation. After all, the ghost calculation relies on Dao Yun to plan. So there is no more doubt. After all, Dao Yun's people are on his side. But looking at it now, the explanation Dao Yun gave him that day was probably just to fool him. Who is Fu Hailong? He has been with Fu Hailong for so long. And he knows it all too well. If Fu Hailong supports someone like this despite all opinions, it must be that this person can bring greater benefits to Fu Hailong. To put it bluntly, Fu Hailong is a profit-seeking person. What advantages does Dao Yun have to allow Fu Hailong to treat him like this? Gui Xuan's eyes flashed sharply. But he didn't intend to speak for Sweeping Tianya now. After all, Dao Yun was his chess piece. And it would naturally be good for him to upgrade the weight of the chess pieces. President, I didn't make any mistakes. And I'm about to lead the second group to attack the dungeon and complete it. After Sweeping Tianya for a moment, he said unwillingly. At the same time, he also hinted that if he was replaced, the copy played by the second group would be useless. Don't you want to lead 3 groups? Fu Hailong spoke with a cold tone, staring at Sweeping Tianya. It's full of threats. If we continue talking, we won't even have to take the 3 regiments. At this time, Xiaoxiangia felt energetic, and he wanted to continue talking to Bai Tianya. In this way, the 3 regiments can be returned to his hands. Yes, President. Seeing Fu Hailong like this, Sweeping the World knows that Fu Hailong has made a decision. If he talks back at this time, maybe the 3 regiments will really be gone. I will lead the 3 regiments to achieve results. Seeing that Sweeping Tianya had softened, Fu Hailong also returned to his normal expression. This is just a normal work adjustment. And it is entirely because Dao Yun is extremely good. So you don't need to worry too much. Management still requires a combination of kindness and power. After establishing authority, it is natural to appease the people's hearts. This time, no one dared to say anything more. It's like none of this ever happened. Except that the right to sweep Tianya has been reduced from the 2nd regiment to the 3rd regiment. Heavenly ruler, Fu Hailong said suddenly at this time. President, Guishan responded quickly. Regardless of whether the ghost has been suppressed or not, the ghost at this time needs to pretend to be suppressed and beaten. Seeing the ghost calculation like this, Fu Hailong also smiled with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. He wants the people of the Dragon Court Guild to know who is the master of this guild. You are fully responsible for handling the affairs of the Sunset Guild. And you can control the overall situation. After Fu Hailong said that, he glanced at the other guild executives and asked them, Do you have any questions? No. Listen quietly. Just follow the president's orders. Those senior officials who were in contact with Fu Hailong's eyes could only be forced to answer even if they didn't want to answer at this time. They just used Sweeping Tianya as an example. At this time, they don't want to be the second Sweeping Tianya. The meeting is over. You two stay. Fu Hailong looked at Gui Xuan and Yao Dao. Others didn't dare to ask any more questions and left the conference room after the meeting was over. Only 3 people, Fu Hailong, Yao Dao and Gui Xuan, were left. In fact, this battle is not to cause the Sunset Guild to disband. After the others left, Fu Hailong opened his mouth and revealed his true purpose. This sentence surprised Gui Xuan, because such a large scale is used. Is it just for fun? However, Yao Dao was not surprised because he knew what Fu Hailong was planning. So what do I do? Gui Xuan thought about his words and said, Demonstrate, and then letting you take the initiative to see me. Fu Hailong said with a smile. Gui Xuan was a little confused. Dao Yun will help you with this matter. You two must do it well for me this time. Fu Hailong put away his smile and said lightly, Seeing Fu Hailong like this, Gujuan knew not to ask any more questions. After Yao Dao and Guiswan agreed to this matter, Fu Hailong waved his hand, indicating that they could retreat. Chapter 451. Fingyu asks Luo Qiu for help. Afterwards, the devil naturally found the evil way again. However, Yao Dao talks nonsense and mainly focuses on deception. I am right here with you. Can I still lie to you? Yao Dao blocked Guiswan with one sentence. Anyway, he was under house arrest. Don't be clever with me. Don't think that I really don't dare to do something to you. Guiswan's eyes were a bit violent, and he directly took action and pulled Yao Dao's collar. That's the way it is. If you don't believe what I can do, I can't beat you if you really want to do it. Yao Dao had a helpless expression and acted innocent. Guishan looked around and saw that his actions just now were not seen by others. So he immediately let go of Yao Dao's collar. Your collar is messed up. At the same time, he helped Yao Dao tidy up his collar. Thanks. Yao Dao smiled and thanked Guiswan. Guess doesn't have the heart to find out if there is any problem with the demon path at this time. He has other things to be busy with now. After all, Fu Hailong gave him a deadline to deal with the Sunset Guild within 3 days. After the ghost is gone, the demon arrived at his residence. After confirming that it was not being monitored, Yao Dao made a call. Mr. Su and Fu Hailong want to have a showdown with Fingyu and ask Fingyu to hand over the treasure map. What should be done now? Fu Hailong gave Tianji 3 days to deal with Fingyu. Yao Dao asked Su Chen. This is indeed a problem. It seems that Fu Hailong is not as simple as he thought, and will not be so honest as a gunman for us. Su Chen fell into thinking. The treasure map was fake in the first place. I originally thought that Fu Hailong was simple-minded and would directly start a war against the Sunset Guild. But Fu Hailong didn't want to pay too much at all. He just tried to scare Fengyu, hoping that Fengyu would hand over the treasure map and quit automatically. How about we use the same method and find someone to give Fengyu the same treasure map to make it real? Yao Dao put forward his own suggestions to Su Chen. However, Su Chen immediately rejected this suggestion. The reason why Demon Dao occupies such a high position in the Longting Guild is because the character was created in advance and became famous all over the world during that time. Only if the background of Yao Dao is clean will Fu Hailong be reused. The situations of the Sunset Guild and the Dragon Court Guild are simply incomparable. It is too difficult to place someone into Sunset Guild at this time and gain Fengyu's trust. If we make any moves at this time, we are likely to be noticed, and the person behind Fengyu will be completely alert. Stop moving first and follow Fu Hailong's arrangements. Su Chen shook his head and said, What if Fengyu doesn't admit it? After all, this matter is fake. Yao Dao said with some worry. This matter is also related to Fu Hailong's trust in him. If Fu Hailong communicates with Fengyu, he will find that this matter is a scam from beginning to end. Then his undercover identity was exposed. At the same time, the person behind the demonic path will also arouse everyone's vigilance. And Su Chen may be suspected. If he doesn't admit it, he will be slandered. And he can also make some false evidence for Fu Hailong's intelligence system to discover. Su Chen snorted coldly. It's really funny. Could it be that just because Fengyu said he didn't do these things, he didn't do them? Anyway, this matter was forced on Fengyu. This matter was something that Fengyu could not prove. Everyone relies on their words. Fu Hailong will never trust outsiders more than his own people. Right? Understood. Yao Dao nodded after hearing this. Forcibly dirtying Fengyu may seem like a hopeless strategy, but it is actually a very useful method. Even if Fengyu saw through it, he couldn't explain it. When no one has any evidence, the competition is to see who speaks more convincingly. Demon Dao is no worse than Fengyu in this aspect. Besides, he was born to be a high-ranking member of Longting Guild. It depends on who Fu Hailong trusts more. Having said this, both Su Chen and Yao Dao smiled. The game has been very lively these days, because Fu Hailong believed the false news about the treasure of the gods given by Yao Dao. The Dragon Court Guild has united with the Phantom Alliance, which is also one of the 6 top guilds, and some first-line guilds to jointly suppress the Sunset Guild. The suppression these days has undoubtedly been a blow to the Sunset Guild. The Dragon Court Guild and the Phantom Alliance Guild joined forces to conduct a comprehensive blockade and attack on the Sunset Guild from all aspects. Even when Sunset Guild wanted to enter the dungeon, it would be blocked by members of this guild alliance. Moreover, they are still blocked outside the safe zone. As long as Sunset Guild members dare to enter the PK zone, they will be besieged. Originally, the members of the Sunset Guild received some resources from Fengyu and all improved. However, facing the siege of these guilds, they refused to accept it at first. and members of the Sunset Elite broke out with ordinary members. But after being called back several times, the members of the Sunset Guild also gave in. The current Sunset Guild cannot even leave the main city, let alone go to the Shura realm. The plan to counterattack the Shura world was naturally shelved. Originally, the Sunset Guild members were hoping that Feng Yu, the leader as powerful as the god of war, could lead his brothers to declare war directly. But Feng Yu didn't know why, and would rather keep a low profile among the members than declare war with the two major guilds at the same time. This made the members of the Sunset Guild very disappointed, and some members even planned to quit the guild. Just when Feng Yu was hesitating whether to use the mysterious power given by Lao San to solve this conflict with lightning, the Dragon Court Guild was suddenly willing to send an envoy to make peace. Sunset Guild. In the living room, the core members of the Sunset Guild are all there. Feng Yu sat in the main seat, with Cool Color and Sledgehammer sitting next to him. The others were the core of the guild. At this time, they were waiting for Dao Yun, the so-called messenger from Monting. We are already 10 minutes late. The people in the Dragon Court Guild have no sense of time at all, Sledgehammer said with some annoyance. This is intentional to show off. It is estimated that today's negotiation will not be easy. Cool Colors make it clear what they are for. If you want me to say it, let's go directly. Sledgehammer was about to say something, but found Feng Yu looking at him and stopped him. Sledgehammer had no choice but to wait quietly like this. Another 10 minutes passed. Just when everyone was complaining, a figure walked in at the door of the living room. This person is the demon. The demon was wearing a long black coat, walking slowly without any rush. It was as if the person, who was 20 minutes late, had nothing to do with him. There was an elusive smile on Yao Dao's face, and he swept over everyone in the living room with a proud look. Yao Dao, who was 20 minutes late, swaggered into his seat with an arrogant expression. Before Feng Yu could say "Lo," Yao Dao glanced at Feng Yu proudly. Are you the president of Sunset Guild? Feng Yu? Yao Dao asked in a condescending tone. His voice was not loud, but it was full of arrogance and contempt. Seeing his president being looked down upon in this way, the first person to quit was Sledgehammer. Who do you think you are? Being 20 minutes late, and having the nerve to pretend like this? Sledgehammer also has a bad temper, and can't stand it for a while. Why is something whining? Yao Dao dug his ears, and didn't even look at the Sledgehammer. You? Sledgehammer picked up his own sledgehammer. If you have the ability, come out and challenge me, President Feng Yu. It seems that your guild has many pets that like to bark. Yao Dao picked up the tea and said softly. Feng Yu was also a little angry, but he knew from the beginning that the other party was deliberately late for 20 minutes, which was destined to not be a peaceful negotiation. Seeing that the sledgehammer was about to be shipped, Feng Yu stretched out his hand to stop it. Messenger Dao Yun, we are negotiating in good faith. Isn't your guild negotiating in good faith? Feng Yu looked at Yao Dao and asked directly. Of course Yao Dao did not come to negotiate sincerely, but this cannot be admitted. Of course I negotiate with sincerity, but I don't like having something screaming in my ears. Yao Dao showed a faint smile. The demon's arrogant attitude immediately aroused the anger of Sunset Guild, and several people stood up one after another. Even the cool-tone man, who had always been calm, stood up when he saw his brother being insulted like this. As long as there is a disagreement, take action. However, what the demon wants is this effect. As long as they take action, the demon can escape without being defeated. Then this negotiation will naturally fall apart. The other party attacked him, but even Fu Hailong couldn't find anything to say against him. You go out. However, at this moment, Feng Yu did not go up, but asked everyone to go out. What else did Sledgehammer want to say? I said, you all get out, Feng Yu said firmly. The rest of the people were a little reluctant, but after the president said so, they withdrew one by one. Cool Colors go last, and closed the door at the same time. Feng Yu nodded to the Cold Color, but the Cold Color understood what he meant. Seeing that the other party actually calmed down and did not fight him, Yao Dao felt a little pity. What do you want to say? Feng Yu stared at Yao Dao and said, President Feng Yu, what does this mean? Yao Dao said with a chuckle. When you say this, don't you just want me to send them out? If you have anything to say, you can say it clearly now. Feng Yu looked at Yao Dao and said calmly, snap, snap, snap. Yao Dao clapped his hands gently. President Feng Yu is indeed a smart man. Yao Dao smiled and praised Feng Yu. Feng Yu didn't respond, but looked at Yao Dao, waiting for Yao Dao to explain clearly. Since President Feng Yu has made his words clear, I will say it directly. If you know the treasure map of God's treasure, please hand it over quickly. Yao Dao smiled softly and said to Feng Yu, God's treasure? Feng Yu? He had thought about some of the things the other party would say, but he had not thought about this thing, because he didn't even know what this was. And it seems that this God's treasure is the Dragon Court Guild's biggest goal. All the attacks against the Sunset Guild during this period came from this thing. Neither I nor the Sunset Guild have ever had a treasure map of the God's treasure, let alone heard of it. Feng Yu looked at Yao Dao and said angrily, Have not heard? Ha ha ha. Yao Dao suddenly burst into laughter at this time. His laughter was full of arrogance and ridicule. He looked at Feng Yu and kept clicking his tongue and shaking his head. President Feng Yu is really good at acting. Do you think I will believe it? Even if I believe it, will our president believe it? Yao Dao continued to laugh and said to Feng Yu. Feng Yu frowned, and the other party seemed to recognize it. Could it be that, as the third child said, he had been plotted against? And from the words of the other party's envoy, Feng Yu basically figured out that the Longting Guild didn't know the news about the human hero at all. If the Dragon Court Guild had known about the human heroes, they would not have started this war at all. This is a war with no winners. Listen to me. There must be some misunderstanding, and I can explain it. Feng Yu looked at Yao Dao, wanting to explain this matter clearly. This thing was done by Yao Dao. And of course, he would not let Feng Yu explain it clearly. If Feng Yu explained it clearly, he couldn't explain it clearly. Okay, Feng Yu, you're pretending too. It's just a matter of one sentence to give or not. If you don't give it, don't blame us for being rude. Yao Dao put away his smile, and his expression became serious. When talking to Feng Yu, he was no longer polite. Brother Daoyun, there is really a misunderstanding in this. I have never gotten any treasure map, and I have never heard of the treasure of God. If possible, I can explain it clearly to President Fu Hailong in person. Feng Yu probably figured out the misunderstanding at this time, and he didn't want to start this war with Long Ting. Hearing Feng Yu say these words, Yao Dao was also thinking rapidly. Feng Yu seemed to be aware of the inside story, and wanted to talk to Fu Hailong. If Feng Yu and Fu Hailong were allowed to talk, wouldn't that mean the conversation had been opened? Having said that, how could he fish in troubled waters? Stop pretending. Are you going to hand over the treasure map or not? At this time, Demon Dao is forcing Feng Yu to get dirty. Anyway, he concluded that Feng Yu had a treasure map. Even if Feng Yu really found Fu Hailong to talk, his dirty Feng Yu behavior would be justified. After all, the reasons for doubting Feng Yu are valid. Just after the NPC handed out the treasure map, Feng Yu went to fight the Shira world. Even if things really break out, that's fine. Anyway, just continue to dirty Feng Yu to counterattack the Shira world. Not for the sake of mankind at all, but for the treasure map's own selfish interests. Although forcibly dirtying Feng Yu will have an impact on Daoyun's identity. But after Mr. Su got the title of human hero, Daoyun's identity was actually of little use. The arrogance, contempt, and insistence on his behavior shown by the demon. And he also deliberately stretched out a hand and waved it in front of Feng Yu, as if he was watching him act. Feng Yu looked at Yao Dao's arrogant and domineering look, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. I really want Feng Yu to have the urge to use mysterious power to kill this messenger and Long Ting together. But there is really no way to use that power. And this civil war cannot be started easily. The key point is that he was probably plotted against him this time. This Dragon Court Guild just thought he had some treasure on him and wanted him to hand over the treasure. Messenger Daoyun, Luo Qiu and I are quite familiar with each other. In the last peak battle, Luo Qiu put you in second place. In this way, for Luo Qiu's sake, give me some time to investigate. And please try to get an interview opportunity with Fu Hailong. I will definitely give an explanation to President Fu Hailong. Feng Yu suppressed his anger and set his target on Yao Dao. In any case, the last time Yao Dao fought at the pinnacle, in the eyes of outsiders, he owed Luo Qiu a favor. The character that Daoyun showed at that time couldn't help but miss this favor. Right? When Yao Dao heard this, he was stunned for a moment. The mastermind behind your scheme is Luo Qiu. Why do you still want to give Luo Qiu some face? However, these words really still have a certain degree of binding power. After all, he still needs his personality now. You said it's very familiar? Yao Dao also reacted quickly and immediately replied with a cold snort. Okay, I'll make a video call to Luo Qiu now. Feng Yu called Luo Qiu directly without any nonsense. Are you really fighting? The demon was stunned. He immediately reported what happened here to Su Chen through sound transmission. The speed was very fast. Su Chen knew it. After calling for a while, the call was connected. Luo Qiu's character needs to answer this call. because Luo Chio's character has a really good relationship with Sunset. The Sunset Guild also supported some resources last time. Although these resources were all sold by Su Chen, Luo Chio also did a lot of business with the Sunset Guild. And the two parties formed a good friendship. It's President Feng Yu. Why did you remember to video chat with me? Su Chen greeted Feng Yu with a smile. But in reality, Su Chen did feel a little nauseous. He clearly knew what Feng Yu was going to ask him for later. But he couldn't refuse due to his personality. Brother Luo Chio, I haven't seen you for a long time. I should have invited you to talk. But in this video, I want to ask you for a favor. With that said, Feng Yu gave an overview of the current situation. Of course Su Chen knew about these situations. But he still had to put on a show. Is there such a thing? Su Chen said, deliberately surprised. It's hard for me to defend myself now. I hope I can ask this Dalian envoy to buy me some investigation time and a chance to interview Fu Hailong. For this matter, I owe you a big favor. Feng Yu said to Su Chen. Feng Yu's words have reached this point. With the character Luo Chio has established, there is really no way to refuse. Brother Dalian, long time no see. You have also heard what President Feng Yu said about the situation. I believe that President Feng Yu is innocent. How about you give me some face? Although Su Chen felt annoyed, he still said to Yao Dao with a smile. Yao Dao also felt disgusted. Because according to the character he established, he had to sell Luo Chio's face. Since Brother Luo Chio has said so, I will fight for President Feng Yu. Feng Yu also had to answer. They teamed up to deal with Feng Yu. But due to their personalities, Feng Yu was overturned. Both of them had a hint of helplessness in their eyes. But they both hid it and made expressions that fit their personalities. Chapter 452 Counterattack on the Shura Realm Alliance. Feng Yu would call Su Chen. But neither of them had expected it in advance. Their original plan was to let Yao Dao use an extremely arrogant attitude to force this matter on Feng Yu. These would have been well deployed. Who knew Feng Yu would make this choice? Brother Luo, thank you very much. I will definitely give you a thank you gift someday. Feng Yu said to Su Chen in the video at this time. Nothing. Su Chen had to smile in response. After hanging up the call. That Cloud Envoy. This matter will be troublesome. Feng Yu said to Yao Dao. Well, for Luo Chio's sake, let me help you for now. But President Feng Yu, what our president thinks is beyond my control. Yao Dao said calmly. When Demon Dao came, he thought about many ideas. He even thought about Feng Yu doing something to him. But he just didn't think that Feng Yu would suddenly go to Mr. Su for help. It can be said that this time, he and President Su were restricted by their personalities. That's natural. Thank you Dao Yun for making it happen. Feng Yu said to Yao Dao with a smile. After what happened, Yao Dao couldn't continue to mess with Feng Yu and had no choice but to go home. This time, Sunset Guild has recovered. After returning to Longting Guild, since Yao Dao agreed to the matter in front of Luo Chio, it was naturally not easy for him to continue dirtying Feng Yu behind his back. I can only convey Feng Yu's words truthfully, since there is no evil spirit to fan the flames. Fu Hailong is no longer so determined. The conflicts between the two major guilds were all caused by the evil ways fanning the flames. Now that the evil ways have stopped, there will naturally not be such a big conflict. Fu Hailong was even willing to negotiate with Feng Yu in person. During this negotiation, Feng Yu said that he did not have the treasure map. But since the Longting Guild had it, he could help the Longting Guild. That is to say, the Longting Guild can go to the Shura realm to collect treasures. And their Sunset Guild is responsible for providing force to deal with the army of the God of the Undead. Moreover, Feng Yu made it clear that he would not follow the treasure matter. This made Fu Hailong tempted. The Sunset Guild's current combat effectiveness is not inferior to the 6 top guilds. Wouldn't it be nice if the Sunset Guild could help them contain their firepower and become a free thug? As for Feng Yu's agreement, he also had his own thoughts. What he wanted to counterattack the Shura world was to gain fame and compete for the title of human hero. Treasures and the like were not what he had expected. And he also felt that this so-called treasure of God was really such a good thing. There is no conflict at all between helping the Longting Guild and his attack on the Shura realm. It may even help. No matter what. The Dragon Court Guild is a powerful fighting force. With such a powerful fighting force entering the Shura world, it is impossible for the army of the God of the Undead to ignore it. This can also help them share some of their firepower. The two major guilds finally shook hands and made peace at this time. At the same time, it was announced that it had become the Shura Realm Counterattack Alliance. It can be said that without Yao Dao and Su Chen causing trouble in the middle, this matter should have been the result of the two parties hitting it off. After the Sunset Guild and the Longting Guild reached a reconciliation, They also jointly established an alliance to counterattack the Shiro world, which was very dramatic to the outside world. Battle Report Frontline. The Dragon Court Guild and the Sunset Guild have reconciled, and an alliance to counterattack the Shiro world has been established. The alliance expands again. The Phantom Alliance joins the counterattack against the Shiro World Alliance. Turn enemies into friends. An in-depth analysis of the reasons for the reconciliation between the two major guilds. After the news came out, it immediately aroused widespread discussion. I waited for 2 days to watch the fight start. And this is the result? In fact, it is also a good thing. The three major guilds jointly counterattack the Shiro world. This time the army of the undead god may not be able to resist. Feng Yu is really interesting. He dares to fight against the army of undead gods that no one dares to touch. And he even got 2 top guilds to join him. Let's see if any big guilds will join us. If he could really conquer the Shiro realm, Feng Yu would have done a great thing. Yes, the siege of the undead god destroyed many guilds. And even the Shiro realm fell. I heard that Feng Yu also called for individual players to join, and planned to go hang out and see if there were any benefits to be gained. The name Feng Yu quickly entered the attention of many players. Many people's impression of Feng Yu is that of an ordinary president of an ordinary first-line guild. There are many people who don't know who Feng Yu is. But now the name Feng Yu is rising in popularity at an alarming rate. The last player who became famous so quickly, or to be precise, 2 players, was Erguin and Henan in peak battle. Their powerful strength aroused the attention of the majority of players. Focus on. Even Dao Yuan, who got the second divine weapon, did not have such a rapid rise in fame. The next one is Luo Qiu. To be able to compare with these people, Feng Yu can be regarded as a phenomenon. First, he counterattacked the Shiro realm to win people's hearts. Secondly, under the suppression of the Dragon Court Guild and the Phantom Alliance, he managed to survive, and at the same time persuaded the 2 major guilds to counterattack the Shiro realm together. With the addition of these events, Feng Yu's personal reputation has been catching up with Yi Fengchen. If the voting for human heroes were announced now, Feng Yu would already have almost the same votes as Yi Fengchen, mainly because Yi Fengchen was resting on his laurels. Not only did he not make any further progress in the peak battle, but he also lost some reputation and prestige. It is conceivable if Feng Yu had really achieved something in attacking the Shiro world. So after the announcement of the human hero election and the announcement of the game's arrival, this was enough for Feng Yu and Luo Qiu to arm wrestle. Shiro world. Center. Su Chen appeared here. At the same time, there are also core figures of the Su group such as Yao Dao, Seal, and Mephit. If Xiao Dao fails to do things well, please ask Mr. Su to punish him. As soon as they met, Yao Dao felt very ashamed and apologized to Su Chen. Originally, according to the plan, Feng Yu was supposed to be completely defeated by this wave of blows. No matter who wins or loses with Longting Guild, Feng Yu's reputation will be labeled as one of internal strife. This plan is perfect and has no solution. But the current situation is that not only has Feng Yu not been hit at all, but his reputation has increased because of this incident. Because according to outside rumors, it was Feng Yu who convinced the presidents of the 2 major guilds. This made Feng Yu famous. It doesn't matter. He can use this skill. It is his ability. Su Chen waved his hand, and had no intention of blaming Yao Dao. It is already perfect for Yao Dao to be able to execute this plan to this point. But who knew that Feng Yu would suddenly come to him for help? This righteous and glorious persona gave him convenience in the election of human heroes. But it also gave him limitations. This is also a double-edged sword. Have you found out who is responsible for spreading those rumors? Su Chen glanced at Yao Dao and said, the rumors were naturally caused by Feng Yu convincing the 2 major guilds. Su Chen saw the shadow of the Navy army behind him, and he wanted to see if there were any pushers among them. I asked Bing Feng to investigate, and this is the result of the investigation. Yao Dao handed the information made by Bing Feng to Su Chen. Su Chen opened it and took a look, frowning. The other party is a master, and does it very cleanly. But one thing is certain. That means the other party really used Navy push hands. It seems that this is a more difficult opponent than Yi Fengchen. Su Chen frowned. It turned out that his opponent was Yi Fengchen. Yi Fengchen was very principled, and would not use such methods. Yi Fengchen's character destined him to be an easy opponent to deal with. But now this Feng Yu is different. This man is also an unscrupulous master. Compared with Yi Fengchen, who has a fixed moral bottom line, Feng Yu's moral bottom line is obviously more flexible. He just didn't know if this move of asking me for help came to him suddenly, or if it was premeditated. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, with a hint of coldness flashing through his eyes. If it's just a temporary idea, then don't worry about it. But if this move had been planned in advance, it would not be simple. This means that either Feng Yu or the person behind Feng Yu has doubts about him. That's trouble. The original Su Chen seemed to be in the light. But in fact, he was in the dark. But now that someone has seen him in the dark, he becomes in the light in front of his opponents. Xiao Dao actually had some doubts about this. At that time, I had reached the limit of irritating him, and he was indeed angry. But when he was on the verge of anger, he held back and asked for help. Regarding Su Chen's words, Yao Dao agreed after recalling them. It was precisely because the opponent had this trump card that he did not fall out even in that situation. Could it be that my identity has been exposed? Yao Dao said with some doubts. No. My identity may have been exposed, Su Chen said calmly. Hearing this, several people were stunned. No way. Mr. Su, I almost think you are a righteous leader. Sil was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, What is likeness? Su Chen glanced at Sierra. Oh, he is the righteous leader, Sil said with a smile. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. I think Mr. Su is perfect, Yao Dao said with some confusion. This time it's not flattery. Mr. Su plays the role of a righteous leader. Sometimes even if he knows the inside story, he will doubt whether the inside story he knows is false. Even if he tried to find fault with the strictest attitude, he basically couldn't find anything showing off about Mr. Su's cowardice. It can be said that Mr. Su handed in a perfect answer. Will a perfect answer be viewed with suspicion? But it is what it is. Su Chen didn't know what he did wrong. However, judging from the results, the other party probably had no evidence. But they did suspect him. If my guess is right, in the next step, that thing you will invite me to fight in the Shura world together. When Su Chen said this, he snorted coldly. What does this mean? Method, who had been watching from the side, asked with some confusion. Test. Su Chen's short 2 words. It is precisely because of doubt that the other party is testing. Test to find evidence. So what do we do next? Yao Dao asked Su Chen. This is also something Su Chen was thinking about before. He cannot take action against the Dark Army. If he takes action, the skeleton soldiers will lose their loyalty. The old guy who was sealed just did this kind of thing too many times. And the skeleton army directly turned into a skeleton rebel army. Otherwise, these skeleton soldiers would have no part in him at all. The potential of the skeleton soldiers is unlimited and immortal. Even the old guy has no other way but to seal these rebels in the boundless darkness. Although I don't know how he summoned these from the boundless darkness. That's not the point. The key point is that he cannot lose faith in the skeleton soldiers. When he couldn't take action against the skeleton soldiers, Feng Yu invited him to counterattack the Shura world. The whole process must have been broadcast live. Feng Yu would even ask their live broadcast cameras to pay special attention to his side. If he were paddling, he would be exposed directly on the live broadcast. The opponent's calculation was very good. But it didn't matter. Su Chen smiled coldly. He had already thought of a response plan. If they want to see me attack the Shura realm, then I will attack it for them to see. But you have to cooperate with my acting. Su Chen glanced at everyone and said slowly. He just couldn't take action against skeleton soldiers. But he could take action against commanders like Dracula. Defeat these bosses without losing faith. So that's it. After hearing this, Sierra suddenly realized, but Mr. Su, you said that the other party is powerful, mysterious people to help secretly. These leaders in our Shura world are a bit insufficient. And there are even fewer leaders who have to be spared for one period of acting. Sierra also told Su Chen about the current situation of the Shura world. There are now 3 top combat powers in the Shura world. They are Seer himself, Method, and the Spirit of Vengeance. Among them, the Spirit of Vengeance consumes a lot of money and cannot be used unless necessary. The only ones left are Sil and Method. Among the other demigod-level leaders, it was necessary to eliminate those who could match Su Chen's apparent strength, which made him nervous. The 2 top guilds are not vegetarians either. In addition, Feng Yu's sledgehammer and cold color combat are also very strong. And the defensive ability of Shura world seems a bit nervous. In addition, other guilds or top experts may join halfway. For example, for Dark Mark, that mysterious man can completely replenish his status and allow him to participate in the battle as an individual. Of course, if Su Chen showed his true combat power, this wave of players would be completely swept away. The problem is that Su Chen not only cannot help the Shura realm's defenders, but he also has to deal with the Shura realm's defensive capabilities. The resources produced by the Shura realm during this period, plus the resources I saved. Let's summon 3 leaders first, since they want to fight. We can also speed up the plunder of resources, and start more wars with war to support war when necessary, Suchin said calmly. Although accelerating the plundering of resources and getting into disputes will make the great world come early. It doesn't matter if it's already advanced or if it's earlier. This can even reduce the time Fengyu has to chase his fame. Based on his current reputation, he is still far ahead of Fengyu. Hearing this, Seal seemed a little excited. During the training period, it was basically all demons doing meritorious deeds, and she had no chance at all. At this time, we have entered the war era, so it is time for her to make contributions. It's time for the second in command of the Su group to come to a conclusion. At this time, Suchin walked to the open space. Others also stepped aside. Knowing that Mr. Su was about to summon a new leader, Suchin narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand, and looked forward. The surrounding wind suddenly stopped, and the air seemed to freeze. In my name, in the name of God, I call you to come. Although Suchin's skills have always been instantaneous, Suchin still retained the habit of reciting a spell. 3 portals of darkness rise from the ground. The dark door seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. A deep crack appeared out of thin air, and a cold and powerful aura emerged from it. The first thing that appeared was a dark sword demon. The sword demon is tall, and his skin is a deep black, like a statue made of obsidian. He was wearing a black armor that fit tightly to his body, as if it was part of his skin. The most eye-catching thing is the black giant's sword in his hand. This sword seems to be condensed from pure dark energy, and the hilt is inlaid with a faint blue gem. When the dark sword demon saw Suchin, he knelt down on one knee and paid tribute to Suchin, showing his absolute loyalty. The second door shows the dark spellcaster. His figure was elusive and ethereal, wearing a black robe, holding a magic wand in one hand and a heavy spell book in the other. It looks like a very ordinary dark magician's posture. He bowed deeply to Suchin to show his respect. The third door is the Shadow of Night. If you didn't go out of your way to see him, you wouldn't even be able to spot him at all. His figure was completely hidden in the darkness, blending into the night. As the Shadow Demon Lord of the Night moves, the darkness around him seems to flow, forming black shadows. These shadows are his clones, capable of attacking enemies and protecting himself. He looked at Suchin and also expressed respect. Suchin stood with his hands behind his back, looking mysterious and solemn under the moonlight. His eyes swept over the 3 newly joined leaders, his eyes showing satisfaction and appreciation. Although I haven't seen their specific panels yet. In any case, these 3 people have good abilities on the surface. Very well. Welcome to join the Dark Army. Suchin looked at the 3 new leaders and smiled softly. Suchin's voice was low and filled with divine power, although the content of the words was welcome. In fact, Suchin was also showing his strength to the 3 newly joined leaders. For these guys who have been living in the shadows all year round, strength is what counts. The Dark Sword Demon was originally kneeling on one knee, but after hearing Suchin's words, he felt like he couldn't stand. He quickly stuck the black giant's sword on the ground and stabilized his figure. This made the Dark Sword Demon a little shocked. The adult who summoned him was not an ordinary person. Not only did he not have any anger, but he felt happy because he saw the powerful strength of the summoner. Only by following a strong master will you have more opportunities for advancement. On the contrary, he is a mediocre person. He would rather resist the power of summons and go back. Chapter 453 Luo Qiu forms a counterattack alliance. The other 2 were not easy either. The conjurer waved his magic wand and surrounded it with dark magical energy, thus resisting the pressure from Suchin's words. The Shadow of the Night did not make any move, but his voice in the darkness trembled slightly. These 2 people, like the Dark Sword Demon, were delighted with the strength displayed by this summoner. We are honored to join the Dark Army. The 3 of them also quickly expressed their loyalty. Seeing Suchin easily win over these 3 people, Sierra and others also laughed and said nothing. I think they also experienced this at the beginning. But the most lamentable thing is the demonic way. When the demon Dao first became a disciple, neither of them were strong. Mr. Su was an average adventurer at that time, but he was just a demon king in the demon cave. He didn't expect at the time that following Mr. Su at that time, he would reach where he is now. Any one of the 3 guys in front of him was someone he needed to look up to before. But now, even if he can't run for the second-in-command position of the Su group, he is still the third-in-command. These 3 guys are all his subordinates, who can control the situation at will. After these 3 people joined the Dark Legion, Suchin also took a look at their panel attributes. Name, Dark Sword Demon Dest. Type, Ghost Clan. Level 150. Level Demigod. Skills, Dark Sword Technique, including 23 sword moves. Sword Demon's Wrath. Dark Sword Formation. Sword Shadow Clone. Dark Swallowing. Dark Shield. Teleport Sword Technique. Dark Domain. Soul Sword Technique. Demigod's Body. Name, Dark Spellcaster Seer. Type Demon. Level 150. Level Demigod. Skills, complete set of dark spells. Master 206 dark spells. Soul Chain. Fountain of Darkness. Shadow Escape. Dark Storm. Name, Shadow Demon Lord of the Night. Type Demon. Level 150. Level Demigod. Skills, Shadow Escape. Touch of Dark Night. Wrath of the Demon Lord. Summon Night Demon Group. Dark Healing Fountain. Night Domain. Devouring Light. Shadow Clone. Absolute Shadow Defense. Demigod Shadow Power. The addition of these 3 people increased the immediate combat power of the Dark Legion. Although they are all at the semi-god level, they are enough. After turning on the Battle to War mode, the Dark Legion's resources accumulated very quickly, and the number of leaders could be increased by that time. At the same time, the number of ordinary skeleton soldiers in the Dark Legion can also be greatly expanded. You will be incorporated into Commander Searle's staff and wait for Searle's orders, Suchin said to the 3 newly joined people. Syl looked at the 3 new people and said excitedly, "Sister, I will give you severe orders." Looking at Syl's look, the 3 of them were a little creepy. "Be serious." Suchin glared at Sierra. "I will leave the Shura world to you during this period. Call me when you have gathered enough resources. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I won't let you down," Syl said with a smile. "Mr. Su, what about me?" Demon Dao asked immediately after seeing Suchin teleport. Yao Dao hasn't heard about his arrangements yet. It stands to reason that the front line in the Shura realm is tight. And as one of the top combat forces of the Su group, he should be here to defend his homeland. Well, although the Shura realm was snatched away by them, it seems inappropriate to use it to defend their homeland. Maybe it's because I have followed Mr. Su for too long. And sometimes I use Su's thinking unconsciously. Although he is now a player. Doesn't Mephit, who is also a player, return to the Dark Army? You should continue to be a player. Both Dragon Court Guild and Soul Sect need to explore through your line. In this war, if there is a chance, we can give you a chance to make some meritorious deeds, so that you can truly break into the core layer. Suchin thought for a moment and said this. Mephit can fight on both sides. After all, Mephit belongs to the Dawn Guild, and it is not up to him to decide how the guild will arrange it. At the beginning of the war, it can be said that Mephit was doing an important trial mission, etc. When the war is almost over, Mephit will have no problem returning to his identity as a player. The Demon Dao is under the roof. Not only the President Fu Hailong, but also that guy who thinks he controls the Demon Dao. If Yao Dao participated in the War of the Dark Legion, then the identity of the undercover agent would be unclear. Moreover, Suchin has been telling the demons intentionally or unintentionally not to participate in the Dark Army. Normally, demonic demons have nothing to do with the Dark Legion. When the battle line was not tense to that point, Suchin still let him continue to maintain his identity as Yao Dao. Okay, Mr. Su. Xiao Dao understands. The demonic Dao also understood it at one point and immediately responded. Suchin nodded, and then teleported away from the Shura world. Dawn Guild Residency. At this time, Bingfeng and Tang Feng were still discussing things when they saw Suchin suddenly arrive. Brother Luo, why are you here so late? Bingfeng is still quick to respond. In other words, it's not that he reacts quickly, but that he has developed a habit of thinking. When he sees Suchin in the game, he immediately calls the game's name, regardless of whether there are outsiders around. This habit is maintained. Regarding Bingfeng's reaction, Suchin smiled with satisfaction. Tang Feng's reaction was a little slow, but he still said low immediately. Suchin was not so satisfied with Tang Feng's reaction. Xiaoping, go and announce immediately that our Dawn Guild will participate in the plan to counterattack the Shura world. Suchin said to Bingfeng. This is Suchin's plan. Instead of waiting for Feng Yu to test and invite him, he might as well announce it himself. If he is invited by Feng Yu, he will also be used to give Feng Yu a reputation, and people will praise him for persuading Luo Qiu to counterattack the Shura world. Ah, is it so sudden? Tang Feng was stunned for a moment. Okay, brother Luo. I'll do it right away. Bingfeng responded quickly. Regarding Bingfeng's reaction, Su Chen nodded in appreciation again. Although Su Chen didn't say anything to Tang Feng, she looked at him with an obviously unhappy look. By the way, you should work hard on the copywriting, mainly highlighting an angle that is for the sake of the players. Su Chen looked at Bing Feng, smiled at him and said, Okay. Okay. Brother Luo. Bing Feng quickly agreed. Su Chen smiled and patted Bing Feng on the shoulder. But when he saw Tang Feng, he immediately put away his smile and kept a straight face. Then, he walked out of the guild station. Everyone in Tang Feng was dumbfounded. Is this the strength of the player camp director of the Su group? Originally, Lin Lin had a higher position than Bing Feng at the beginning. But Bing Feng worked her way up to the position of player supervisor step by step. I heard that Yao Dao, who is now a strong contender for the second position of the Su group, is very optimistic about Bing Feng and has developed Bing Feng as his confidant. Bing Feng is also a staunch supporter of the demon path in the battle for second in command. Xiao Tang, what are you doing standing still? Didn't you listen to Mr. Su's request? You hurry up and get the copywriting. And show it to me when you're done. Seeing Tang Feng in a daze, Bing Feng said with some displeasure. Oh. Okay. Brother Bing. Tang Feng also came to his senses and responded quickly. This is not the first time. Every time Bing Feng receives a bunch of tasks from Mr. Su, most of them are actually done by him and several other people with lower status. They are the ones who do the work. And Bing Feng is always the one who gets the praise. This is how it works all the way up to the head of the player department. Xiao Tang, I'm not talking about you. I brought you here from the beginning. Look at how you are doing now. You are not as good as the Chinhu who came later. If you act smarter, Brother Bing might as well give you a few words. How can I help you if you're like this? Seeing Tang Feng's absent-minded look, Bing Feng probably guessed what Tang Feng was thinking. Thank you, Brother Bing. Thank you, Brother Bing. I will do the copywriting right away. After hearing Bing Feng's words, Tang Feng immediately became energetic. Tang Feng felt a little less confident just now. He was still considered a veteran of the Su group when it was first established. He was even the defense director of the Su group. But with the Su group's abundant talents, he has been overtaken by those who came later. And Bing Feng, who brought him to join, has now become the #1 player among the players. Under President Su, this made Tang Feng inevitably feel disappointed. Now that he heard that Bing Feng had not forgotten him, he was very grateful. Seeing Tang Feng running to work excitedly, Bing Feng was stunned for a moment. Are the cakes I painted so fragrant? Bing Feng touched his chin and thought. Originally, this night was ordinary. Suddenly a message was sent out. When everyone saw it, it was the Dawn Guild who took the initiative to counterattack the Shura realm. But instead of joining the counterattack alliance, they carried out the counterattack independently. It can also be said that the Dawn Guild established another counterattack alliance. As soon as this news came out, it immediately aroused heated discussion. Now the Shura world is bustling. And even Luo Qiu has taken action. It is actually normal for Luo Qiu to take action. There is nothing to say about Luo Qiu's character. He is a real boss who really considers us players. I originally thought that the Shura world would be difficult to defeat. But now that Luo Qiu has joined the war, I have to look at it. Will there be other guilds participating in the war? Don't Yai Fengchen's fans like to fight? Let your Yai Fengchen join the fight. There is no balanced system in the Shura world. What if the first person in the arena makes a fool of himself? Don't be embarrassed. My brother Feng Chen will use an hen as his thug. Regardless of Yai Fengchen, Ergu, or that dark hen. No one can do it. Without a balancing system, Luo Qiu is the one with the best overall strength. Everyone is united to counterattack the Shura world. So don't fight for personal honors. There will be a good show tomorrow. The players were talking about it. And I don't know if it was because of the last peak battle. The fans of Luo Qiu and Yai Fengchen seemed to be at odds. At first, Luo Qiu's fans didn't look for trouble. After all, Yai Fengchen said that he was teaming up with Luo Qiu to deal with others. Yai Fengchen is interesting enough and has no dark spots. Mainly because of Yai Fengchen's iron fans. It must be said that Luo Qiu, the most valuable person, relied on picking up Yai Fengchen. Then the two groups started to quarrel. And the conflict continues to this day. In addition, Yai Fengchen hired a thug in the first place. And there were no black spots at all. So the two sides also had a lot of quarrels. In fact, the relationship between Luo Qiu and Yai Fengchen is not bad. But if fans are arguing with fans, they have a good relationship. There is no contradiction between the two. Of course, he was more excited about Luo Qiu's participation in the war. After all, who doesn't like watching the excitement? It is still in the game stage. And no one has realized that this matter is actually related to the fate of mankind. Everyone has a fun-loving attitude. Real world. Exhibitors. Zhang Yu and Luo Jin were drinking and eating. During this period of time in the real world, Luo Jin directly used the Zhan family as his base. After all, Luo Jin was truly safe in the Zhan family. Now, in addition to the sledgehammer and cool colors, they also brought the boss of their dormitory, the hunk, and the youngest, the mushroom head, to Zhan's house. And they all brought their families with them. At first, Macho Man and Mushroom Head thought Luo Jin and the others were joking. But after personally demonstrating their extraordinary abilities, the two reacted like sledgehammers. Now the two of them are also in the Sunset Guild. However, their own foundation is really poor, and they are poor in all aspects. The Macho Man is too careless in playing games. His talents are all focused on real sports. He is a novice in gaming. As for Mushroom Head, it is too conservative to play games. In addition, he is reluctant to invest Krypton gold in the game. And he has not even reached the level of ordinary players. Even if you give them power, they can't reach the point of cool colors and sledgehammers. But after all, when brothers play together, Luo Jin randomly deducts some good things for the two brothers, which also makes their strength far beyond ordinary players. Their panel properties are not far different from those of cold color sledgehammers. But their operation is so bad that they can't beat the cold color ones no matter how hard they play. But Luo Jin didn't count on these two idiots. Anyway, the brothers gave them a good fortune. What he really counted on was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu relied on his willpower to endure the test and accepted the dragon's inheritance. And Zhang Yu's operation was better than that of the cold-colored technical expert. Not only has such technology, but also Zhang Yu's own wisdom and strategy. Luo Jin admires it very much. Third child, according to what you said, Til Yuoqiu actually solved this matter. Is there really something wrong with Luoqiu? Zhang Yu talked about this matter with Luo Jin. And even he found it incredible. Because of this, he felt that it was almost impossible to solve. Fighting or not fighting, winning or losing, is not the right strategy. When he went to Luo Jin gave him a bag of tips that was enough to deal with the Longting Guild, and asked him to try Luoqiu. Zhang Yu felt that this must be of no use. But when I mention it, it actually works. All problems were solved easily. From resolving conflicts with the Dragon Court Guild to joining forces to counterattack the Shura world without any resistance. This is what happened after Luoqiu was mentioned. If Luo Jin hadn't said anything, Zhang Yu would have been very grateful to Luoqiu. But now, he doesn't think so. Because he remembered Luo Jin saying at that time, which was very classic. What if Luoqiu is the one causing these troubles? He just couldn't understand why Til Yuoqiu went so smoothly. This sentence was what Luo Jin explained to him. Luoqiu is so perfect. So perfect that I don't think he exists. Luo Jin snorted coldly. Actually, I'm not sure. So I asked Til Luoqiu to take a look. But this kind of confirms my idea. Ever since he suspected Luoqiu that day, he tried to incorporate this hypothesis of doubting Luoqiu into many things. From the seal trip to the peak battle. And before, Anhin said something about Luoqiu. Those questions that had no answers were basically explained by assuming that Luoqiu had a problem. This is terrible. Why did Anhin think Luoqiu was scary at first? Why is it that during the journey of sealing, the god of the undead was clearly sealed, but the god of the undead is still doing evil everywhere? Why did he get such an enhanced dark mark in the pinnacle battle, but still lose with Yifengxian? Why is it that every time he wants to trust Luoqiu and let Luoqiu be his spokesperson, his intuition that has been baptized by creation always stops him? Why did Fengyu fall into a lose-lose situation this time, and get over it just by asking Luoqiu for help? Why? Too many whys. These problems have troubled Luo Jin for a long time. This time, after Luo Jin assumed that Luoqiu had questions, all these questions were answered. At the same time, assuming that Luoqiu has a relationship with the god of the undead. As for the specific relationship, it may be that he is the same spokesperson relationship as Chuangshi, or it may be other relationships. It doesn't matter what the relationship is. What matters is the connection. After making this deeper assumption, all questions got more perfect answers. It even helped him make derivative associations of the problem. He also tried to solve these problems using other hypotheses. Some assumptions can answer 2 or 3 questions. But for many more questions, the same assumptions cannot solve them. Among the hypotheses he thought of, none could solve all the problems. Only assuming Luoqiu as a villain could answer all these problems. So how should we deal with Luo Qiu? John Yu asked. Luo Qiu has become a problem. If he could have seen it during the SEAL trip, there would be a solution. Luo Jin shook his head. The human hero election is coming soon. It seems that Luo Qiu has known about this for a long time. And now his character is very solid. If we start now, human heroes will basically be Luo Qiu. Let's expose him before the election of human heroes. John Yu said his method. Where is the evidence? Luo Jin shook his head and said, if you ask an ordinary player to curse Luo Qiu casually on the public screen, 7 or 8 people will immediately come to criticize him. Nowadays, Luo Qiu's image is managed too perfectly. Even he was almost fooled. Let alone other players. Now Luo Qiu's fans are a very large group. There are quite a few crystalline powders among them. What is crystal powder? Even if there is solid evidence, he will still speak for Luo Qiu. Not to mention there is no evidence. If one person is not handled well, and Luo Qiu finds out that they are the ones leading the spread of the news, this can even knock Feng Yu directly out of the human hero candidate list. But there's no need to rush. You can invite Luo Qiu to fight the Shura realm with you early tomorrow morning. Luo Jin smiled when he thought of this. The counterattack on the Shura world was tomorrow morning. And he was suddenly called at that time. Without giving Luo Qiu time to prepare. Just make a surprise attack on Luo Qiu, and see how he reveals the truth. Chapter 454 The Eve of the War. Tuck tuck tuck. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Second brother. Third brother. Are late. The ones who came in were the macho Zhou Feng and the youngest mushroom-headed Wang Ming. You two have been a little too obsessed lately. John Yu smiled and said. During this time, Zhou Feng and Wang Ming arrived at John's house. And their families also made arrangements. After being so busy for a while, only a few people get together to drink. A few people were too lazy to relax. And the topics they talked about were relatively light. Following the method given by Lao San, I have now awakened some abilities in reality. Zhou Feng said with a smile. I also woke up a little bit. It's really amazing. Wang Ming also added next to him. Luo Jin and John Yu both smiled lightly. They have long been used to it. But their reactions were similar to them at first. By the way, second brother, I have good news for you. At this time, Wang Ming seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, what good news? John Yu said with a chuckle. Neither John Yu nor Luo Jin paid much attention to what they thought was good news. Wang Ming and Zhou Feng are both at the beginning of their strength. So the good news they said is probably just a trivial matter. It's just a conversation starter while drinking. Second child, aren't we going to attack the Shura realm? Luo Qiu just announced that they will also attack the Shura realm. The macho man Zhou Feng chuckled, looked at John Yu and said, it's Luo Qiu who is known as the first person in the new world. Isn't it a surprise? John Yu and Luo Jin were smiling and drinking. After hearing Zhou Feng's words, they stopped holding their wine glasses and suppressed their smiles. The two looked at each other in disbelief. Uh-huh. The second and third brothers were so happy. Wang Ming said with a smile beside him. Zhou Feng and Wang Ming were not told about Luo Qiu and the secret things about human heroes. It's not that I can't trust them, but it's because I know them too well. The macho Zhou Feng is a simple-minded guy, and Wang Ming is not a master who can hide his words. Luo Jin and John Yu feel that it is better not to tell them this important secret. So at this time, neither of them knew anything about Luo Qiu. Wang Ming and Zhou Feng also realized that the atmosphere was a bit solemn. What's wrong? Second child and third child. Why don't you talk? Zhou Feng looked at the two people and asked. John Yu and Luo Jin looked at each other. Nothing. Just eat first. John Yu forced a smile and said to several people. The atmosphere returned to the relaxed atmosphere just now. After drinking for a while, John Yu and Luo Jin both walked out. Second child. What do you think about Luo Qiu? Luo Jin asked John Yu. At first, I thought it was a little strange. But after thinking about it carefully, it makes sense to announce this at this time based on Luo Qiu's personality. But overall, there are still some things that I haven't figured out yet. John Yu thought for a moment and said, Luo Qiu chose to take the initiative to attack the Shura world, which made them feel more and more confused about this matter. Since Luo Qiu is from the god of the dead, why did he take the initiative to fight against the Shura realm? You know, everything Luo Qiu does will be broadcast live, with Luo Qiu now showing the best fighting ability in the game. Whether he is paddling or not can be seen on the live broadcast. Luo Qiu's strength is outstanding. And with their strength, it is not impossible to conquer the Shura world. In fact, according to their plan, They would invite Luo Qiu early tomorrow morning, and the persona of kidnapping Luo Qiu would prevent him from coming. They expected Luo Qiu's reaction to be that he would try his best to find excuses to avoid attacking the Shura realm, regardless of Luo Qiu's rejection of the Shura realm, or whether he was fighting against the Shura realm. Luo Qiu sure could be knocked out of the list of human hero candidates. They originally thought that this move would be extremely difficult for Luo Qiu to solve. This question is even more difficult to solve than when the Dragon Court Guild went to war. But before they asked this question, Luo Qiu had already given the answer, and he proactively announced it without waiting for their invitation. Third child, do you think we have wronged the wrong person? Zhan Yu was a little shaken. It's a bit unusual to be able to make this choice. The god of the undead sounds cruel at first glance. Even if Luo Qiu is an undercover agent of the god of the undead, using Luo Qiu's strength to fight against the Shura world may cause the god of the undead to be dissatisfied. After all, Luo Qiu is a player. Shen had reason to suspect that Luo Qiu was a double agent or something. Moreover, this matter was brought up by him on his own initiative when no one was inviting or coercing him. This made Luo Qiu's suspicion even smaller. I still feel that things are not that simple. I still doubt Luo Qiu, but we can see whether he performed hard during the war. Luo Jin shook his head, but did not dispel his suspicion. His suspicion of Luo Qiu was due to deep grudges. Not one or two actions or choices can clear Luo Qiu's suspicion, although he has not caught any evidence of Luo Qiu yet. As long as he assumes that Luo Qiu is an undercover agent of the undead god, all those questions will be answered. He will not take action against Luo Qiu until he has evidence. If Zhan Yu said it was true, then he had wrongly accused a good man. However, he will keep an eye on Luo Qiu and find evidence that can really defeat Luo Qiu, since he wants to participate in the attack on the Shura world. Let's see what tricks he wants to play, Luo Jin said to Zhan Yu. After hearing this, Zhan Yu just nodded. Now they really can't figure out who Luo Qiu is and what his goals are. Moreover, their main goal now is to gain reputation and win the vote for human heroes. Second brother and third brother, you guys are so slow to go to the bathroom. You must drink 3 drinks as a penalty. As soon as the two went back, Wang Ming shouted, "You're very arrogant. Manny, look, I won't let you down if I don't drink today." Zhan Yu laughed and said. Several people immediately drank together. As for whether you are worried about tomorrow's war, there is no need to worry at all. As a cultivator, as long as you don't want to get drunk, you can force him out afterwards even if you don't need to cultivate to weaken the power of alcohol. If you don't understand what happened to Luo Qiu, just let it go. They didn't believe what Luo Qiu had planned. He wouldn't always be so perfect and couldn't find any clues. And they couldn't find any clues about Luo Qiu. That was because they didn't pay much attention to Luo Qiu before. But now they have become more vigilant about Luo Qiu. Under such intense attention, how long can Luo Qiu stay hidden? As the night deepened, the noise of several people gradually became lower, and the anesthesia of alcohol made everyone look a little tired. After enjoying themselves, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. There will be an important battle tomorrow. Chapter 455 Yi Fengchen is also here. The next day, early morning, the periphery of Shura realm. Even though it is early morning, the outside of the Shura realm still looks dark and heavy. On the one hand, it is because the Shura realm is not a sacred and bright place originally. And on the other hand, because the Dark Army is stationed here, the environment has changed. The sky was a deep gray blue, and the clouds were thick and low, like polluted cotton wool that could not let through much sunlight, even if a faint beam of light occasionally penetrates the gaps in the clouds and shines on the ground. It cannot conceal the loneliness and desolation of the desolate land. The 3 major guilds came from afar. When they arrived, they found that someone was already waiting outside. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Luo Qiu had arrived early with people from the Dawn Guild. Now the whole process is live broadcast. This scene was also discovered by the audience. Luo Qiu always arrives early, and he has never been late. Luo Qiu is still so active in such a useless thing. This is Luo Qiu's pattern. On the contrary, the 3 major guilds had announced it long ago, and only then did this happen. Although they all arrived on time and had nothing to say, it was different when compared with Luo Qiu. Wait, it seems that it's not just Luo Qiu. There are others with Luo Qiu. It's Yi Fengchen. Did you see that Xiao Haizi? Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen are just you guys fanning the flames every day. It seems that after the peak battle, Yi Fengchen and Luo Qiu have become friends. But why did Yi Fengchen not bring his guild here? But he and a few friends came? Yai Fengchen's guild is doing a task recently. So Yai Fengchen's coming is a favor to Luo Qiu. At the same time, the audience also discovered Yai Fengchen. The appearance of Yai Fengchen immediately attracted people's attention and discussion. Feng Yu didn't think anything happened when he saw Luo Qiu. But after seeing Yai Fengchen next to Luo Qiu, Feng Yu was immediately confused. The third child told him who Yai Fengchen was. Originally, he planned to support Yai Fengchen to become a human hero. But after the peak battle, Yai Fengchen had no chance of winning against Luo Qiu. Moreover, the third child also told him that Yai Fengchen was a good character, but his personality was too paranoid. But now that Yai Fengchen and Luo Qiu are mixed together, what is this? Luo Jin, who was observing in secret, also discovered this. Luo Jin was also confused. He didn't expect that his best friend Yai Fengchen would actually mix with Luo Qiu. For a moment, neither Luo Jin nor Feng Yu could figure out what Luo Qiu had planned. The other side, Su Chen was chatting with Yai Fengchen. I'm really honored that Brother Feng Chen can come to help. Su Chen smiled and talked to Yai Fengchen. Brother Luo, please don't show up. You invited me. How could you not come? Besides, this matter would benefit the majority of players. So I didn't refuse. Yai Fengchen waved his hand and said to Su Chen. The two seemed to be chatting and laughing, like real best friends. This made Feng Yu and Luo Jin even more confused. The reason why Su Chen came early was not only because of his consistent personality. He also wanted to use Yi Fengchen to see Feng Yu's expression. Feng Yu saw that his expression didn't change much. On the contrary, when he saw Yi Fengchen, his expression was obviously moved. This discovery almost made Su Chen directly confirm the relationship between Feng Yu and the mysterious man. After all, it was all speculation before. Now it's evidence. Of course, inviting Yai Fengchen to come has a more important role. That's splitting votes. His current popularity and reputation are far ahead of Feng Yu's. In the Shura world, since he cannot directly attack the skeleton soldiers, it is not feasible for him to create great achievements. Since he cannot achieve great achievements, what he has to do is to weaken Feng Yu's benefits during this period. In addition to being able to operate the Dark Legion behind closed doors, he can't do anything to Feng Yu openly. Even plotting against him is not very convenient. After all, there are too many live broadcasts this time. Even if he does it very covertly, the other party is already watching. If you follow him, you will inevitably make mistakes. So other than that, what other means can be used to weaken Feng Yu? Invite Yai Fengchen. This is the answer Su Chen came up with. Yai Fengchen is now a very useful gun for him. First of all, Yai Fengchen had a stain, and he was defeated by his own men. So the mysterious man did not place a heavy bet on him. Since Yai Fengchen can't surpass him, then he is a very useful weapon. The appearance of Yai Fengchen will greatly divide the impression in votes. No matter whether the counterattack on Shura World is successful or not. Even if some information is released, it will be considered a great achievement. Su Chen went alone to share the credit with Feng Yu. Due to the restrictions set by others, it was difficult for him to share the credit with Feng Yu. But what if one more person is added to the ticket split? No matter how Feng Yu can split the votes, can he still split the votes between him and Yai Fengchen? Besides, he can also operate secretly and pass part of the credit to Yai Fengchen easily. If everyone shares this great credit equally, it means that no one gets a share. He is the one with the highest reputation. The last guild war between Longting and Sunset was resolved. This time, Su Chen wanted to see how Feng Yu and the mysterious man would deal with it. If one plan fails, then try another one. And each plan is more subtle than the next. Killing someone with a borrowed knife failed. And this time, they used someone whom the mysterious man had chosen to deal with him. No matter how you say it, Yai Fengchen is still a human hero. And he still has the ability to split votes. Su Chen and Yai Fengchen chatted one after another. In fact, Su Chen found it very strange. Some time ago, he was still thinking about how to weaken Yai Fengchen. But now, he is thinking about how to help Yai Fengchen get credit. Soon, the two parties met. Brother Luo Qiu has heard about his reputation for a long time. And when he saw him today, he was indeed very impressive. Fu Hailong immediately smiled and said Lo after seeing Su Chen. Although he once asked Gui Shu to recruit Su Chen. If he couldn't recruit him, don't let Luo Qiu develop. But now that Luo Qiu has become a thing, Fu Hailong still seems very enthusiastic on the surface. I have also admired Longting Guild for a long time. Su Chen also responded politely. In addition, next to Fu Hailong, Feng Qianhuan from the Phantom Alliance also said Lo to Su Chen. Brother Luo Qiu really didn't expect you to come. I haven't thanked you for what happened last time. Thing you also came to say hello to Su Chen. It's a small thing. Not worth mentioning. Su Chen also smiled and waved his hand. In addition, they also said hello to Yi Fengchen. After all, Yi Fengchen was considered a person among the few people present, except perhaps Yi Fengchen, who really wanted to fight the battle in the Shura realm. Everyone else had their own thoughts. Fu Hailong knew that his own strength would make it difficult for him to eat this cake alone. So he still told Feng Qianhuan. He and Feng Qianhuan are the same. They are both profit-seeking people. Fu Hailong also knew that if he wanted to impress Feng Qianhuan, some petty gains might not be enough. So I also shared this news. After seeing the treasure map with the Mark of God, Feng Qianhuan didn't suspect it was a scam and agreed directly. At this time, the Dark Army of Shura Realm also noticed the assembled players coming. At this time, Yi Fengchen suddenly said, "Really?" There was a rumble of footsteps, slowly approaching from far away. The dense army of skeletons, and their neat footsteps made the earth tremble. Every skeleton exudes a cold and powerful aura, and they only have killing and conquest in their eyes. As the footsteps approached, the air on the battlefield seemed to be solidified by this chilling air. Suddenly, there were three earth-shaking loud noises in the sky. The figures of the three leaders appeared in midair. They were like three towering peaks, suppressing the entire battlefield. Dragon Lich is not in human form this time, but directly transformed into dragon form, looking mighty and domineering. Two ghost dragons were entrenched around him. The Diamond Fortress Demon's crystal armor, with countless shining diamonds, is very dazzling. The Dark Sword Demon is dressed in black robes and holds a long sword. His sword body exudes a dark and mysterious light. The figures of the three leaders appeared in midair. They were like three towering peaks, suppressing the entire battlefield. This is the vanguard lineup arranged by Sil. The specific combat effectiveness is of course not that simple. The main reason is that the Dracolic and the Fortress Demon have already let each other know about it before. So this time we simply let them show up more to show off their faces. As for the Dark Sword Demon, it was specially prepared for Mr. Su. Su Chen was aware of Xie arrangement. After all, it had been discussed in advance. I originally thought about using the strongest combat power from the beginning and suppressing them directly. But considering that the mysterious person behind Feng Yu is so anxious, I don't want to reveal my trump cards and just play slowly with Feng Yu and the others. Anyway, with Yi Fengchen joining, even if there is a protracted war, there will still be people to share the votes. And he made a backup copy of the God's Treasure. If all 6 top guilds are involved, the nature of this battle will change and become a battle of interests rather than a battle of justice. Now let's give Feng Yu and the mysterious person behind him some sweetness and stabilize them first. To give them a feeling that this plan is possible but not possible is to hang them up. By the time they reacted, he had already occupied a favorable position as a human hero. Fight me. This fight belongs to me. Su Chen sneered in his heart. It is no exaggeration for how to say that this fight was all his. From the staff to the referees. At this time, as the 3 major guilds took the initiative to attack, the war began. The skeleton army surged onto the battlefield like a tide. Their offensive mix is very reasonable, with tanks, warriors and ranged units. It's just that the soldiers of the skeleton army are a bit abstract. They are skeleton soldiers carrying submachine guns. The long-range ones are those with sniper rifles, who carry out sniper attacks from behind. However, after the first battle, players also roughly know the attack methods of these skeleton soldiers. They are basically treated as PK between players, rather than as a lineup to spawn monsters, and engage in hand-to-hand combat with skeleton soldiers. Chapter 456 Lonting and Phantom Alliance ran away. Of course, the most important thing is the boss battle. Although the hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers are huge, compared to the 3 major leaders, the Diamond Fortress Demon, the Dark Sword Demon, and the Dragon Lich, they are obviously still a greater threat. In ancient times, if the enemy general could be killed in a battle, the enemy would be in chaos without a fight. Not to mention that the leader himself had more than a dozen abilities. Of these 3 leaders, how about we take down 2? Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen. And you take down 1? Fu Hailong looked at Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen and asked them. Su Chen himself was still thinking about how to arrange for him to face the leader later. This Fu Hailong was really sleepy and gave him a pillow. Of course, you are already familiar with the Dragon Lich and the Fortress Demon Feng Yu guild leader, so let me let you fight. As for the new leader, I will help you explore their skills. Su Chen immediately took advantage of the situation and proposed his plan against the Dark Sword Demon. This suggestion made Fu Hailong happy, because the Sword Demon is brand new and no one knows their skills. It will definitely be difficult to fight in the land reclamation. Since Luo Qiu is willing to take the initiative to open up Wasteland, let Luo Qiu take the initiative to open up Wasteland. This is troublesome for brother Luo Qiu. Fu Hailong didn't refuse and settled the matter directly. By the way, brother Fengchen, I forgot to ask your opinion, but I can do it alone. Brother Fengchen can go and fight those two with President Fu and the others. Su Chen showed what it means to be thorough when doing things at this time, and even deliberately looked apologetic. It doesn't matter. I came here at brother Luo's invitation. Yai Fengchen waved his hand. So the groups came out. The high-end combat power of the three major guilds, the Sunset Guild, the Dragon Court Guild, and the Phantom Alliance, went directly to fight against the Diamond Demon and Dragon Lich. Luo Qiu and Yai Fengchen went to fight the Sword Demon. Everyone is satisfied with this grouping. Fu Hailong and Feng Qinhuan plan to let Feng Yu and the others deal with the Dragon Lich and the Fortress Demon. After all, judging from yesterday, the three of them could handle them well enough. They will soon find an opportunity to go to the place where the god's treasure is hidden in the Shura world. As for Feng Yu and the others, they signed the contract from the beginning and divided the work like this. Su Chen was naturally satisfied that everything was going according to his plan, and taking the initiative to fight unknown monsters is a hidden achievement. Even Feng Yu and the other three couldn't find any problems with this grouping. But Feng Yu and the others have no say. After all, the truce with the Longting Guild was a treaty with unequal demands. After the grouping of everyone was decided, their respective battles began. Fu Hailong and Feng Qinhuan led the masters in the guild, as well as Feng Yu and the other three, to attack the two leaders, Dragon Lich and Diamond Fortress Demon. It looks vast. Look at the other side. Luo Qiu and Yai Fengchen headed towards the Dark Sword Demon's place. Who is divided into these groups? Isn't this too unfair? This group made me laugh. Luo Qiu participated in the war for the majority of players, but this group treated him like a beast. If you really think Luo Qiu is easy to talk to, just bully him casually. A large group of people will fight two people, but here two people will fight one. It's really outrageous. Please note that the three major guilds went to fight two familiar bosses with some known skills, while Luo Qiu and Yai Fengchen went to fight an unknown leader, which was a wasteland reclamation. The episode that unites Luo Qiu fans and Yai Fengchen fans the most. Yai Fengchen was invited by Luo Qiu. When he saw this grouping, he would definitely go with Luo Qiu. Yai Fengchen is still good, at least better than the three big trade unions next to it. Stop complaining. The three major guilds are fighting against the Shura world. Isn't it for the majority of players? Isn't there anything to complain about? That is, it is the Sunset Guild that proposes to counterattack the Shura realm. I really don't know what they are talking about. Audiences have different opinions on this grouping. Most people feel that this allocation is unreasonable. However, the three major guilds are not fighting for profit, but for justice. So although they have opinions, they will not be scolded. The three major guilds combined, the number of people is in double figures. More than 10 people directly launched the attack. The Fortress Demon directly used defensive methods, and at the same time, under the cover of the Dracolic, traps appeared frequently. Players need to break through the Dracolica's defense line first, and deal with the Fortress Demon that frequently sets off large-scale traps. If the Fortress Demon cannot be defeated, he is a fortress and cannot be broken through at all. As soon as the battle started here, all firepower was unleashed. Compared with Dracolic and Fortress Demon, who can use all their firepower, the Dark Sword Demon Dest on the other side not only needs to use all his firepower, but also has to put in some acting skills. The Dark Sword Demon's offensive was quite fierce at first. He first activated the Sword Demon's Wrath, and then activated the Sword Shadow clone. Using Dark Swordsmanship, he kept switching attack targets, attacking Su Chen and Yai Fengchen at the same time. The battle on his side cannot end too quickly, but the intensity cannot drop, making people feel that he is letting go. It was really tiring for the Dark Sword Demon to be assigned this job. Fortunately, the power Su Chen showed to the outside world was something he could handle. After all, Su Chen had never shown his true power in front of players. The Dark Sword Demon can barely cope with the non-god level attack power. However, the addition of Yai Fengchen put a lot of pressure on him. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before he loses. It was arranged in advance for Sword Demon to face Su Chen for the first time, because he would definitely have to be defeated by Su Chen in order to increase Su Chen's reputation. And under Su Chen's signal, Sword Demon focused his attack on the weaker Yi Fengchen. While Su Chen was under less pressure, he did not devote his extra energy to attacking, but instead helped Yi Fengchen defend. From the outside, it looked like the two of them were fighting the boss. Su Chen was taking care of Yi Fengchen, and Yi Fengchen became the person who held Su Chen back. This sense of déjà vu was what Su Chen wanted. Of course, it's not too much. Just a few times occasionally. He still wanted to keep Yi Fengchen to divide the votes. So naturally, he couldn't suppress Yi Fengchen too much. Yi Fengchen was holding back a bit. He was almost shot down a few times just now, but Luo Qiu helped fend them off. It can't be said that this sword demon seemed to want to compare Yi Fengchen's sword skills with Yi Fengchen, who also used a sword. So he attacked Yi Fengchen more. Luo Qiu is quite interesting. He is under little pressure, so he should help his brothers more. The relationship between Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen seems to be very strong. They really don't know each other until they fight. Now even extreme Yi Fengchen fans don't say those words. Looking at it this way, this group is actually the strongest group? The combination of Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen immediately received a burst of praise from the audience. The other side, since both Fu Hailong and Feng Qinhuan had selfish motives, their attack was fierce at first. And then, they began to look for opportunities to sneak into the Shura Realm treasure map area. Fortunately, even so, the Cold Tone trio of Maple Feather Sledgehammer are stronger than the Dragon Lich and the Fortress Demon. After all, Feng Yu now possesses the power of a dragon. And it is a dragon that can evolve at any time. This strength is not something ordinary demigods can handle. The reason why the Dragon Lich and the Fortress Demon can persist for so long is because Feng Yu did not go all out at the beginning. On the other hand, the Fortress Demon is originally a defense tower. It is not easy to demolish the defense tower of the Fortress Demon. There are also Dracolic and an army of skeletons guarding the tower. If the fight continues like this, the skeleton army will already show signs of decline. Is this the army of the undead god that is plundering and attacking the city? Why does it feel like this? It's okay if the players are not united. If they are united, it will be their turn to attack the city everywhere. In this grouping, even the two-person team has an advantage. In fact, it was very obvious in this battle. By the way, do you feel that the Dragon Court Guild and the Phantom Alliance Guild are paddling? Indeed, the fight was lively at first, but now they both look distracted. This side is all fought by the Sunset Trio, and the other side is fought by Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen. Okay, let's play like this, right? Although the fight continues like this, the player camp seems to be winning. However, the players were very dissatisfied with the actions of Dragon Court and Phantom Alliance, and they couldn't figure out what they were here for. As for why Fu Hailong and the others were paddling instead of leaving, it was naturally because they were waiting. What are you waiting for? At this time, reinforcements from the Dark Legion appeared on the left and right flanks. The Shadow of the Night and the Dark Curse Master Seer each brought 500,000 skeleton soldiers and outflanked them from the left and right sides. Naturally, Su Chen would not let the Dark Army be repelled easily, although he also had credit for repelling the Sword Demon. In comparison, Feng Yu's side could attack with all his strength without distinction, which was the advantage of earning credit. No one gets any credit, so he still gets the credit. And also at this time, President Feng Yu, according to the agreement, you have to help us withstand this, Fu Hailong said to Feng Yu. Fu Hailong is waiting for the opponent's reinforcements. Judging from the reinforcements they attracted during the Sunset Guild's first attack, this Shura Realm's Legion obviously has a certain size. 2 big leaders and an army of nearly 1 million reinforcements, which obviously took up a large part of the troops. Good. Feng Yu agreed expressionlessly. Even though the other party was using them as tools, they still had to do it. After all, the other party can start a gang war, but they cannot accept the price of starting it. At first, Feng Yu didn't think these people were reliable. That treasure map location happens to be in the Shura world? Regarding this point, both Feng Yu and Luo Jin felt it was a bit fake. However, there was no need for them to remind the Dragon Court Guild. What the Dragon Court Guild had done in the past few days made them very disgusted. They can explore if they like, and it will help them attract some firepower anyway. At this time, Feng Yu also followed Fu Hailong's words and helped him cover. Come with me. Fu Hailong also found an opportunity and broke through directly. At the same time, Feng Qinhuan also led his elite members to break through with the Dragon Court Guild inside. The main members of the Dragon Court Guild and the Phantom Alliance basically rushed in, which totaled hundreds of people. When these people ran away, the pressure on the Sunset Guild suddenly increased. What's the situation? Both Long-Ting and Phantom Alliance ran away. It's not that they were escaping. The direction they were going was to the Shura realm. And it seemed that they had agreed in advance. You see, Sunset and Phantom Alliance had clearly abandoned Sunset Guild to go in. But Sunset Guild was still covering for them. It seems that they had planned this early. No wonder they asked Luo Qiu and Feng Qinhuan to fight a leader. It turned out to be to help them contain it. I just don't know what these people are doing in the Shura world. Suddenly, I feel that this matter is not so simple. A so-called just battle or something. It's a bit complicated. I'm not sure. Let's take a look first, and then talk about it. The changes on the field made everyone confused. However, the live broadcast was started by the Sunset Guild. They could only see the main battlefield. As for the scenes after the two major guilds entered, the audience could not see it. Reinforce a leader, and a large number of troops on both sides. This put a lot of pressure on both Fengyu and Luo Qiu. Originally both of them were at a disadvantage. But the two leaders joined the battlefield, and the battlefield became evenly balanced. This is also the effect Su Chen wants to achieve. Don't let Fengyu succeed in attacking. But don't let Fengyu feel frustrated and just think about a new track. He wants to make Fengyu and the mysterious man reluctant to abandon this track. Just to waste the election of human heroes. The battle on the battlefield is still going on. The other side, deep in the Shura world. At this time, Fu Hailong and Feng Qinhuan had already led their elite team into the depths of the Shura realm. They encountered some enemy obstacles along the way. But these enemies were of average strength, and they were easily solved. Lao Fu, how far is that treasure place? Feng Qinhuan asked. Shh. Keep your voice down. We're almost there. Fu Hailong made a gesture and said softly. According to the marks on the treasure map, they were already very close to the treasure place. Everyone moved forward cautiously. Since they were getting closer to the treasure land, they did not encounter any enemies along the way. This surprised them. But I also became more convinced of the authenticity of the treasure map. The treasure location is a little different. Which is normal. Chapter 457 Mr. Su really created a treasure place. As they go deeper and deeper into the hinterland of Shura realm, the surrounding environment becomes more and more strange. The underground cave in front is where the treasure is hidden. Fu Hailong pointed to the cave ahead and said, This place does seem like a treasure trove. Feng Qinhuan also nodded. Ahead is God's treasure. The two of them were very excited. The conversations between the two of them were all conducted through private chat. They did not inform the guild members about this matter. That is, a very trusted confidant who said this. Do you want to take them in? Feng Qinhuan said something at this time. The two of them are essentially the same kind of people. And Fu Hailong naturally understands Feng Qinhuan's meaning instantly. Take it with you first. Once you enter the cave, you're still a little far away from the treasure trove. They can also use it as cannon fodder. After Fu Hailong thought for a moment, he still said to Feng Qinhuan, You're an old boy, and you're still quite shady. Feng Qinhuan smiled. The two then led the team into the underground cave. The floor of the cave is not flat. And there are traps hidden in some places. If you step on it, you will fall into a trap. And in some seemingly ordinary stone crevices, there are also sharp stone thorns hidden. But the more traps there were, the more Feng Qinhuan and Fu Hailong became more confident that there was a treasure of gods here. The more precious the treasure, the more protection it will naturally have. If you pick it up randomly on the ground, is it still called a treasure? That's called a stone. These traps slowly reduced the number of elite groups. But neither Fu Hailong nor Feng Qinhuan cared. They brought these people in to break the trap. As for the subsidy and compensation, it is not worth mentioning before the treasure of God. As the number of the elite group becomes smaller and smaller, they are getting closer and closer to the place marked on the treasure map. Soon, they walk to an abandoned temple. You wait outside this stone door. Fu Hailong and Feng Qinhuan both ordered their subordinates. Because the place ahead is the hidden treasure. Fu Hailong and Feng Qinhuan entered with only two confidants. However, Yao Dao still did not become Fu Hailong's two chosen confidants, and could only wait outside the abandoned temple door. In fact, Fu Hailong was also afraid of the Demon Dao's reward for intercepting Hu. After all, the Demon Dao was the real taker of this task. Fu Hailong even arranged for 3 people to keep an eye on Yao Dao to prevent Yao Dao from suddenly rushing in. Mr. Su was so interested that he actually created a real treasure place for a fake treasure map. Yao Dao thought Fu Hailong was a bit funny. The treasure trove created by Mr. Su made Fu Hailong so careful to guard against him. In the middle of the temple, there stands a towering statue. Yao Dao recognized who it was at the first glance. Mephit hid inside, waiting for these two guys to activate a certain mechanism, and then pretended to be the guardian of the god's treasure. At this time, Fu Hailong and Feng Qianhuan saw a treasure box in front of the main seat. Moreover, this treasure chest does not seem to be completely closed at all, with a faint brilliance showing through. Advanced identification technique. Both of them threw an identification technique over. Their wealth and possessions were all extraordinary identification techniques. An invalid seal box. The brilliance of the artifact. These two identification results made the two of them very excited. But at the same time, the two of them immediately aimed their weapons at each other. The men on both sides also followed the president and aimed at each other. Lao Fu. There's only one thing, so it's hard to separate it. Right? Feng Qianhuan raised his weapon, looked at Fu Hailong and sneered. Make an offer. We signed a contract before we came here. Don't make it too ugly. Fu Hailong looked at Feng Qianhuan with a gloomy face and said, Then why don't you? Lao Fu. Make an offer? Feng Qianhuan said with a smile. You? Fu Hailong thought that Feng Qianhuan would fall out. But it was too outrageous to fall out so quickly. You are not afraid of breaking the contract. This is what the high-level contract system will decide. The artifact is priceless. If you break the contract, you will break the contract. Feng Qianhuan said indifferently. In order to get Feng Qianhuan to join the team, Fu Hailong did not set a sky-high price for breach of contract, but just an ordinary high-price breach of contract. But now that the artifact is just there, Feng Qianhuan is already planning to breach the contract directly, just when the two were still arguing about ownership. Click! 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 The stone of the statue in the middle of the temple slowly fell off. This caused the two of them to retreat quickly and look at the statue in the middle with vigilance. Chapter 458. The fake treasure place is believed to be real. What's happening here? Feng Qianhuan and Fu Hailong looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. Stop the war first. The stones outside the statue in the middle of the temple have fallen off at this time. A woman with a similar face to the statue stood in front of them. Her skin was a deep black, and her eyes were like two gems shining with blue flames. With her hand hanging on her waist, there was a huge black sword. The sword exuding a cold light. Moved. The woman made a sweeping sweep, and Fu Hailong and Feng Qianhuan quickly retreated. The two of them had high-level items that could withstand damage. The high-level items shattered under this blow, preventing them from this damage. But their confidants did not have such good things, and the two men were immediately killed. Why didn't you say there was such a powerful guardian monster? Feng Qianhuan's eyes widened, and he asked Fu Hailong, Don't you like to grab it? Go and grab it. Fu Hailong replied coldly. Speaking of this, Feng Qianhuan seemed to remember something and immediately ran towards the box of the artifact. The female boss holding a giant sword threw the sword directly at Feng Qianhuan's back. Feng Qianhuan didn't avoid it at all, but a smile appeared on his lips. Fantasy stand-in. Feng Qianhuan directly entered another dimension. This move was his limited skill, and he had successfully snatched treasures many times. He has full confidence. The giant sword penetrated the substitute, and Feng Qianhuan felt it. But he didn't panic at all. Just when he had estimated the distance to the artifact box and was about to come out and hide away from the artifact, a demonic hand suddenly pulled him back. Just a pinch. No! Feng Qianhuan looked at the artifact close at hand and roared. But Feng Qianhuan was instantly killed by this blow. The wind of magic energy. The female boss did not stop and used her attack moves again. Fu Hailong was no match at all, and he was also defeated. President. 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 Feng Qianhuan and Fu Hailong both sent messages to the guild, asking them to go in and snatch the artifact. Whoever could get a great achievement. The guild members waiting outside rushed in. Blazing flame. However, what awaits them is the AoE flame. At the same time, the big sword also launched a violent attack on the players. All the players in the Dragon Court Guild and the Phantom Alliance were killed, except for the demonic path. Yao Dao walked out of the sea of fire at this time and took a look at the box of equipment. You almost let that person get it just now. If Mr. Su's artifact is stolen, we will both be responsible, Yao Dao said with some dissatisfaction. The woman hidden in the statue is naturally Mephit. So was it taken? Mephit said calmly. Although Mephit's status in the Su group is not as good as that of Demon Dao. In terms of strength, she is worthy of Demon Dao. So when it comes to speaking, You are not polite at all when facing demons. I'm just saying. You should be more careful. Mephit also has no right to command her. Although she has no rights. She basically belongs directly to Mr. Su. It's time for you to go back. Mephit said to the demon, then put away his sword and turned around to leave. Yao Dao nodded. All the players in the Dragon Court Guild were suspended. Of course he would not be suspended. But with his strength, it was not difficult to simulate being suspended. Gorkhand, the home ground of Longting Guild. When Fu Hailong and other members of the elite team came out of the resurrection point, their faces were ugly. Fu Hailong's eyes flashed with unwillingness and anger. Just a little bit close to getting the artifact. Fu Hailong was very angry. Yao Dao also mingled with the team, appearing very low-key. President, are we still going? At this time, one of Fu Hailong's confidants asked. Of course we want to go. But we have to wait for an opportunity. We are not strong enough to fish in troubled waters. Of course Fu Hailong was not willing to give in. But thinking of the female boss made him calm down again. Come here. At this time, Fu Hailong looked at Yao Dao. Yao Dao immediately followed Fu Hailong to his office, with a smile on his face. Dao Yun, go find the NPC who issued this task, and say that the guardian monster is too powerful. Ask him to give you some tips for such an impossible task. Fu Hailong put his mind on Yao Dao. After all, Yao Dao was the recipient of this task. If I can find it, I will set off immediately. Yao Dao quickly agreed. Fu Hailong was obviously very satisfied with Yao Dao's answer. However, in order to appease Yao Dao, Fu Hailong still pretended to be hypocritical. After all, you have only joined the guild not long ago. But if you work hard, I will bring you in next time, and I will promote your position in the guild. Fu Hailong smoothly drew a cake for Yao Dao. After all, when he entered the cave just now, he didn't bring the demon path in, for fear that he would have some ideas. It is an honor for subordinates to share the president's worries. The president does not need to worry. Yao Dao immediately made a slightly flattering expression. Fu Hailong was extremely satisfied with Yao Dao's reaction. This is the word comfortable, used by subordinates. Thinking about the two confidants he brought in before, they were simply useless. And they were killed in seconds when they met. You are very good. Fu Hailong stood up and patted Yao Dao on the shoulder. President, my subordinate will take care of this matter immediately. Yao Dao made a flattered expression. Ha ha ha. Go for it. Fu Hailong laughed loudly and signaled Yao Dao to go quickly. After the demon Dao left, Fu Hailong made his previous calculation. That villain Feng Qianhuan dared to betray me. Fu Hailong brought up the system panel, and one of his items had already taken effect. Which was the contract this time? First go to that old boy Feng Qianhuan and ask for compensation. The contracts in the game have systematic constraints. If you refuse to implement it, you can directly submit the above to the system, and the system will automatically make a decision. Feng Qianhuan's losses were huge this time. Not only did he not get the artifact, he also had to accept the sanctions of the contract and have to pay Fu Hailong. President, the frontal battlefield is still being fought. Feng Yu is asking for support. Just as Yao Dao was leaving, another person walked in and reported to Fu Hailong. Support? Ridiculous. Does Feng Yu really think that I can form an alliance with him? When Fu Hailong heard this, he sneered with disdain. However, the fighting ability of Feng Yu and others is not bad. If you want to plot the treasure, you have to make good use of these people. After Fu Hailong thought for a while, he said to the visitor, tell him that we will attack together next time. We were ambushed and need to repair. Yes. After hearing Fu Hailong's instructions, the man went out. Outside Gorkhan City. At this time, Yao Dao had already pretended to go out. It seems that the fake treasure hiding place created by Mr. Su was very successful. And it will be a good show next. Yao Dao smiled softly when he thought of this. Chapter 459 The First Meeting with the Holy Lord. Shira World. Battlefield. At this time, the battle has come to an end. Whether it is the Dawn Guild or the Sunset Guild, most of the members of the two major guilds have returned. Only some elite members, and people like Feng Yu Luoqiu are left struggling to support themselves. Boom! As the two sides' ultimate attacks clashed, both sides retreated. The smoke gradually dissipated. Both Luoqiu and Yi Fengchen were very tired. At the same time, on the other side, Feng Yu and the other three were also pushed back. The army of the god of the undead is still too strong and cannot be defeated at all. Being able to fight like this is considered very strong. Luoqiu showed the same strong strength as before. And Feng Yu and the others were not inferior either. I don't know where the Dragon Court Guild and Phantom Alliance have gone. And there is no news yet. Some people in Gorkin saw Long Ting and his people returning. The battlefield here is fierce. The members of the Dragon Court Guild and the Phantom Alliance have returned. Are they here to make fun of them? It seemed that they had been hung up. And the presidents of the two major guilds looked very ugly. If they don't fight on the frontal battlefield and have to go alone. They didn't ask for it. Players watched the live broadcast of this battle and commented. At this time, there was another black skeleton reinforcement in the distance. And it was led by a commander-level boss. We couldn't defeat him in the first place. But reinforcements came. Retreat. This battle has been lost. There is no need to engage in a meaningless struggle. Failure is a failure. But after fighting like this, the army of the undead god is not so invincible. Find some reliable allies and fight again. Maybe you can defeat them. A reliable ally? It's easy to say. If you don't have any interests. Will they take action? Look at Long Ting and Phantom Alliance. They promised well, and didn't run away. Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen are very reliable. But there are too few people like them, who are willing to do things for players without any benefit. It's not that there are too few such people. There are such people. But they are not strong enough. And those who are strong enough do not have the responsibility. So Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen have been corresponding for so long. The support army coming from afar became the straw that broke the two major guilds. The two major guilds were already at a disadvantage. And with this support army, there was no need to fight. Even the audience can see it. Brother Luo Qiu. President Fengyu. We better retreat. Continuing to fight is just a pointless loss. Yi Fengchen said directly after seeing the reinforcements in the distance. Su Chen didn't speak. He looked at Fengyu. Anyway, he didn't take the initiative to mention this matter. So he just waited for the two of them to express their stance. When Fengyu saw this scene, he also knew that the situation among the player community was over. And continuing to fight was just a fight between trap beasts. Brother Luo Qiu. What do you think? Although Fengyu already felt that he could leave, he still asked Luo Qiu. I want to see what Luo Qiu is planning. All is fine. I will obey the majority. Su Chen gave Fengyu the choice again. He actually doesn't want to stay here and act. But he still doesn't feel comfortable speaking up about it. Well, I'm in favor of retreat. 2. Fengyu saw Luo Qiu kicking the ball back, and knew that there would be no result if he continued to pull the ball. After making this decision, the two major guilds retreated one after another. The Dark Legion pretended to pursue them for a while, but stopped pursuing them until they drove all the players out of the Shura realm. During this period, Su Chen took the initiative to stay behind the rear of the army to cover everyone's retreat, which also created a wave of goodwill in front of the audience. This counterattack led by Fengyu, Luo Qiu and others also ended in failure. This is also considered a large-scale event. The players who participated in this incident all gained a lot of favorability. The person who gained the most fame in this incident was of course Fengyu, the initiator from the beginning. But Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen, who joined later, also stole some scenes and took away the popularity that originally belonged to Fengyu. Real world. Exhibitors. In Zhang Yu's study, Luo Jin sat across from him alone. At this time, both of their expressions looked a little solemn. Luo Jin was holding his mobile phone and scrolling through something. I made a simple calculation and found that you had the largest number of topics among all the major platforms today. But there was not much talk about you and Luo Qiu. Even Yi Fengchen didn't pull away much. Luo Jin's face was solemn. I was still wondering why Luo Qiu dragged Yi Fengchen along, which made me wonder for a long time. But now with this traffic statistics, I understand everything at once. Luo Qiu's move was so wonderful. Your popularity was lost to these two people, and it was directly reduced by a lot. Luo Jin put down his phone, lay on the chair and looked at the ceiling. After listening to this, Zhang Yu fell into thinking. After a while, Zhang Yu seemed to have come up with something. Third child, didn't you say that Yi Fengchen is your friend? You should explain this matter to him now. Tell him Luo Qiu's identity and ask him to stop participating. Is there any chance of turning around? Zhang Yu told Luo Jin the method he came up with. After Luo Jin heard this, he just smiled and shook his head. You don't understand my Fengchen brother. He is terribly stubborn, and he already believes in Luo Qiu. It's not impossible for you to overthrow Luo Qiu's image in his mind. You have to provide evidence. And I guess he won't believe it. Luo Jin knew Yi Fengchen too well. Yi Fengchen's character is upright, and his charisma is not bad. But he has a character flaw. This is a man whose bigotry cannot be changed. After hearing this, John Yu could only shake his head. They are now suffering from the lack of evidence to capture Luo Qiu. If there was really evidence of Luo Qiu, would he still need to explain it to Yi Fengchen? As soon as it was announced directly, Luo Qiu's image collapsed instantly. Third child. What do you think we should do next? John Yu was also at a loss. Luo Jin has no idea about John Yu's problem now. Originally, counterattacking the Shura world was a great plan. But now it will be difficult if this plan doesn't work. Because the reputation and popularity accumulated by Fengyu and Luo Qiu are really far apart. Now, if you go to the streets and interview anyone who plays New World, 9 out of 10 people will know Luo Qiu. And these 9 people who know Luo Qiu will give Luo Qiu good reviews. What is this concept? He is simply a national idol with no dirty facts. The journey of the seal, the peak battle, the record of the mythical copy, coupled with Luo Qiu's good character management on weekdays. He is really invincible. Oh, right. Now in Luo Qiu's resume, he has to be given the title of one of the main personnel in the counterattack against the Shura world. It would be difficult for Yi Fengchen to fight against Luo Qiu without the black material from last time. Let alone Fengyu, who is just an ordinary frontline guild leader before. Now that the Shura world cannot be conquered, there are still 2 people, Luo Qiu and Yi Fengchen, who can share their popularity with you. Luo Jin wanted to say something, but he hesitated. If there is any way. It's not impossible. But what? John Yu quickly asked. It should be exposed. But there is no solution. I don't want to think about that. Luo Jin thought for a while, and shook his head. Hearing that Luo Jin was exposed, John Yu immediately stopped asking further questions. After all, Luo Jin told him that once he was exposed, he would be in danger. I'll think about it again, and see if there are any other ways. John Yu sat on the chair and thought. The current situation is too passive for them. The other side. Su Group. Congratulations to Mr. Su on the success of the plan. Demon Dao congratulated Su Chen as soon as they met. Today's plan is basically based on President Su's plan. It's basically exactly the same. They should have some reaction now. But other than that, they have no other good solution. They still have to continue in the Shura world. Su Chen was lying on the boss's chair, drinking and playing with the precious jade liquid. On the Longting Guild side, Fu Hailong has asked me to find a solution on the mission. Yao Dao continued. Mr. Su, when do you think this next step of leaking the plan should start? There's no rush for this. They still have hope of counterattacking the Shura world. Let's stabilize them first. This is the king of bombs. If it comes out now, they will be frightened and choose other plans. Su Chen said with a smile. In order to make this king bomb effective, he specially created a treasure hiding place and put a Su family artifact inside as bait. It couldn't be more true. If the previous information about the demonic path was not enough to make these old foxes trust 100%, then they should all believe it after the appearance of this true treasure place. If you can doubt this, it is simply outrageous. By the way, Lin Lin's recent investigation has yielded some results. Does Mr. Su want her to repay the favor? Yao Dao suddenly remembered something and said to Su Chen. Lin Lin's investigation? Su Chen then remembered that the previous incident with Shurjia made him feel suspicious. Let Lin Lin and the Ghost Sage investigate this matter together. During this period of time, I was busy with matters in the Shura world and had no time to inquire. Let her come in, and the great sage will come with her, Su Chen said to the demon. After Yao Dao received the order, he immediately went to call the 2 of them. Soon, the 2 men came in. Tell me, what is this stone ring about? Su Chen looked at Lin Lin and asked. Mr. Su, do you want to tell me the specific process? Lin Lin asked. I happen to have nothing to do, so I talked. Su Chen nodded. Soon, Lin Lin started talking slowly. At the beginning, Lin Lin used her connections in the supervisory committee and some precious resources to give away, which finally allowed her to have an in-depth look at the supervisory committee and collect deeper information. Through this information, Lin Lin discovered that these people all have one thing in common. Those are the people who have been hit hard recently. The file also contains past information about these people, including detailed information such as their growth trajectory and personality traits. Through these statistical analysis, Lin Lin searched for people who fit the characteristics in the areas where the other party often committed crimes. Get one step ahead of the opponent and let the people from the Su group stay guard. Sure enough, they arrived, but they were no match at all. Fortunately, the great Ghost Sage took action and captured the opponent directly. What it is? Su Chen became interested when he heard this and asked the Ghost Sage. It was a very strange thing. It was an entity made entirely of smoke and could transform into a human form. It induced the target to wear a stone ring. When I took it off, I controlled it first. But it ignored me at all. The control was automatically eliminated. And the stone ring also turned into ashes. When speaking of this, the great ghost sage asked Suchin. So I still haven't caught that smoke-like thing. Nor have I gotten that strange stone ring. Mr. Su. This doesn't sound like the soul sex method. Lin Lin was born in the soul sect and knew a thing or two about the soul sect style of conduct. If it's not the soul sect, then it's certainly not the holy sect. But who else is it? Suchin frowned. The third hidden force? But even Lin Lin, who was born in the soul sect, didn't know that the other party's background was a bit strange. Mr. Su. At this time Yao Dao suddenly said, "What do you want to say?" Suchin looked at Yao Dao in confusion. "I think we can ask the soul sect and the holy sect about this matter. The soul sect has had conflicts and frictions with us. But this allows us to get in touch with the holy sect. After all, the enemy of our enemy is our friend," Yao Dao suggested to Suchin. Suchin thought about Yao Dao's suggestion and found it quite reasonable. In fact, up to now, it doesn't matter whether he is with the soul sect or the holy sect. Although there have been encounters, there has been no formal conversation. If it was difficult to talk to him because of his weakness in the past, then with his current ability, he should be qualified to talk. You are right. It is time to talk to the holy sect. Suchin nodded. As for how to contact the holy sect, this should not be difficult. Those secluded families have some contact with the holy sect. These secluded families have contact information of people in the holy sect. For example, the exhibitor last time was one of them. However, since Zhang Yu is now hooked up with a mysterious person, he doesn't know whether the mysterious person is also at Zhang's house. And he doesn't want to alert the snake yet. With his strength, he doesn't necessarily have to contact the holy sect from the Caozhan family. He can get the answer just by asking other hidden families. In this way, the Yu side probably needs to fix things up in the past few days before continuing. And you are also in a state of going out to find NPCs. You, come with me to the Holy Gate. Suchin looked at Yao Dao and asked Yao Dao to go with him. Yes, Mr. Su. R. Yao Dao quickly agreed. Finding the holy door is not difficult. After the Yun family's matchmaking, they quickly contacted the holy sect. The Yun family is a reclusive family of similar size to the Zhan family. Suchin showed his strength in front of the ancestor of the Yun family and was given a bottle of good medicinal solution. The Yun family seemed very attentive. When the contact person of the holy sect learned that there was a person with superior strength and an enemy of the soul sect, he immediately asked for permission to see the holy master. The holy master quickly responded and was willing to meet. Wow! The lake water caressed the side of the boat, making a pleasant sound. At this time, Suchin and Yao Dao were already sitting on the boat heading to the holy gate. The boatman rowed at the stern of the boat. The boat had no roof. Suchin and Yao Dao sat on chairs, sipping tea and admiring the beautiful scenery in the middle of the lake. Suchin sighed. This is the benefit brought by strength. A few months ago, when he had just entered the game, he was still an ordinary person. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, he would be able to meet the person who was originally at the top of the world? And it was effortless. And the other party was happy to agree. At this time, the boatman used some mysterious method, and layers of fog suddenly surged on the lake, shrouding everything around him. However, neither Suchin nor Yao Dao had any panic. Their strength at the top of the world means that they don't have to worry about whether this is a trap. Even if it is a trap, he has a way to break it. The boatman didn't say anything. He just steered the boat steadily in the mist. After about a stick of incense, the ship finally passed through the fog, and the vision suddenly became clear. Rows of exquisite tree houses come into view. These buildings are either residential or defensive, with different styles but harmonious unity. This is a small city built on a lake. After driving for a while, the boat stopped. In front of you is a towering tree. You too. This is it. The Holy Lord is in one of the wooden houses at the top. The boatman, who had been speechless, finally spoke. There is work. Suchin chuckled and thanked her, and then walked off the boat with Yao Dao. There is no path to such a towering tree. For ordinary people, it is impossible to even climb up. But for the two of them, it was like treading water. After going up, Suchin saw several small wooden houses. You wait here first, Suchin said to Yao Dao. Yes. Yao Dao nodded. When meeting the Holy Lord for the first time, Suchin planned to meet him alone. These cabins are all the same, and there doesn't seem to be much difference between them. The only difference is that the other cabins have their doors and windows closed, and only one of them has its doors and windows open. Suchin walked directly into the door. At this time, I saw a middle-aged man wearing a white robe, carrying a simple copper pot to water the flowers. This person is the Holy Lord Sheng. Coming. When Suchin stepped into the threshold, the Holy Master chuckled and raised his head. But after seeing Suchin's appearance, the Holy Master was stunned. Morning? The Holy Lord blurted out one word. When Suchin heard this word, he was also stunned. Boom! But before Suchin could react, he saw the Holy Master holding his head and looking very painful. The copper pot in his hand also fell to the ground. At this time, Suchin quickly stepped forward to help the Holy Master up. What's wrong with you? Suchin asked the Holy Lord. At this time, Suchin felt very strange. Why was the first word of Holy Lord the word morning? What does the word morning mean? Could it be his name? It doesn't matter. Just let me take a moment. At this time, the Holy Lord sat on the chair. Suchin didn't rush him and just waited patiently for the Holy Master. After a while, the Holy Master returned to his normal appearance. Just now you saw me and said the word morning. Do you know me? Suchin looked at the Holy Lord and asked doubtfully. No, I don't know him. And I don't know why I blurted out that word. The Holy Lord shook his head, looking a little tired. Chapter 460 The Secret About the Holy Lord. However, you clearly said this word just now. So does this word have any other meanings? Suchin didn't understand and continued to ask. Suchin felt it was not such a coincidence. The first time I saw him, I called out his name. And by chance, did this word have other meanings? Besides, it's not morning. You said that you are an enemy of the Soul Sect. Maybe I have seen your information before. I don't know when there were a lot of gaps in my memory. I would often think of some things and often forget some things. The Holy Lord also seemed a little confused at this time. The Holy Master did not deceive Suchin about this. He indeed knew very clearly that he had forgotten something. Is that so? When Suchin heard this explanation, he felt that it seemed reasonable. With the Holy Sect's intelligence system, it might have been possible to find out the time when he fought against the Soul Sect before. After all, he was not as powerful as he is now at that time. It's not impossible to leave some traces. The first time the two met, there was such an episode. My name is Sheng. Don't ask me what my name is specifically. I don't know either. The Holy Master stood up at this time, picked up the teapot and poured tea for Suchin. When pouring tea, he gently twisted the cup with his fingers, and the tea poured into the cup smoothly without spilling even a drop. This simple action looked so elegant when he performed it. You just said, your name is Chin? After the Holy Master poured the tea, he said with a smile, Suchin. His name was known just now, and Suchin generously told him his full name. Kindness? Judging from how worried you are, you must have come with questions this time. The Holy Lord smiled softly and sat down. If you want to ask anything, just ask. Suchin thought that he did not show his emotions on his face, nor did he show it on the surface. But the other party could see it at a glance. This Holy Lord is not a simple person. It's like this. Some time ago, my subordinates investigated something. At first, they thought it was the Soul Sect, but it didn't seem like they were responsible. Then, Suchin told the Holy Master about Shurjia. Including Suchin doubted whether there was a third major force in this world besides the Soul Sect and the Holy Sect. Although I don't know how long I have been in this world. It should be a long time. It is a bit difficult for a transcendent third major force to hide without any trace for such a long time. Unless they are so powerful that they are no longer on the same level as us. After hearing this, the Holy Lord first answered Suchin's questions about the third force. He answered Suchin truthfully on this point. By the way, I told Suchin that the Soul Sect had hidden its traces for a while, but over time, it was still exposed. So that's it. Suchin nodded after listening. He still had an idea of how old the Holy Sect was. After all, Lin Lin had told him before that the Soul Sect and the Holy Sect were both ancient organizations from the same era. As long as you are still at the same level, no matter how you hide it, there will still be flaws. But if it weren't for the same level, there seemed to be no need for the other party to hide it. At least not to them. Even if it is hidden from them, it is just like a practitioner hiding it from ordinary people. It is completely meaningless for ordinary people to inquire about this matter. However, if a force appears suddenly, It is normal that there will be no information about them for a while. Just like you. Suchin. I know very little about you now. At this time, the Holy Lord reminded Suchin again. A sudden force? This sentence reminded Suchin of something. Originally, he was still thinking whether there would be a third force in this world that he didn't know besides the holy sect of the Soul Sect. But after the Holy Lord confirmed it, he came to an answer. That is the power of the game world. Only in the game world can a powerful force suddenly appear. However, those well-known forces in the game are still in the game world and have not moved. Those well-known forces are directly excluded. At this time, Suchin suddenly remembered someone. That is the god of the undead, who escaped during the journey of sealing. The god of sealing prevented him from getting his true body, but he still had considerable strength and ran away. Suchin had people investigating where the other party had fled, but found nothing. Now I suddenly found this mysterious force in the real world. This suddenly made Suchin think of it. Did he escape to the real world? Suchin smiled in his heart. It's true that you can't find anything without wearing iron shoes, and it doesn't take any effort to get it. It was actually because of the Shurjia incident that I found the old guy who had escaped. However, Suchin remained calm and did not reveal the matter. This Holy Lord is so powerful. It's like he can read minds. He can't even think too much. Although the Holy Sect has always taken a righteous stance. When the old guy revealed his identity, the Holy Master immediately dealt with him as well. Therefore, I still can't talk to the Holy Lord about this matter. The stone ring incident is no different from the behavior of the Soul Sect. I will help you take action. At this time, the Holy Lord said, Thank you very much. It is also my responsibility to deal with this mysterious force. And the Soul Sect hopes that we can work together. Suchin said to the Holy Lord. The two chatted relatively happily. After all, both of them have a common enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. This saying is true. Suchin also learned more about the secrets of the practice world through chatting. Of course, Suchin also heard a lot of specific information about the Soul Sect from the Holy Master. Tuck tuck tuck. At this moment, a girl in a light cyan dress knocked lightly on the door. Ah, Holy Master. I'm sorry. I didn't know you had guests. After the door opened, the girl saw Suchin in the room and apologized quickly. No problem. The Holy Lord waved his hand. It's time for me to water the flowers. Let Yuji tell you more information about Soul Sect. Yuji is the new saint of our holy sect. Suchin. Just let her take you to visit the holy city. The Holy Master stood up and picked up the copper pot to continue watering the flowers. At the same time, he said to the girl Yuji, Take this guest to visit the holy city. Yes, Holy Lord. Yuji nodded quickly. Hearing this, Suchin also stood up. Then there is Saint Lao Yuji. Suchin chuckled at Yuji. At the same time, Suchin also said goodbye to the Holy Lord. Yuji. He has already met her once. During his last trip to the Zhan family, he still wondered why the human Valkyrie was so weak. But just how long has passed? Yuji's current strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Even if he wanted to suppress Yuji, it would take a little effort. You know, the last time Suchin was not so strong. It was Yuji at that time. Is it because of her status as a saint? Suchin remembered what the Holy Lord said just now, saying that Yuji was the newly elected saint. 2. This is the future Valkyrie who can injure the god of the undead. She looks a bit like a future Valkyrie. Yao Dao was sent to play by himself. At this time, there were only Suchin and Yuji on the boat, plus a boatman. When he was performing missions in the past, he could only look at the Valkyrie from a distance. He needed to look up at the untouchable existence. But now, she is so clearly in front of me. Just reach out and touch it. After closer observation, I found that Yuji had a fresh and refined feeling. Her face is as beautiful as a clear spring in a mountain stream. Pure and bright. Mr. Su, why are you looking at Yuji like this? Yuji noticed Suchin's eyes, and said doubtfully. It's nothing. Saint Yuji. Where are we going? Suchin changed the topic casually. Mr. Su. Just call me Yuji. At this time, Yuji looked ahead and said, just in time. We are here. I saw the fog dissipate, and a city carved by giant trees on the water appeared in front of me. Following Yuji's guidance, Suchin followed. The boardwalk under your feet is made of the branches of giant trees, strong and stable, and wins its way to every corner of the city. The fastest one to arrive was a bustling giant tree market. This giant tree has been carefully carved into a huge market, with a spacious interior and a dazzling array of stalls. There are exquisite handicrafts, fragrant food, rare herbs and minerals on the stalls. I thought these trees were the kind of bookstores that house every household. But they were so prosperous. Suchin couldn't help but sigh. How is that possible? We have grown up in this city since we were young. It would be so boring if it were really like that. Suchin's words made Yuji cover her mouth and chuckle. It must be very happy to grow up in a place like this. Suchin looked at these sighs in front of him. He is a simple and ordinary city man. He doesn't even have friends around him. And he feels quite lonely growing up in the Steel City. These were all created by the Holy Lord, who is really a great and amazing person. Yuji praised the Holy Lord. Suchin also heard similar words when he went to the market. The reputation of Holy Lord here is really very good. Everyone sincerely praised the Holy Lord. Moreover, in the center of the market, there is a statue that the residents voluntarily built for the Holy Lord. Along the way, Suchin occasionally asked these passers-by some questions, but Yuji did not stop him. Only then did Suchin know. The residents here, their ancestors, many of them are refugees who have been living by the lake due to wars for thousands of years, and were accepted by the Holy Lord into this paradise. At the same time, the information obtained through piecemeal information shows that this holy sect has really been working like this for thousands of years. And this is all the work of the Holy Lord. There really are such people in this world. He could tell whether these residents were lying, because they all told the truth. And it's not brainwashing. It's different from speaking sincerely in a waking state. Another part of the world. In a certain cave, the leader of the soul sect, and he was meditating at this time. And suddenly, he opened his eyes. Shung, it seems you have met someone familiar. And I was talking to himself. However, you cannot wake up. Devouring comes at a cost. Once you devour something, you will forget something. Jia. Then, and I fell into a burst of laughter.